welcome to Doctor Who Series 1, Episodes 1 and 2. I didn't put that on the thumbnail, though, I'm realizing, so I'm gonna have to remember. Space Babies and the Devil's Chord, and where I forgot to slowly fade out the TARDIS hum. Whoops. But anyway, yes, I am joined, once again, my long mission, my covert, not so covert mission to convince people to watch the new episode of Doctor Who succeeded, because I am once again joined by my brother Caden.
Hello.
Yep, you always wait so patiently there, and I'm like, I wouldn't. I'd be weird. Like,
I gotta let you take the floor.
But yeah, we have got a lot to talk about today. This is gonna be a biggin. This is gonna be a biggin. All right. This might be the longest stream on the channel. I think Picard would frequently go over 2 hours, but we'll see. Yeah, so before we talk about any of the Doctor Who stuff, I can put, whoops, what am I mad? Oh no, don't worry, I've got weird OBS things set up. Before we talk about too much of the episodes, I wanted to establish, because this is new. This is for, actually, I guess some people might be coming from when I did the 60th. But the two of us, because I'm really glad to have Caden, because we're coming to Doctor Who from very different places. And it's a new era, and so I kind of want to get the vibes of how different people are reacting. Because Caden, the number's gone up. I think you already know what number I'm talking about. But yeah. I watched Doctor Who, not quite contemporarily, but I think David Tennant was the Doctor when I started with Season 1, and we just kept going, and at some point in Season 6, they took it off Amazon, and so we stopped watching because we couldn't stream it. And then later, in like college or something, I think, I got back into it. I did all of Modern Who. I caught up to, at the time, like Series 11. So Season 12 was the first one I started watching as they aired. I went back and did the classics. I actually think the way I got back into Doctor Who was the first Doctor, and then I just watched all the way up to what was out already. But beyond that, there are bigger Doctor Who fans than me. But I think it's safe to say that I am a massive Doctor Who fan. I should have prepared this before the stream, but I'm the kind of fan who has got entertainment, media, Doctor Who, properties, 561 files under my Big Finish folder on my computer. The best master is the War Master. I will spew praise for the 8th Doctor all the time. The best villain is Nobody No One. It's all of the stuff that actually isn't in the television show in any way. That's me. I know a lot about Doctor Who. Caden, on the other hand, is a filthy casual.
Oh, yeah.
Filthy, no. We've been doing the watch. You watched, what did we decide? Was it the dinosaurs on a spaceship is when you stopped?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did 9 to that. Mm-hmm. And now, of course, we're rewatching it over on here. I guess. Before this season and after this season, that's what we're doing. Mm-hmm. So this is pretty new. I mean, you know what all the stuff is, but I'm coming in here very much. I've been following essentially since like 2005. But you're one of the newbies. You're the filthy casuals coming in to make Doctor Who popular again. And as is my wife, who will probably come down here at some point to like not rant, but go off about a bunch of stuff. So yeah, without further ado, I think I'll actually let you introduce things, Caden. What did you think of the episodes overall? About Space Babies, Devil's Chord? Give me some brief opening thoughts.
So, overall, I had a good time.
Yes.
And I enjoyed them.
I'm hearing
though.
Yes.
There were a lot of moments that I just... There's a number of things in specific that I don't like how they were done. A lot of the fine details of the storytelling, I don't like. But the overarching narrative that's being put down on the floor here, especially with like whatever's happening with Ruby, my ears are perking up. I'm liking it.
So I want to specify, you watched these, like Saturday, yesterday?
Yeah, last night.
I watched these when they came out on Friday. which it's been like 15 years since I've been excited to watch a show at 4 p.m. Like that took me back from when do you maybe you're too young, but do you remember when the HD channels used to be broadcast at Eastern Standard Time for some reason, like some technical reason? So you could watch the new episodes 3 hours early, and then when they released them at 7 for prime time in Washington, that was great. That was good. Am I old now?
You're a little.
A little old. But then, right, I watched them also this morning. I finished The Devil's Chord like 20 minutes ago again. And so the first time I was kind of watching, it's a new era, right? I'm like, what are you doing with my Docky Who? What are you doing? So I was kind of watching like, where are we going? What are we changing? What directions are we going in? And so I was more critical. Again, overall, I was happy. Like the over the 2 releases, I was happy with that. You know, I think we're in a good spot. You know, we're certainly in a better spot than we've been for a while. Don't worry, I'm not. The 60th was free reign for me. That was open season for me to complain about Chris Chibnall. We're done now, unless Caden like explicitly brings up specific questions about that era. We're done. We're moving on. It's in the past now. But anyway, yeah, as you can guess, I didn't like the past 6 years of Doctor Who. But anyway, yeah, I was more critical. The Space Babies in particular worried me, actually. I was like, okay, we'll get into more details, but I was like, I'm worried by what I see. But then The Devil's Chord, I really like that one. Again, there are elements I'm not as big a fan of. I wish we weren't going in these directions, but it's definitely not ruining it for me. Like, I personally am a firm believer in the structural integrity of that fourth wall. I believe what minimum windows it has are police interrogation windows where I can see in and they think it's a mirror. But on the second watch through, right, where I knew what was in it, and I'm like, okay, I know, like, that it was unexpected, you know, all those fourth wall breaks. I knew what was going in. I knew what we were doing. I enjoyed both of them more. They were better for me on a rewatch, where it's like, the same thing happened for me with Star Trek Picard in the first episode, where I was watching for like, what's the lore? Where's Romulus? I need information. I'm a sponge craving Star Trek of this era for like a decade. And so this was also me the first watcher, like, okay, what are we doing? Where are we going? But Climore sitting back and watching it, they were both better, especially Space Babies. Space Babies was a lot better on a second. It still has its problems, but they were they took away from the episode a lot less than on a first watch.
I think a number of my critiques they're like magnified because it's like, these are the first episodes, and I feel like they just gotta be better for that, if that makes sense. Like, this is what people might be walking into. And a lot of them, especially the first 10 minutes of Space Babies.
The exposition.
Yeah. We'll be able to get into that when it starts, but I'm not a fan of how they did it.
I timed the exposition. I actually think we should get in. I've got Space Babies on the screen here. I think it's a good time to kind of get into Space Babies, where, of course, we pick up right after Church of Ruby Road. I noticed with no cold open. So Russell T. Davis has ruined Doctor Who. It's not my show anymore. It's those dang... I'm trying to... what would a conservative say? I'm just really struggling. Those, like, lesbian, woke... I need another adjective. Quick. Liberals.
Blue.
The blue liberals are ruining my... Do you know how much blue propaganda has been in Doctor Who? Like, they were in The End of the World, is like the servants that Rose respected. They had that whole, like, blue racism thing in the 12th Doctor's Generation story. It needs to stop. But yeah, no, anyway, in the 13th Doctor, they got rid of the cold opens, and everyone, including myself, was up in arms about it. But it's worth noting Rose doesn't have a cold open, which I think we should address. A lot of people are going to compare this to Rose. It's the episode. because it's Russell T Davies doing season 1, episode 1. So there are kind of fairness to there, but we're in a very different place now than when Rose came out.
Mm-hmm.
So as you stated, I actually timed it, right? Disney Plus counts time remaining. It doesn't give you the timestamp of an episode. So from 46.5 to 41.5, like right here, there were 5 minutes of just exposition. I'm the Doctor, this is the TARDIS, I'm adopted, I'm Gallifrey, and I'm yada, 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 yada. This is what's happened since you stopped watching during Matt Smith. That's what, like, here's a reminder of what's happened. Later on, I think after the, like, butterfly bit, I have from 38 to 36, there were 2 minutes of exposition. And I also have a bit we're going to get to that I'm not counting. That was little exposition, but I think it was actually worked in the story well, so I'm not going to count it. So that's 7 minutes of just exposition, not worked into the story at all. And it definitely detracts from the episode, right?
Yeah.
Like 7 out of 50 minutes, that's what, maybe like 8%, you know. However, I think we could have done it better, but I do like that this is how we're handling it. We're like, let's get it all out of the way right now, and now we're unburdened, right? If you, okay, there's a thing I have, right? This comes up in Star Trek a lot. I call it the episode 2, right? And episode 2 is bad. It's always bad. Because episode 1, you need to get them hooked, right? You got your new show, especially a new show, but new seasons, just anything. You got to get them hooked. You got to get them paying. You got to get them in for part 2, right?
Yeah.
So it's exciting. You need to know a little bit about the world, but, you know, you can largely just go by and be like, it's episode 1. We'll explain this later. And so those are usually really good, you know? Or at least if it's a good show, you know, they're good. But then episode 2, like episode 1 sets up the premise, right? It's like, this is what we're doing. This is the thing for the season. But then episode 2, now that you've got them hooked, you have to sit back, and before you can do any work in the show, right? You actually got to go, okay, here's the rules. Here's how this universe works. Here's all the things that you actually need to know before we can do the story. So they're usually very exposition-y. They're not as good. There's not a lot going on. And this is episode 2, right? It's technically episode 1, but you have the Christmas special. Disney even lists that as episode 1 now. So I kind of get that it's not the best, but most of the audience has, like, seen Doctor Who. They're familiar with it. They just stopped watching at some point in the past, like, 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
So, and it's a new era. Like, even for me, like, the fans who have actually stuck through it is like, well, what are the rules now? Because they do change some rules. There's like, here's the rules of this era. Here's how time works. Here's how yada yada. Here's the tone. I like, even if it wasn't executed well, they're like, okay, 7 minutes, package it up. We're done now. We can do Doctor Who.
It feels like almost just a little cheap to me. Like they rather than getting people hooked by posing the questions that they can then take the time to give the answers to, like in the season we just watched, they're just giving you the answers to the questions you don't even know you have yet, so you can understand it. It almost feels like they're sort of babying the viewer in a way that, like, it works, but it makes this it makes the story, or at least the 7 minutes of this story, strictly like it's serving a purpose. It's not.
It's an exposition dump.
Yeah, it's all it is. Where it's not enjoyable. It's just doing its job. Whereas it could have been worked in and been so much smoother and, in my opinion, more enjoyable.
I think you definitely could have had a better first episode, but I'm like that the exposition is stuck in the first episode and then we're set. I guess that's what I'm saying. Like season 1 of Doctor Who, as you said, you want them to take your time. That's season 1 that we just watched with the Ninth Doctor. Yeah. It takes like till episode 6 that we learn the villain of the Time War, that we only learn about at the end of episode 2. Like, it takes ages till we actually learn everything about the Doctor. And there is an element to but like, that's why I said times have changed. Back then, of course, loads of people, Like, as I hear, it's more like your dad knows who Doctor Who is, you know, and they can tell you everything about it. But a lot of, like, people, they were aware of Doctor Who. They knew about the time travel and Daleks and all that. But there was more of an element of mystery because, like, no one had seen this show in 20 years. And it's very different, and you introduce that time war. So even to the new fans, you very early set up, you know, this is new, there's a war. And so that's like, whoa, what's going on? But now you can't really do that because, like, everyone was in love with David Tennant 10, 15 years ago. And so there's only so much mystery you can add to the character of the Doctor right now. And it's
I don't
also...
think you Go on.
It's also worth noting that part of the problem, at least perceived, with the last era with 13 was there's a lot of lore. The lore's got complicated, and we'll get into that. But I think this era is a direct answer to the lore got complicated and people stopped watching. This is a direct compensation to that. This is a response.
I don't think it's about fully creating mystery or even recapping the confusing lore as much as, for me, just overfeeding. Like, I don't need to know everything immediately in this episode, and you don't even need to necessarily pose the questions for it, but it's like, it feels like they made sure to hit everything that they felt like they needed to disclose rather than, like, spreading it out even.
That's fair. I mean, the TV movie, when they tried to reboot Doctor Who the first time, has a similar problem. Where if you're new, there's, like, massive exposition dumps. It has the Doctor and the Master, and Gallifrey, and the Time Lords name-checked in the opening speech. There's a bit in the middle, though the Doctor regenerates in the movie. There's a bit in the middle where he gives, like, the brief history of my species. And it's like, you don't need to know this, like, as a new audience, and it can be kind of off-putting. There's a lot of reasons the movie didn't work. But if we review the movie, we're probably going to be here a lot. And I think you're fair. I mean, ultimately, time will tell if this worked. We just got the viewing figures for the BBC broadcast, which are understandably like the worst ratings the show has ever gotten because it doesn't count the iPlayer stuff that was released 16 hours. It was like in the 2 million range, which I don't think the show has seen since Patrick Troughton in the 60s. Which even then, I don't know if Troughton got down there, but you know, what really matters is like the iPlayer and the Disney stuff. So that's very meaningless. If anything, it's kind of impressive that 2 million people sat down to watch this at TV. But yeah, I think we're fair. I think that's a fair complaint. And yeah, they definitely could have done this better. And I'm really glad that we got the 2 episodes at the same time, because I would be very afraid. And I was afraid at the end of this, for the reasons we'll see, that I'm like... just not even necessarily where they're taking it, but I think the next point on my notes... Oh gosh, no, there's another bit. But like from a writing standpoint, they were kind of lazy. A lot of things were reused. Even to the point where we're skipping ahead a little bit, I think. But in this scene where Ruby's looking at Earth, there's very end of the world vibes. The one where Rose and the Ninth Doctor go see the end of the world.
Yeah, episode 2, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's basically the shot for shot, episode 2, where they're looking at the planet. It's not Earth. But you have that whole bit. The Doctor even goes through, not as good as 9, but, you know, 9 had, like, humans. You keep thinking, like, everything's gonna kill you, like, yada, yada, yada. But just imagine, like, what if you survive? What if the impossible happens and you actually make it? And there's very similar speeches in here, where Ruby gives it this time, but she's like, we did it. Like, we made it. Like, wow. But they even reuse the joke about the phone bill, where she calls home, and the Doctor was like, you think that's impressive? See the bill. And I was like, later in this episode, there's a theme of, like, Ruby's connecting with things a lot, and this was a big point with Donna Noble. in her adventures. There's like I was just a little worried because like we're kind of repeating ourselves here, and I was worried this might just be a repeat of his first era, but not as good because it's not the original.
Yeah, the repetitions, they weren't even done so well in some places.
Oh yeah, and after episode 2, I was like, phew.
Yeah.
This was just the dud. This was a dud. Hopefully it's the dud of the season, because honestly, it wasn't even terrible. Like there are plenty of good elements in here, but I was like, phew. But yeah, I was a bit worried. I want to take a step back, Gyason, chronologically. I'm gonna let you open on this. Do you have any thoughts on the butterfly scene, the butterfly effect?
Yeah.
So do
A,
I.
what? B, was the moment. It was the moment in the after all the talking that I was able to like, fully understand what felt wrong, because something was feeling wrong, and I was like, why is this so off right now? And it was that they have this moment talking about, and then it's either right before they walk out, right before they walk out as well, and she's like, what if I step on a butterfly or something, and it was just a funny little, the doctor gave his response and they continued, whereas in the first
by
season,
the way, this is reused, the butterfly effect joke, but go on.
Oh,
not exactly, but
that.
Another companion asked what happens if I step on a butterfly, but go on.
There's this moment about changing the past and stuff, but it's just talked about. But then back in the first season, we get a whole episode like Father's Day or something that shows you what happens.
I mean,
whereas here we get this weird moment, and it's talked about and it's moved on, and it's like the whole difference of show don't tell. Well, and all they're doing here is telling you how it works.
I would actually say this is show don't tell. We see Ruby change the past and it affects her. Like she does bring it up. She's like, hey, what happens if I step on a butterfly? But then we see that it actually has consequences. But I also, the more I've thought about this scene over the past 3 days, the more I hate it on every single level. I'll say this has been done well before. I'll take a step back. I say this a lot in my streams. You're right that there are two things any time travel show has to establish very early on. Like, it's difficult to have stakes before you establish these two things. One, why can't you just go back in time and stop the bad guy before they start their plan? And two, why, if we go to the past, why are we in danger because the world didn't end? And episode 2 handles that last one. That's done well.
Yep.
I was going to say this is the first one. Why can't you go back in time and fix things? I've realized it isn't really, though. I mean, it does establish that, like, he does talk about, like, kind of tell, don't show, but we can't go change the past because it'll be a paradox. I don't think we have to explore that super hard because Doctor Who has, we've done this before and people kind of understand. But it is nice to at least give lip service to it.
Yeah.
Welcome to, like, the one and only rant that's going to be in this entire... And again, I mentioned to this afterwards. Thank you, Doctor Who, for this new season, this new era where you're going to get a lot of new viewers coming on. You want to make a good first impression. Star Trek does this to me a lot as well, where you release a first episode that's not terribly good, and you also front load the biggest negativity I have of the entire 2 sections. So it looks like you're someone who's just been hating the show like for ages as I watch our concurrent viewer count up. First off, you're right. Like, maybe this is just because I've watched Doctor Who and, like, this doesn't happen, right? We've changed the past, but this is, like, a whole new level. And it was really jarring. And I was like, whoa. Not even that we've just deleted Ruby, but kind of like a what's happening. It's weird. Like, she's exactly Ruby, just this new speech. History is so different, but also basically the same. Like, maybe the timeline is trying to go back to its original state. Because before, we've kind of gone on the theory of the paradoxes largely resolve themselves. You can break the universe, but it really doesn't want to be broken. The universe really tries to go back to the right timeline. It'll fight you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, classic Doctor Who, by the way, did this. Episode like 4 or 5, 6 in the first season. There's one called the Aztecs that establishes time is immutable. That lasted, but you can't just go back and change time, because one of the companions goes to like the Aztecs and is like, I like the Aztecs, but I wish they didn't like sacrifice people. What if I get rid of this, and then by the time the Spanish come, like they just have all the good of the society. Then of course, Father's Day did this. You're right, brilliant episode. I don't mind that we haven't dedicated an episode to why you can't change the past, and maybe we will, but I think that would feel like retreading ground if this season also had a Father's Day.
Yeah.
The pilot I just mentioned, there's a 12th Doctor episode called The Pilot. It's meant to be a jumping on point where the companion Bill asks the same question. They're like, well, wait, they go back to the past. It's like, is this dangerous? Like, what if I step on a butterfly and like, I change history? And the Doctor goes, well, that's what your friend Dave said. It's like, what? Well, your friend Dave, he stepped on a butterfly and he just disappeared. He's like, he makes a joke out of it because there was no Dave, you know? But this establishes that in this era, time is extraordinarily mutable, right? Like, on their very first adventure, seconds after leaving the TARDIS to the past for the very first time, they irreparably changed the history so that humanity doesn't exist. In the next episode, music doesn't exist from 1925 to 1963, by the way. I just wanted to bring that up.
I feel like with what they wanted to explain, they did have 2 moments where they did it well, that because they are in the first 2 episodes, I don't even see why this needs to exist, this moment right here, because there is the repercussion of the past changing the future in the next episode when we see the world is like destroyed.
Yeah.
And there's the moment that I think speaks so much more volumes than this moment at the end of the episode when the Doctor says, I can never take you back to meet your mom. And those 2 do what they need to, and this scene doesn't need to exist because of those 2, in my opinion.
I think you need something more than the Doctor telling Ruby, because that's tell don't show, and you just go, why not, is the audience. Like, you say it's a paradox, that'd be lazy.
I agree that...
But there's also worth pointing, in Church on Ruby Road, you do have the goblins go back and change time, and they are weird time creatures, but, there are other aspects. I very much think that someone thought of this joke, thought it was funny, and didn't think through any of the consequences. Because now, as the viewer, time is incredibly mutable. Like, this is a new level of mutable even for Doctor Who. Because we had before as well, remember, gravity is now mavity in the 60th. Time is mutable in this era. That is what this is establishing. And if this is true, we need to establish that time is incredibly malleable. But you have this. It works a little better for me because, like, apparently the TARDIS is supposed to compensate for this. Once he flipped that switch, I was like, oh, okay. But, like, it was just so jarring in the moment. I'm glad to hear it was well, not really, but it's interesting to know it's not just me because, like, I'm super into Who. You also thought this was jarring. But the resolution, right, is that the Doctor breathes life into the butterfly. Well, any thoughts as a new viewer,
Well, it was so jarring to me that I immediately assumed that was the conflict of this episode. Somehow, whatever, someone or something turned Ruby into whatever that is. And so I was like, okay, the problem has just been established. Now we're going to figure out what the heck just happened.
And
I assumed that was going to happen over the next 45 minutes. But then it was solved in a minute, and I went, what just happened?
I think that could be an interesting episode, not episode 1, where you are still establishing your main characters.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you could make it work, but
it was so wild though. I just assumed it had to mean something. It had to be bigger than a moment.
The Doctor, this isn't totally unprecedented when he breathed kind of life back into the butterfly. We have seen the Doctor use regeneration energy to heal minor wounds. He's never brought someone back to life. and it's considered horrifically irresponsible. We didn't see regeneration energy, but I'm like, okay. But it's really weird that we've just established, like 5 minutes into the first episode, that the Doctor can bring things back to life by breathing on them, which, like, is a... Why is there threat in the future, is the question now. Like, I feel if someone dies, you have to bring up, you brought back that butterfly, which Ruby doesn't even really remember. And like, the movie had this problem as well, where in the end it brings back the dead companions, which would have been a really bad thing to hang over the show. And we can move past it, right? Like, we know it was just a weird thing.
Yeah.
And we know the Doctor can't bring people back to life. But you now have... It's a really weird thing to write, this scene.
Yeah.
Like, maybe the butterfly wasn't really dead, maybe it was crushed, but someone definitely thought it would be funny if they stepped on a butterfly because this is actually, there's a short story that's basically this. Time-traveling hunters go back in time, step on a butterfly, and it changes human history. So now the alphabet's a bit different, and someone else won the election. Like, I think it's definitely inspired by whatever that story is. David C. has just commented, why is it that he couldn't take her back to her biological mom? I'm forgetting some of the details. I agree, it's a little weird that he's like, I can't do it, just on its own. It's like, you could theoretically stand away and, like, watch and see her mom, but they don't want to risk changing Ruby's personal history, especially when you consider the Doctor is already there on that day fighting goblins. But I think it's more to do with the fact he's afraid that, you know, Ruby's got this weird thing going on with her that we'll get more into. But, you know, she keeps conjuring snow. She's got some weird hidden, like, song in her. Even the god, like, Maestro is a little uneasy about it. I might even say afraid. I think he's just more afraid of going back there and finding something super powerful. But also just afraid of causing a paradox. Like, we don't want another Father's Day, is what's going through his mind.
We do.
Well, I don't want literally another Father's Day, but I'd love a Father's Day quality episode.
Yeah.
yeah, you know. By the way, the other example of this doing well, unless you have anything more you want to add about the butterfly, because I'm sure I do, but I'm just forgetting all the reasons this just is a very weird scene. There is a bit you can do this well. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I don't think so. I think my thoughts are on the table.
Skipping ahead a bit when the Doctor's talking to Captain Poppy. This is actually stealth exposition, and I didn't even notice it the first time. Because this is establishing, here's what you missed from, like, the last 5 years. Which they're interestingly vague about it. I wonder if you've picked up anything. But where he talks about, like, baby me was left alone, like, my parents left me, I was adopted. This is exposition. It's just naturally woven in to, like, the Doctor comforting this baby. So I didn't count it towards the total runtime. But we probably
and I think
10.
the fact that you didn't count it is the difference between the good exposition and the stuff that bothers me.
I didn't even clock it was exposition the first time because I knew this stuff, you know.
And I just feel like that's how it should have all felt more natural.
You could have definitely done it better. I like it's in the first episode, then we're done.
Yeah.
It's actually also interesting. I don't know if you clocked. We did a time skip. Did you notice that? There's 6 months between this episode and the next episode. Because in the next episode for Ruby, it's June or July. But last time we saw it in this episode, it's Christmas. And yeah, she just seems much more like there are references that they've been traveling more. And we totally skip over the ending of this episode where they go to her parents. Which I funny enough realized halfway through the next episode. I was like, hang on a minute. We had an ending there that we just...
Got a point. I didn't realize that.
I think we'll talk about more when we catch up in that part of the episode.
Yeah.
But speaking of that episode, that exposition, I think I mentioned to you, the 14th Doctor went off to do a little bit of therapy. You know, the Time War was rough. A lot's been going on. They basically decided we're done with the angsty Doctor Who now, so we need to go to therapy so we can get this new guy, but we don't want to, like, 5 seasons of therapy. God, that was some good therapy. He's got a lot of lines. What happened to your planet? Gone! Like, full smile.
Yeah.
It's been destroyed. It's gone. And there's a line where she's like, why is the space station knackered? And he's like, most of the universe is knackered, babes. That's a reference to the fact that on, like, his last proper adventure, half the universe got destroyed. And on top of that, actually during the 4th Doctor's era, a quarter of the universe got destroyed. So depending on how you do that math, anywhere from 75% to, I think it's like 80% of the universe has been destroyed since the 1st Doctor.
So funny.
And he's super cheery about it, though. I'm like, damn, that's good. He even has, like, you know, I have no home, I've got no anything, but I've also got no bills to pay. I'm free, I can do whatever. Yeah. Amazing therapy that the 14th Doctor went through. Which isn't a complaint.
Yeah, I really like the sort of healthy emotional state the Doctor's in for a lot of it. But the moments where the Doctor's not feel disconnected.
What moments would you say that is?
I think it's more apparent in is it Devil's Chord?
One. Yeah.
Yeah, in the next one. And it does make sense. Because it's more of a very specific encounter with something from the Doctor's past that the Doctor struggled with.
That bear in mind, he just dealt with her father, the toy maker, like the episode before Ruby Road.
Okay, this adds context.
I think there's more context that we can get to. I think I might know what scene you're talking about, because I actually have a little bit of a But if it's Devil's Road stuff, let's kick it down the line.
Yeah.
Devil's Chord.
There is additionally, in both episodes, the fact that they make note of the fact that the Doctor doesn't get afraid, but spends both of these episodes very afraid, which has been... The whole time I was watching it, it just felt odd. There's a couple moments where the Doctor, I think it usually comes up whenever talking like about Ruby, is crying, and just gets emotional
I
and talking about
church.
The past. And it, I don't know. It just, the Doctor seems so healed when talking about, the death of all of his people and stuff.
Look, Caden, let's remember this, and then when we eventually finish the 13th Doctor, let's see if you complain that we've got this healing. I think you'll be like, you know what? I am ready for a Doctor who's not... Because we almost got it where 12 had kind of resolved a lot of that stuff, and then 13 had, half the universe destroyed and, like, a major revelations, and so we kind of got traumatized again. And I think,
really like it. The healing.
Oh, yeah.
It's just in the moments where, like, say in the season we just watched, where the Doctor's like happy, it's a tragic he's not actually happy. But here, the Doctor seems happy, so it makes the moments where he's not just feel, I don't know.
I mean,
not wrong, but just
he doesn't have to be happy all the time. That'd be weird. Like if a sad thing happens, he should be sad.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, he should be visibly, like when Ruby disappeared in the Christmas special, and he was like visually distraught at like those 33 children and like all the lives. I would disagree with you that there's an incongruity with his healed, healthy emotional state. I think it's different for like a modern viewer, but I think the fact where you see him more sad and more emotionally vulnerable is because he's in a healthy state, which he hasn't been in for many regenerations. Quick interruption, though, is David C. with a $25 donation, more than he's ever done before. The actor playing Doctor Who is excellent, but I really wish he was given a better written episode than Space Babies. Haven't seen the 3rd episode yet. David C., you're going to want to pop out when we finish Space Babies, but it is better. He
He is
gets a
good.
better written episode than Space Babies. Like, as I said, I was worried after this, and then the next episode, I was like, phew, there are elements we don't like, but that's a solid story.
Yeah.
We have to lead with some of this negativity. I almost debated doing his second episode first, but that's a lot more theorizing. Positivity will be good. But what I was getting into, Caden, is I've figured out how to define this doctor, which is really what I was hoping for. This is a modern classic doctor. You know, the Time War happened between Classic Who and New Who. It happens between the 8th and 9th Doctors stuff. So the Doctors 1 through 7 are by and large like some dude going on adventures because he loves it. You didn't really have this angst. You didn't really have any of this stuff. The 7 was kind of like manipulative. He would fight gods. We'll get back to the gods, but we'll kick 7 down the line a bit. But other than that, until the Time War started, like, he was much more cheery. He was doing it. And of course, the Time War, then tragedy hit. You've just seen 9 go through all that, and you'll see all the Doctors after 9 either grappling with that, and then 13 kind of still having a bit of that because they didn't fully resolve it, but then her own stuff happens to her, like major stuff I might end up telling you about. But you know, half the universe getting destroyed for one. That was the biggie. That was, you know, that she blames herself for half the universe getting destroyed. That's gonna do a number on you.
Yeah.
But it's not a classic Doctor because he's very fast paced. He's very modern. He is the most modern Doctor we've had, I think. You know, bearing in mind that a lot of the Doctors are decades in the past. Maybe they would have been modern, but not to me anymore. Easily the most modern Doctor. But he's carrying all that classic. There wasn't a Time War. Well, he was, but he's learned to live with it. He's learned to be like, you know what? I'm just a guy who's got freedom. I got no job. I can do what I want. I can see all of space and time. I can show it to other people. I can see through them. The bit where he's like, this is why. It's for moments like this. This is why I can cope. And he's learned to accept it. And I think the context is... First off, if you actually watch those 7 Doctors, like, I showed you a bit of John Pertwee. I showed you Terror of the Autons, which he's kind of gruff. This is a bad example of carefree Doctor, Terror of the Autons. But, you know, if you get the context of a bunch of those Doctors, this is going to seem much less weird. But those old Doctors weren't really super emotional. There were a lot of things they weren't really kind of allowed to do just because of the times that 15 is. And they're not ignoring all the guys in between. They're just, we're done with angsty Doctor time. You know, we're going to have fun. And
overall, I do like the healed Doctor in the moments where that really pops out.
And we've had a sort of classic Doctor in the modern times before. The Doctor who fought the Time War, we'll see briefly. And but I think War was very much a classic modern Doctor. If Classic Who could look in the future and see Doctor Who, that's what War was. That's who they would have written. But this is the modern classic Doctor. It's modern looking back and going, I'm going to write a classic Doctor, but it's not the 1980s anymore. And I'm looking. I was really hoping for this after so many. Don't get me wrong, I like them. Well, I like most of them. But after so long, it's like, give me something new. And Shooting Adwa is absolutely that new. Still love Ruby's outfit, by the way. All right. The next thing on my notes is the comment when they land that they've got to visit Star Trek one day.
Yeah. That I had a... What are your thoughts on that?
So, introducing Star Trek to the Doctor Who history would be a little complicated, but Doctor Who is a little more flimsy with the future, and that's been fine. Introducing Doctor Who into the Star Trek lore would be an absolute calamity. It just doesn't work because there's enough recent history, and it would imply that all of Star Trek's history is like the Federation fails because we see a lot more empirical future Doctor Who's. I mean, it's a throwaway joke, and you can easily interpret it as I do, like, we have to go visit the Paramount studio in the 80s or the 60s.
Yeah.
The Doctor's like, I like Star Trek. Like, they're about to meet the Beatles, you know?
Yeah.
It also might be poking Paramount, like, hey, crossover. Because there was one in the comics. The Doctor Who landed in, like, the Star Trek universe. I think it was a different universe, which, of course, one way you could do it. And, like, they connect Data's head to the TARDIS or something. I've never read it. But I don't know how I'd feel if it was announced that there was a Doctor Who Star Trek crossover, because you'd really... It's like if Disney ever acquires Star Trek, there'll be a Star Trek Star Wars crossover movie, right?
Yeah.
And it's gonna be bad. I don't think anyone would argue that it would be good, but we just know it would happen, you know?
Yeah.
I'd kind of be afraid that, like, it's gonna be bad, but it would happen, you know? Like,
Yeah.
It's just a question of what you do with it, you know?
Yeah. It was an interesting, just sobering thing to throw in there, and I was like,
I-
"Whoa, what?"
Well, it's also a weird thing. Like, we're playing fast and loose with the rules. Do you think now's a good time to talk about that? I know a lot of the fourth wall breaking is in Devil's Chord, but where do we want to throw that discussion?
Maybe save fourth wall for
We'll save,
because I do have a lot lot to say
Okay,
about that.
This is like the
guess.
main direction of the show. Like, these are taking very deliberate steps. Like, I think we're ending the is it season 1 or season 14 debate here, because I was always at the club that, like, no, we're moving on. Like, this is no more Time War stuff. This is gonna feel like a different era, and I can see it. But even like the 60th to, like, this episode, Let's So Church, it's like, no, this is new. This is the third era of Doctor Who. Like, it's a new distinct thing. I do love the line, no such thing as monsters, just creatures you haven't met, when they meet, like, the boogeyman. I even missed it the first time. Which, speaking of, Disney Plus for me, anyone else in the comments, like, gives up on subtitles after about 10-15 minutes. They're just gone. You saw it when we did the Christmas special, right?
Yeah.
Alex
did,
at some point here paused, and the subtitles went away, which is bad, because the TV I watched these on wasn't great. I missed a lot of lines. I missed, like, every nanny filter joke. And then the next episode, I thought maybe it's because they paused. It just gave up. What the heck, Disney? Like, God, I'd hate to actually be deaf and watch these. Like, I need to buy a sound system specifically for this. But yeah, where are we now in the story? We met oh yeah, no, you had mentioned the Doctor's like, why did I run away? Because, like, you know, I'm not supposed to. I meet loads of scary things, and that wasn't that scary, right? And you thought that was weird. I do find it funny that he was also scared in the next episode. I didn't really clock that.
Yeah.
But I found that resolution really unsatisfying. That, like, he was scared because the creature was designed to be scared. He roars at a specific hertz, which I guess is also scary to Time Lords. I'll gloss over that. But I'm like, okay, it was designed to be scary. But from a meta perspective, all of your villains are designed by costume designers, most of them to be scary. Which means in universe, all of your villains have a look that, like, they look like they're designed to be scary. I was a little underwhelmed by, like, well...
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
And I think most of the explanation that happened in that scene, it's not that it didn't make sense, and I liked it, but I didn't like the execution of it, and that it, I don't know, it just kind of happened.
God, we really should have started with Devil's Chord. It's just so... We're so, like, meh. But this one... by the way, the fans' reaction, I went on the Reddits and stuff, was, like, I think the first 5 comments on Reddit all started with the phrase, that was a bit weird, ... Like, the fan base didn't really take to this one. The fan base was kind of like, you had the idea of a station run by babies, and you rolled with it, and you committed to the idea. And I can kind of respect that, but
Yeah.
you can't carry the episode just off of that idea.
Yeah. It was... I didn't believe it. With the reveal of the talking baby, I was hysterically laughing, and utterly
It was
confused. I
good.
didn't.
Like, it's a
It was
good
good.
premise in a better
Yeah.
episode. Like, they're
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah.
get to
Yeah.
good. Don't get me wrong. Like it's just kind of weird when the baby rolls over is talking about like the carbon levels and like
Yeah.
the
I
reveal.
was
Like, oh my
what?
god, mommy, daddy. Like Alex and I both laughed. This was good. There was a lot of good stuff with the babies. The setup to get the babies was a bit weird, but no, I had actually gone into this, right? I'd encountered a headline like a day or two before. Ncuti Gatwa had to work with 20 babies for Doctor Who premiere. They were all divas. So I got in my head this image of like the doctor standing in a room surrounded by 20 babies. And I was really excited for that. And then my wife pointed out, like just before the episode, when I told her that, it's probably just like a 2 or 3 babies, because usually you have different babies play the same baby, because they're hard to work with. There's labor laws, And I was like, oh, dang. And then when we saw the shot where it was literally like, 20 babies in the room, I went, yes. This is what I need from the episode. This is... So, well done. Well done. The entire point of the episode, you did it.
Yeah.
You just didn't fill 45 minutes with...
There was another moment with the babies and an unsatisfying resolution when right after they figure out kind of what's going on, and I think right after, where they're running through the halls, and then they get cornered, and then you get the flamethrower babies.
You didn't like the flamethrower babies?
It's a good idea, and like in concept, I love it. But then I watch it, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I guess. They came down with a flamethrower.
I just found it funny. It was like 3 babies with a flamethrower. Yeah.
It was funny.
Maybe Eric should have taken the flamethrower in the first place, now that I think about it.
I think if it was Eric and one baby, that would fit better with what was happening in the story.
Okay. But if Eric brought the flamethrower, we would have missed out on what might be the single best thing of these 2 episodes, is that when Eric goes down to fight the boogeyman, or the bogeyman, that's plot relevant, he has this little wooden sword.
Yeah.
I adore that so much. It's like...
Well, he could have found the flamethrower somewhere.
But yeah, but I don't want to be robbed of that joke. That's the sort of thing I loved. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go fight. I
do love that moment and like that.
Eric was great.
Eric constantly looked so, like, worried. all the time. The actual baby just looked confused and a little off-put, and I thought that was hilarious.
I love Eric constantly did. It took me a while to realize what it was, but this deadpan, serious, I love you, Ruby. Like, basically every scene he's in, he's like, I love you, Ruby.
Yeah.
It's like, I love Ruby.
I liked Eric.
And I loved he had the lines of like, he's like, is that you have dog downstairs? And it just like, everyone's panicking. There's like music and it goes a close up. He's like, that's no doggo.
Yeah.
And later down here, he's like, I'm going to teach that doggo a lesson. I like that. It's so dumb. I kind of like how he says doggo. And like, it's fun. Baby's running a... Oh my God, Caden, I've realized what the problem is. They had this idea of like something that's not on a spaceship, and they committed and ran with it, even though they don't have an episode. Do you know what this is? This is dinosaurs on a spaceship, just with babies. That's the episode.
When the monster they first saw it in the hallway, and you can only see its silhouette, and it was scaly and making noises. I was fully like cheering to the TV when I was watching. It's going like, no way. Did they put a dinosaur on a spaceship?
Did they put a
but then they didn't, and I got a little sad.
Is that why you gave up on Doctor Who originally? Is dinosaurs on a spaceship? You were so hyped, and then it just wasn't that good?
It was awful.
That's what did it. Were you disappointed? Because we'd talked before, and I mentioned that there were dinosaurs in this episode, but it was only like 20 seconds of dinosaurs.
Yeah.
I think I turned to Alex and went, oh, Caden's going to be so disappointed. Like... Because you were excited.
Bogeyman was sort of dinosaur-y, Like,
well, I mean, if you want to give yourself a win,
I do.
Yeah, my wife. I mean, as far as they were concerned, this was the best episode of Doctor Who ever. Like, it had babies. They were like making the noise when when Captain Poppy, they were, oh, come on, Disney, give me a shot. God, I hate working with Disney's previews. When Captain Poppy, the doctor was like, when was the last time you were hugged? And she was like, never. My wife did the highest pitch, like, oh, and she had to
That was
go
a good
get
moment.
these, like, massive, like, plush stress toy plushies from, like, the living room and, like, give them a hug. And they were like, Nathan, they've never been hugged.
It was a good moment.
Yeah, no, it's those poor babies. They're... This is a little weird, though, because like, these aren't really babies. I don't know if you caught it.
Every now and then that has... I don't know how old they actually were, but I
Yeah.
kept thinking about that whenever they'd baby talk them.
Well, I was thinking they were like adults because of how they're talking, and I was like, that was a little condescending. But I realized kind of on the second watch, they abandoned the station 6 years ago. Ruby's got a line when it's like, oh, the bogeyman came out 6 years ago. She goes, same time the babies were born. So these are 6-year-olds who stayed babies because, and I quote, stayed the same size because they left the birthing machine running. That's all the explanation we get. I don't really understand why that means the babies stayed babies. Like, were they conscious and learning in the birth? You know, you didn't really need to justify why there were babies on the spaceship. Like, it could have been a hand wave, because, you know, we get... It's in Doctor Who especially, you can be quite hand wavy of why there are babies on the space station. But, like, that was so hand wavy. It's like, okay, can you maybe just use, like... Can you say that, like, the liquid baby stuff got pumped with microbial doodle? And that's why, like, you know, you just give me a science word. That was a bit weird. So they're still children, like they're 6. Very smart. I mean, Eric was talking about like the carbonization levels and the heat fluctuations, but you know, they've been taught by Nanny to run the space station. And I'm like, all right. It was a little baby talk to a 6-year-old, but you know, it's they're not like 37, you know.
Yeah, they've also not really had adults to even know what being an adult is. They have Nanny, but Nanny has the Nanny filter, and so we'll always be babying them.
If you want to get into Nanny's quality as a parent, then we might have to have another little rant going on. But, yeah, I mean, it worked. Oh, here's one interesting. What do you think about the baby mouths?
Like, as they were talking?
Yeah, did you notice it all?
I thought all of them were fine except Eric's.
I mostly just didn't look at their mouths, because it's some sort of AI thing, I'm sure. And I'm like, you know, that actually works pretty well. I have a feeling once we could do it perfectly, it might look really bad. Like, it might age horribly. But I think it's better than the alternative, which is usually, like, they're telepath or something. They just don't move their mouths.
Yeah. It wasn't bad. It wasn't... Never took me out to a point where I couldn't get back in.
It was never uncanny. Like, the only reason I knew it's some AI thing is because babies don't do that. Like, if it was a non-baby, if it was a child actor, I would just been like, whatever. It's a little weird that... Oh, no. Let me finish this thought. My wife's just come down to go. It was a little weird that, like, they didn't fully speak, because they did kind of the baby subtle movements, but they're still making, like, fully done sounds. But, you know, you're working with babies. Like, you get it. You know,
yeah,
this was the best way they could have done it, I think. Alex, would you like to now interrupt the stream?
Always and forever.
Here's the Alex segment.
Don't forget to tell your mothers Happy Mother's Day.
If you're American, it's different in different countries, and it always freaks out the Brits whenever this happens, or like vice versa.
If you're American, it is Mother's
and
Day.
Maybe some other countries, but give it a Google.
Sorry, Brits and various other people who speak English in
the best part is there's
Nathan's
people
chat.
watching this like as a video, like maybe even years later,
Oh,
and they
so
just
good.
panicked. It's like December, but they no.
If it's May when you're rewatching this video, Google what day is Mother's Day this year. Because I had to Google it today to make sure.
An hour in, Alex. This is the point we are. This is where I am at my notes. It's time for you to give your Alex hour. A little closer. Come on. There's your audio levels.
Yeah. I'm Nathan. You're.
Alex is trying to sit on my lap.
Nathan doesn't
Okay,
have
not
a
that. Just tell him.
Nathan doesn't have a lap. They just have.
Actually, you know what? You do your own thing while I take a bathroom break.
Oh yeah, you go pee. I'll entertain shit.
Here's Caden.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Caden. 1 second, I'll have head. Hi, Caden.
Hello.
Welcome to the Alex Takes Over Nathan's podcast. I haven't done one of these in a while.
I've never got to be here for one.
Oh, usually it's me can't figuring out how to unmute the mic and just typing in chat things for chat so to confuse Nathan.
Oh, that's funny.
They happened a lot more frequently when we had only one room.
What did you think of Space Babies?
I was very I loved the fact that babies were involved because I just like babies.
Sounds right. Yeah.
But as soon as like the babies were in danger, like I was scared of the monster at first. Soon as I realized there were babies in danger, ready to fight that thing.
But the monster was a baby.
I don't care.
we just had to learn that.
I would have punched that monster in the face. The babies were in danger.
You would have been covered in snot.
Here's the thing: is when the stuff first fell, I thought it was poop.
Oh, I was gonna get into that reveal. I gotta put my water bottle. Hang on.
So when she was freaking out about snot, I was like, it could be so much more worse than snot. I was like, it could have been a dirty diaper you were hit with. I don't know why you're freaking out over snot.
I had a whole bit planned for that segment. Like,
well, you should have warned me about that before you gave me free reign.
All right.
Yeah, good point.
We're getting close to done. I'm taking Caden away.
I can no longer hear you, Caden.
Oh.
But
bye-bye,
I
I'm
enjoyed
leaving.
this episode. I thought it was cute. I was ready to fight the monster.
Oh yeah, you went into like, you know, we don't have kids. We got nieces and nephews, but you were in like mother mode. So.
As soon as, especially that little one, as soon as like they were in any sort of danger, I was just like, all my fear went out the window. Like, I will do anything to protect any child. That's just my body's natural response.
Yeah.
Is if I see a child in danger, like, straight up, like, if I see a kid, like, at where I work, if they look like they're gonna be in danger, I'm gonna step in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're here. 1 to 10, Space Babies.
Ooh, I give it a 7 boogers out of could have been dirty diapers.
At least it was numbers.
Yeah.
A 7. That's a good. That's a solid.
I liked it.
That's a decent. That's a decent episode of 7.
Yeah. I give it boogers out of could have been poop.
Devil's Chord, in case we don't get you for that.
Ooh, Devil's Chord. I would give that one an 8.5. There were definitely things I would personally like change, but if I don't come down here for that one, the main thing is like if you're gonna go musical, you want to go full musical, and that's my only criticism.
I might actually be higher than you on Devil's Chord. I was not expecting that.
The other thing is like, I'm not a huge fan of the fourth wall breaky bits, but...
Well, we're not there yet. You come back in like an hour or two, and we might be on Devil's Chord.
I don't go out to lunch with Andy before then.
All right. Yeah, I told you this would happen.
Staring at us very
Yeah,
upset.
go see her. Yeah, I had a whole bit lined up about the diapers. I had glanced out to the left at some point and saw that we were like 4 bullet points down on my notes, and we'd been live for an hour. All right, here's a bit weird one, getting back on track, right? When they were talking about the boogeyman, I didn't notice this on my first watch through. I think it was the audio issues, but someone on the Reddit pointed out, and it was really apparent on my second watch through. Did you notice the doctor is kind of like delighting in like terrifying the babies?
Yeah.
That was weird. Right? Like, what? Because when Ruby's like, oh, there's no boogeyman, he jumps out and is like, it looked like a boogeyman. like he kind of laughed, which was weird, but I could dismiss it because we'll get there. Like there's a whole point in this episode, like maybe you shouldn't lie to kids about actual dangers, because then Eric goes down to try and teach that doggo a lesson, and I was like, maybe the doctor's just not being condescending, or he's like, look, we got a problem to solve,
Yeah.
But then later he like deliberately was laughing, and when he pulled the video up of the boogeyman and it scared him, he was like, sorry, but he was like grabbing himself laughing. He was delighting. It's like, what? Doctor.
It kind of made sense to me, in just the sense that the doctor is a little fascinated with this thing. And then there is a small moment where Ruby's like, what the heck? And the doctor's like, my bad. But it was
didn't feel
definitely
sincere.
something.
Like,
Yeah.
even if he felt bad about it, I feel like he shouldn't enjoy it in the first place. Like, this was the one thing out of, like, all 3 episodes that have been, like, really? Like, I hope this doesn't become a recurring thing somehow. It'd be amazing if somehow the Doctor terrifying babies and taking delight into it became a character trait. But that if it did, that would really put you down on the rankings. That's gonna bring you down. Say hello to Peter Capaldi down there, another doctor who has just a few little character traits that
It was odd.
Yeah, I think I get what they're going for, because this is a very joyous. He's like has joy in basically everything. It was misplaced here.
Yeah.
Like those poor babies. I did like the reveal, though, with the nanny, where it's the computer voice, and then it's like, oh, for God's sake, Portal 357.
I really liked that.
I mean, there's one of a few great show don't tell, a beautiful one next episode we'll get to, but it doesn't say anything, and like if you missed it, you will learn. But instantly, I was like, oh, this is a person. Like it's just especially interesting because you can just have AI in this universe.
Yeah.
Like, but I was like, oh, this is a real person. That's interesting. It's even the doctor. Everyone lights up like, oh, I understood this, and that's a great show don't tell. That's just a great writing in general. And yeah, this is more this is what I'm hoping for with Russell T Davies getting back, not the rest of Space Babies. That's what I was hoping for. I could almost see him intentionally writing an episode that he thinks is going to be a bit naff, just to like troll everyone who's like, oh, Russell T Davies is coming back. It's finally going to be good for the first time in 20 years. Because there are people like that who really hated Moffat. And of course really hated Chibnall. There's a lot more of those. But there are people who generally don't think it's been good since like 10. And honestly, a lot of them still probably hate this, Like, I bet they do. They're changing too much. Every one of those people... Doctor Who was only good for the 9th and 10th Doctors, and even then they probably complain about how much people like the 10th Doctor, so Doctor Who was only good in season 1.
There was a I don't know, maybe you have more thoughts on the moment than I, but there was a moment that I think there needs to be note of, even if I don't have notes for it, which was the massive farting butt.
Oh yeah, that's the end of the episode. We'll get to that. Do you want to address the fart now? Like that's a big jump.
It got put into my head when Alex started talking about feces.
I see.
I haven't been able to stop thinking about it.
I think I want to put a pin in that because there's a few things I want to get into the mechanics of this episode overall. We talked a bit like the babies existing is so hand wave that even for Doctor Who, I'm like, you've hand waved away your hand wave. Right?
Yeah.
Like you had your hand wave, it doesn't matter, but you accidentally slapped that out of the way, so now there's no explanation. Like that's what you did. But I mean, I can get past that thing, and individually I can get past a lot, but it's a death by 1,000 cuts,
Yeah.
One thing I did find interesting when they're talking to Nanny, oh, actually, no. Do you want to talk about this snow scene at all? I don't have any notes because I think most of mine are next episode.
No, you don't have no notes?
Not on this bit. It's interesting, but I think I just have more broad things I want to talk about after the second episode. It's an interesting tease. Like I kind of suspected there's something more than just Ruby had normal mother, father. like
Yeah.
I had expressed. I'd had of kind of in the back of my mind like Ruby might not even just like have parents at all. They were like created for some weird thing. Again, technically lifted, depending how they do it, because the companion Clara was also put with the Doctor by a villain. She's different from Clara, but it was another little thread of like, are you copy pasting? Not from one of his stories, from one of Moffat's. I think it sounds like we probably want to put a pin in this till next episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this was a good tease, you know.
Well, yeah, like I said when we started, the nuggets they're dropping for Ruby's overarching story, I'm finding even more interesting than just the episode by episode story.
I don't think I ever voiced it because it was rampant speculation, but they seem to be kind of lining up with what my original kind of thoughts would be of where you might take this. Or I could be totally wrong, but I agree. Let's wait till Devil's Chord because that gets a lot, and I think the gods are definitely involved in her origin. Speaking of visiting Star Trek, you know what these uniforms look like? They look like when you ask an AI to generate Starfleet uniforms. Like, this person even has 2 noses. But seriously, I'll see on Google sometimes, like, for some reason it recommends AI-generated images on, like, phones. Have you seen this?
I think. Maybe.
And often it's, like, Starfleet uniform, because I Google that a lot as, like, a reference. And it looks like one of those. It's like, this is a Starfleet uniform. Like, come on, guys.
It's funny.
I asked the same question for Alex, right? There's things. There's a Bad Wolf of this season, right? You know, Bad Wolf was in, like, kind of reappearing a lot. I don't think you've noticed it, especially because the breadcrumbs started in the 60th. Do you want me to point it out to you? The sort
Let
of
me
Bad
think.
Wolf? I would be amazed, but go on.
What?
It's been in all 3 Shooty Gadwa episodes and 1 of the 60th.
How much does it come up?
Briefly. You'd notice if you're looking for it. It's very obvious, but you could very easily miss it, like for the whole season.
Is it with...
I didn't notice. I had this pointed out at Reddit, because some people are just amazing.
Is it with, like, is it the character of Ruby? Is it coming up there?
No, but it is a character. It's not the Doctor or Ruby.
What?
Do you
Cherry
want this?
Sunday.
Do you want this? I can tell you, or I can let you try and spot it, but it means we can't speculate if I don't tell you.
I want to think for a second more.
All right. I will be amazed if you can think of it, but...
Is it like a speaking character?
Yes. Wonder if chat knows. Chat might be on the same page as you. Like, what?
It's not...
What are you talking about?
And it's not obvious, so it's not like...
It's obvious, but you'd have to, like, notice, and it's not the sort of thing, you know? Gotta be honest, the Doctor is
something that
distractingly hot.
Ruby's adopted mother does?
We don't know who the character... Maybe, but, like, we don't know who Ruby's mother is, so, you know, that's what the thing is. Like, it might be Ruby's mom, it might be someone else, it might be... I don't know.
Wait, so is it a thing that multiple characters say?
No. It's it's a recurring thing that's been happening.
Okay,
A
all right.
recurring object. You
Lay
want
it on me.
All right.
Yeah.
Excuse me for a moment. Let me just let the video play for a few more seconds. Man, engineer talks a lot. Okay, it was a little farther ahead than I remembered. Do you recognize this woman? Because she's been in every single Shooty Gadwa story and one of the David Tennant stories.
Is she the old lady from the...
She's not Mrs. Flood. She's not the neighbor. She was, in the 60th anniversary specials, the woman cleaning, like, the grounds with the scene with Isaac Newton. She was in the Christmas special, the woman in the crowd when Ruby is playing with her friends on a band who likes, "Can you play Gaudi?" She was that woman, which is interesting because Gaudi is apparently an old, like, song from Newton times, which is where a lot of people clicked on, hang on a minute, you're the same actress. in this episode, she's this woman. And in the next episode, she's the cook lady who gives them the coffee. And we always linger on her. Like, I think if you'd clock on, it'd be, how come we're lingering on this random woman? And then you might start noticing. But she is definitely important.
Huh.
The actress's name is Susan Twist. She's been credited, I believe, as a different character every time. It also makes me think, next episodes, fast forwarding, there's always a twist at the end. I do wonder, is a silly pun that Susan Twist is gonna be at the end of the season? Like, they definitely are, but there are so many puns in these 2 episodes alone. Russell T Davies, that's a very him thing to do, but he is heavily, if you ever notice a pun, it is absolutely going to become plot relevant. I'm like, there's got to be a Susan Twist at the end of the that's where we learn who she is. So you're right, though, that this is not Mrs. Flood, unless it is, but for some reason it's a different actress. So we have her set up. We have Mrs. Flood set up, who we haven't even seen again yet. And we have the one who waits, which is referenced in the 60th and next, which again we'll get to there. But this lady's interesting. Probably like a god, or like the god's second-hand person or something like that, you know, like I mean, obviously she's showing up at every time that the Doctor does. And this is how Russell T Davies does plot threads. He says Bad Wolf a lot. We see like something come up a lot. Every one of his seasons does this. This is just this is the only one that's doing 2 of them, I think. Susan Twist, yeah. But it's interesting, and it's kind of fun though that she does show up. First off, in the 60th, which is technically the old era, but I like that this is one you just have to notice, you know?
Yeah.
I maybe wish they drew a little less attention, because it is weird when you hang, like, the characters leaving for some reason.
I don't know. I would have never clicked it if you hadn't said anything.
There are going to be so many people who watch this. I mean, they'll probably show flashbacks when they reveal her, but who are going to rewatch and go, hang on a minute, and they're going to have their minds blown. Like, when you rewatch season 1, and you're like, oh my gosh, they kept saying Bad Wolf. Or like, oh, no, there's a big one. It's next season, with the tease they lay on there, and then you go back and watch it. I'll probably point it out to you. But, like, there's timey-wimey things going on in season 2, and where there's like a character doing stuff in the background throughout the whole season, and it's referenced, but you never notice because you don't know they're important.
That's funny.
So this is the Ronnie confirmed. Inside joke. Oh yeah, shoot, we get that already? I missed a note. Yeah, because you know when the Doctor's mentioning the titles, is like you got stuff like the Bishop, the Chapel, the Ronnie, the yada yada yada. The Ronnie's interesting, right? Because she is a classic villain. She's basically like a female master. Don't worry about it. But classic Doctor Who's rights are interesting, where quite frequently the writer of an individual story maintains the rights to what they create in it, and they have the rights to the story, not the BBC. Yeah. So, well, the BBC has some rights, of course, but the Ronnie is a character who a lot of people have wanted to come back, but she's been in a bit of a limbo, because she was written by a married couple who I believe are both dead now, and it's super unclear who, if anybody, actually owns the Ronnie. And the BBC has been too nervous. Like, why would you risk it? Like, why would you risk the potential lawsuit when you could just use a different character or write a new character that's basically the same, you know? So I kind of wonder if they might be teasing the waters a little bit. Like, we've mentioned the Ronnie. Like, you know, is anyone going to sue us now? I wonder. Because a lot of people have done some digging, right? And we're pretty sure nobody owns the Ronnie. But do you really want to, you know, take the risk? Like...
So what you're saying is we really quickly should go and get those rights.
Get the rights. That'd be amazing. I don't know how, because again, we don't think anybody owns them. If they do, you could get the rights from them. If they don't, it's public domain. We could use we might have the rights to the Ronnie, honestly, if it's public domain. But yeah, there was an interesting bit when they're talking to the nanny. Does she actually have a name, by the way? Or is it just Nanny?
Yeah, Joanne
Oh.
or Jocelyn. Jocelyn, I think.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Where she said the government shut down the place to save money. Not actually the company that was mentioned at the start. Because I was like, first time I was like, oh, of course it's a company. But I was like, actually, it's a government. But the people in the video were condemning the company, which might be the government. I mean, it is Doctor Who.
Yeah.
But I was wondering, right? I was kind of surprised this wasn't the whole episode, unless it's way too subtle for me to pick up. But there's even a line that they refuse to stop the babies from being born, but refuse to look after them. This is definitely an abortion episode, or like metaphor, isn't it? I even turned to Alex, and they didn't like that. They were thinking of babies. Like, this isn't this is making up for the time you released an episode that was accidentally against abortion. Like, they did that once. It's a very bad one. It's the one where the doctor tells a kid they're not important, even though they objectively are. It's that one.
Same episode.
It's also against abortion, accidentally. It's a bad one. It's down there. But I was like, oh yeah, you got him back. He's got to throw. I mean, I don't think the next episode had any sort of political take in it, but unless you consider music a political take. But hey, at least we're on the right side, I think.
I do have politically intense.
It's Doctor Who.
Some of the music things in the next episode, but we'll get there.
Oh, because I was thinking about that, because you play the piano. You're definitely going to complain that the Devil's Chord is just like a chord, aren't you?
Well, yeah, there's a...
yeah. It just is a chord.
There's a finite number of chords that exist, and it's not a lot. There's...
Well, I mean, technically, there's technically, I guess, infinite. But, the subset that sounds good...
You get 12 notes in an octave, you have 88 keys on a piano.
But
there's only so many notes.
That's why, we have 12 notes, and we have those specific 12 notes. That's not even universal among humanity. It's more so now, just because we're pretty globalized. Especially if you look in older music, ancient Japan had a completely different set of notes, and I think a completely different number. Technically, but
you're right.
It's just a chord.
But it's found on the piano, so it has to fit into the Western definition of music.
You know what? Maybe that's why she went after Earth first, is because they're the only planet that invented that chord.
Okay. I could succumb to that.
Yeah, there we go. It's actually.
I don't know what chord that is exactly, though.
It's the Devil's Chord. It is I've heard of it. I saw a comment.
They did, because the Devil's Chord is, they talk about that it's like a triad, but then when playing for the actual, it's more than the three notes. So
well, it was I assumed it was in a piece of music, a chord is not a good piece of music. You put more stuff on top of it.
Yeah. It's just that it has to have been found. How did it take that long for someone to play?
Okay, we're skipping ahead.
We're gonna,
but well, you know what? No, tease. There you go. You got to stick around for 3 more hours. This is definitely. I was afraid to tell you it might be a 3-4 hour stream, because I thought that might scare you away.
No, I have so much.
Definitely, it's we're gonna be here all day. But yeah, this is the part where, to me, the cracks kind of start appearing in the plot itself. It's a closed station, right? They've only got a limited number of air, food, water. But they have been going for 6 years, so this is a damn well-prepared station, if you ask me. It's not even that big, if you think about it. And the last thing she's going to do is give them the air out of this portal, right? But she hasn't done it yet, so presumably she's waiting till they're almost out of air. But at that point, she'll have breathed the air out of this portal, because she's suffocating to death. So I'm not sure what she's actually really doing to I get the sentiment. Death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, good way of describing it.
Oh god, here's my next big note. So what do you think about they're in a system where like just a few planets down is a refugee planet, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about their explanation for why they can't just help?
I'm not too upset with it.
Ooh, okay.
I don't know. I mean,
That's
you take in
surprising.
refugees, but you won't
Okay.
go get them. That kind of
Even
makes
like
sense.
the system next door, like you're
I
you're
think
in the SAR system. Like
it's like I get it. Like rules
Yeah.
are rules, and they're
Okay.
if we make an exception, we have to do it for
Okay.
everyone. But at the same time, it's like that's uncool of you.
and they don't do it because, well, yeah, like they're a charity organization that's like, now I'm gonna bother, mate. Like surely
Yeah.
someone is physically capable of doing it, even
Yeah,
if they don't normally do it.
Uh-huh.
Surely someone's capable. But like the reason they give is that, well, because refugees, like the whole point is they end up on someone else's shore. I'm like, yes, because if there's one thing a refugee can do, it's make interstellar journeys to specifically this planet. Every refugee gets to choose exactly whose shore they end up on, which, by the way, is also in another star system. But let's say, right, they're not going to pick them up, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is a refugee planet. It takes in loads of refugees, and this is a planet, right? Like, loads. So people come here, right? Like, over the course of 6 years, you'd probably get, like, an unfathomable amount of ships coming here. They have a comm system. Or at least we're never told they don't have a comm system, which also would have solved their problem. There's a comm system. This moon's got a weird magnetic field, so they can't detect us. Did every single one of these refugee ships look at the station full of babies and go, nah, bro, we good? Like,
you could argue
Okay.
that Jocelyn says that like the whatever electronics and the stuff, the ship isn't calibrated and stuff.
If they didn't have communication systems, like all my problems would go. It'd be a bit weird that no one noticed them, but put them in like a weird moon, or say they're small, or bad luck, you know. But you didn't do that. You specifically justified it by saying, "Oh, you don't go get refugees; they come to this planet." But also, let's not talk about how they come here. They just kind of they teleport onto the planet. They don't actually pass by, and the teleporter can't get us though. Don't ask why.
When you make me think about it,
I
see some faults.
You think this episode, maybe they thought babies running a space station, that's fun, and they did that. That's the episode.
Yeah.
This is Dinosaurs on the Spaceship. We're going to look back and talk about, I think I even told you, Dinosaurs on a Spaceship is an episode where there are dinosaurs on a spaceship. That's the episode. Yeah. That's what I said. That's what we're going to say about this. This is babies on a spaceship. That's the episode. And you know what? It's fun. Seeing babies on a spaceship, that's fun. Yeah. It's not a great episode of television, though. It's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think and it gets harsher when, of course, we look at the fact that it's the first episode. Sort of.
Technically, but yeah, I mean, it's not the best. I mean, Rose wasn't the best episode of Doctor Who. But, it worked. Like, people were like, yeah, I'm into this, So it's Doctor Who's not doomed. But it wasn't the best. And, I'd hope people would give the second one a go. There's someone, actually, does polls where they get fans together and they ask, what did your not fans think? They're called the not we's, like not us, It's like, what did like your kids or like your spouse, your partners, your parents, what did they think? And it's always interesting because it's often different. I'm very interested for when this one's not we's comes out. Because also, if everyone hated it, then like Doctor Who's doomed. But it's been super positive. Like the Christmas special really landed, especially amongst kids. I mean, kids, it's a cute baby. The kids are going to love this. Yeah. The kids probably aren't going to think about the logistics of the refugee planet. Like, but I think it'll be good. Like, you just have to get to that second episode. Because even I was like, oh, okay. That was this wasn't a representative example. And maybe the next episode was the weird one. What if they're all like this? Just Russell T Davies has lost his magic touch.
He's crazy.
Like, he went off from Doctor Who to do a whole bunch of new stuff, and like he just got better and better as a writer, and then he like forgot how to write Doctor Who. He just saw people yelling at his friend Chris Chibnall, and he's like, "Oh, you think that was bad, Doctor Who?
He's nervous.
Well, wait till I get back." You know, the first 60th special also was weirdly bad. And it also, he botches trans representation. Russell T Davies. And I was like, what? How did you're Russell T Davies. How did you do this? Like, how did you write a not great episode of Doctor Who that also botches representation? It was weird. And yeah, that's where we get the Naughty Doggo line. Oh, my reaction. I'll save it for the chat. I had Caden over, like I think we said we were going to do, to watch the Christmas special last week. And totally unprompted, when the Doctor whipped out his sonic screwdriver, I think it might have even been your first comment of the episode, you went, ugh.
Yeah.
Like, totally unprompted. You did what every fan did when they opened up that, like, announcement and went, ugh. Not even like, oh, that's bad. I hate that. That's great. But specifically, ugh.
Yeah.
It's like a, oh, but with a little bit of disappointment sprinkled in there.
Yeah. It was exactly how it felt. And seeing it further
oh.
in this episode was,
Do you want to wait, or do you want to get to the best part about the change? Because it's in the end of next episode. Not screw it. You know how I told you? I don't think it was the real reason. I think this is retroactive justification, or things Russell T Davies like. They know I told you he was worried about how the Sonic might be like a gun, and he didn't want people going out playing with their gun Sonics. And all the fan base was like, one, it's never looked like a gun, like remotely, and two, any resemblance to a gun or a weapon is how you use it. Unless it looks exactly like a gun. You know, if you've got a spoon that looks like a Glock, that's a gun. I'm sorry. But if you've got, you know, like, it doesn't matter what the object is. It's how you use it.
yeah.
Do you know what the Doctor does at the end of next episode? He bursts into the room with Maestro, points the Sonic at her like it's a weapon, and threatens her. He's like, what the hell? You leave her alone. You find me? I'm like, Russell, mate, I'm all for you not having, like, our kids play with guns. But man, this ain't helping.
Yeah.
Like, it could be a weird space gun. And
I never,
shout-outs.
after
Okay, go
our
on.
talk about it,
Yeah.
I totally didn't clock the, because just runs right into the room.
I missed it
and-
too. I had to do it on the second watch through. But I will say, I love what they're doing with the Sonic, by and large. We'll get into more of that next episode. But what we've seen, the 60s were weird, but I like the direction. We're taking it in the right direction.
Yeah,
but
it's
when
being used cool.
Oh yeah, when the nanny was like, you want to swap? I just looked at Alex and went, yes, please. This one's better.
Yeah,
I do want to.
I like how they're using it. It just looks.
Oh.
dumb.
More next episode, but the fan base has been begging to use the Sonic less like a magic wand. Because originally, it literally was a screwdriver. Like, for the second Doctor, it was like a metal rod. It was still Sonic. But its purpose and its sole function was to unscrew and screw things. That is the only thing it did. And it sort of power creeped. They got rid of it, actually, with the fifth Doctor, because the writers thought it was too much of an easy out. Like, the Doctor should have to think more, and he could just get him out of everything, so they got rid of it. And then they brought it back with the ninth Doctor, specifically because it could easily get him out of situations. Because, you know, the episodes are like 4 times as short.
Yeah.
They're a fourth of the length. So it makes sense. And I think it works pretty well. But we power creep to where, like, the Sonic literally just gets the Doctor out of everything, and it stops kind of being the clever things. And so everyone was hoping, maybe Russell T Davies is like a new showrunner. We can change it. And in the 60th, the Sonic screwdriver... No, I'm gonna show you. 60th Doctor Who Sonic. The Sonic, it doesn't power creep, it power explodes. Because it can generate a force field that stops energy weapons. Oh, shoot, that one's still blurred. I'm sorry, fans. As I said, OBS is set up weird. And, like, it's slow to do, but I'm like, it'd be difficult to establish, like, threat. And it's permanent. Like, he can move it around. And also, it's a computer with, like, transparent touchscreens.
Yeah.
And so everyone was like, oh, no, we've power exploded.
Yeah.
None of that is in Shooty. What happened? I'm amazed. It's like a complete 180. Do you think he released it and went, you know what? That was a bit too much. Like, he's doing it clever. He's usually actually just doing it for sound. And, okay, get this, right? Counting the next episode. I did the count. Oh my gosh. Counting the next episode, 2 out of the previous 6 14th, 15th Doctor episodes have written the Sonic out of the story. Because he's had to plug it into, like, some computer to charge.
Oh, yeah.
The best 60th anniversary did it, and this did it, because it would have solved the airlock thing. You're taking it away completely. But also, 2 of the other episodes, he's fighting a god. And it's only so useful, right?
Yeah.
Like, so it really looks like we're going in the direction where the Doctor actually has to think. Because even then, when he does use the Sonic, he's usually doing it in, like, its sound. And I really want to wait till we have it on screen. But the bit where he, like, made everything quiet, like, next episode, his use of the Sonic. It's a magic wand in that you can plug it into a computer and it can fix it just because. But that has the purpose of getting it out of his hands. So I'm all for it, you know? It's just such a weird 180. Like, nothing changed between the 14th and 15th Doctor. I have completely lost my spots in my notes. Oh yeah, the government, abortion, closed station. There's the bit about the refugee. There's the swords. Yeah, Alex teased this. I mean, they said it. When we were explaining the leaky pipe bit, yeah, we were both like, oh, it's clearly, like, baby poop. That's where the baby's poop. It's got to go somewhere. And so when it was revealed it was boogers, it was almost, like, pleasant just how much of an alternative it was. Where I'm like, you know what? Maybe you'd go get this as, like, a spa. Like, it really didn't land.
I didn't take it as poop. I think that might have just been you guys.
Well, yeah. I mean, we were like, oh, babies. It's disgusting. It's poop. It's, you know, it's their waste. So
I just thought it was sci-fi goo.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like... but then they spend so much time on this. Ruby goes, literally the worst thing that could happen to anyone. I'm like, Ruby. I mean, 10 minutes ago, a baby almost died. But aside from that, aside from this man who's, like, lost his planet and his people, it could be poop. It could be 6-year-old baby poop that's been, like, in a pile of raw. Because that was also plot relevant, that, like, the baby poop has been shoved in a room for 6 years. Like,
very relevant.
They did think of this. But, I mean, again, it's Russell T. Davis. It's a bogey man. It's made of bogeys.
Yeah.
Done. Russell hired. Best showrunner the show has ever had.
Oh, that's so funny.
But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty cool with this. I know my wife struggled a bit. Like, why did it make a boogeyman thing? But it's very. I mean, it's Russell T. Davis, but Doctor Who in general, like the educational software, it was literal. They don't question actually how, like, it constructed the boogeyman and interfaced with the baby machine, or why the baby machine could do this. But you know. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. I'm fine with the answer, just not how they did it.
No, that's the hand wavy. I'm like, thing made boogeyman because babies need story. Bam. That's enough. You haven't waved that hand out of the way. You know, nothing. Just the only complaint is that it's designed to be scary, so the Doctor was terrified. In fact, the Doctor has
Yeah.
actually encountered things that are literally designed to be scary. To be fair, he was afraid of them. Heaven Sent, the best episode of Doctor Who, has a monster that was literally designed to scare the Doctor. So I'm trying to think if there's...
And then there's even the, like,
the Daleks, maybe.
it dips into the fourth wall thing that we'll get into
This
later
episode?
then. No. Next
Oh.
episode. But
Okay.
the connotations of the next episode in the fourth wall, and if the story exists in the story, how does that affect the Doctor?
Oh, no.
Why would the Doctor still
Put
be
a pin
afraid
in that
of the...
till we talk about diegenic music. When we
Yeah,
bring up
I was-
diegenic music, we can come back to this.
I was... Yeah.
That's
It-
the scene, everyone, when we start talking about the direction they're taking Doctor Who.
Mm-hmm. It raises
yeah.
questions, though. I'll put that out there.
I did find it weird. Again, just the mechanics of the episode, which, first off, it's very Russell T Davies to not really care about the mechanics of the episode and that kind of wishy-washy education machine broken makes boogeyman. But it's not inherently wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm like, as I said, I'm fine. I'm happy with that.
Uh-huh.
But I think you need enough mechanics within the framework to be like, why don't you just get rescued by one of the many passing refugee ships? Why don't yada yada? And again, death by 1,000 cuts. So like, I can't find the frame, but the babies are like watching this, you know, on their little monitor.
Yeah.
Who set that up? Did the babies do it? Did the nanny do it? Was it so long and that's why they knew about the fire thing? Oh, you know what? Maybe Eric did it when he was like, you can watch me go fight the doggo. You know? I'd accept that.
Did he specifically say that?
No, but like somehow the babies knew to come down with a flamethrower. Like, I'm saying maybe he did.
Somehow.
You know, that would make sense. But like they're suddenly like want the boogeyman to live, which is quite the turnaround for like, I wonder what they watched that the nanny didn't, where they were suddenly like, because they're also 6, you know?
Yeah. That was very much something that when they were all like, stop it, nanny, you're hurting him. I was like, you want this to happen.
Even me, I'm like, I'm not sure if it's objectively wrong to like murder the boogeyman. Like, it's, I mean, you know, we should avoid it. But, like, if I'm questioning it, but the babe, like, it's an extreme moral stance that you shouldn't kill the boogeyman because, like, death is wrong. By definition, that is an extreme moral stance that killing is never okay. It's an absolute. So it's like the baby's 180'd. And I was even thinking about this on my second watch through. Like, the boogeyman is made from an educational machine specifically to be a monster under the bed, right? So is it even like potentially inherently evil? It's like designed to be evil at its core. Is it sentient? I mean, well, it's alive. Is it like intelligent? And I'm for like, stick it in like a preserve or something. You know, it's alive. But it was just kind of a really about turn, especially when that's the problem. We didn't see the babies come to a realization.
Yeah.
We're told they did.
Yeah.
And it's a big leap to kind of go.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when they're 6 and presented as like babies. I mean, it's kind of cute. It's a good moral don't get me wrong. Like, the morals are there.
Yeah.
The hearts are in the good place. I think you could have worked it a bit more.
100%.
You could maybe have a bit where the babies realize it's just like us.
Yeah.
And, you know, you even seeded it with the doctor telling them, like, no, there's no one else like us, and everyone's like it, and that's what makes us special. And so then that's the kind of childy, simple way to go, well, Boogeyman is unique, therefore Boogeyman special. That's like the baby logic you could do it. And I wish they had seen something like that, you know?
Yeah.
We'd seen it.
One thing I didn't like when the airlock gets opened and the doctor's looking at Bogeyman, and we're seeing the flashbacks of what's happening in the doctor's head. I didn't like that. It felt like they were going like, "Yeah, look at you see what we did. We're clever. We talked about this earlier in the episode."
It was.
I didn't love it. Yeah, like it could have just stayed on the doctor, and I could have connected the dots in my head of what's happening there. but instead they were like, look at this. And I remember there's another moment where it happens, but I don't remember when or where.
The tissues.
Oh, tissues, yeah.
I mean, we
They
saw
just-
the extra bit of where the tissues went, but
Mhm.
yeah, I'm generally kind of against that. In Star Trek that I'm reviewing on Saturdays is doing a lot the same, where at the end of the episode, they explain to you, like, the moral of that story, because the characters are literally learning morals. They're after some, like, super advanced tech, and the people who hit it are hiding their clues in a way where they will have to, like, learn a moral lesson as they collect the clues. And I'm like, you know what would have been really satisfying is at the end of this is you have the character realize that they've been learning these lessons on how to use this technology responsibly, and that the audience can have their big clever. But instead, they're like literally going through. It's like, what do you think the moral? Like that's the point where they literally sit down and what do you think the moral of this clue was? What do you think we were supposed to learn? And like they'll give a little speech. It's not the worst thing here. Like there's I don't know. It's just it's more I'm against the principle I think than specifically here. But I think some sort of callback was good. Maybe just literally play the audio, but don't go watch the others. I think it would have worked if it was the babies who were remembering the doctor said that.
Yeah, babies. Yeah. I just think there's a number of different ways if you want to do that to do it differently, that it would have felt better.
Well, here you could have had the cut between the doctor and the babies watching it on the monitor. Mm-hmm. And then you could show the babies are kind of realizing that this thing is unique.
Yeah.
And I think that could have been a better way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think this guy eats? Is it the boogers? Because he's made of the boogers? Like
that have what in there for 6 years isn't eating a lot of babies.
Well, it's the boogers, surely.
No.
Okay, you gotta talk about sunflower seeds or something, so I really have to go to the bathroom again because I drink a lot of water. I almost muted you and then left.
What kind of sunflower seeds would the bogeyman eat?
That's you know when you're a baby and you like sticking things up your nose a lot, those ones. All right, but you entertain him.
I think the bogeyman would eat the shells. Hi,
I
chat.
think that's racist, saying the boogeyman would eat the shells.
Entertainment. I don't have. If you guys were here for last week, you know that last time I had to entertain you, I talked about sunflower seeds, but I don't have sunflower seeds this time. I don't have any snack. I could talk about it's been resonating in my head that I called the Devil's Chord a triad, not a triad, tritone. That came out, and I would like to formally apologize to the music community. It just wasn't correct of me. Oh, now I just got myself put on the Devil's Chord track. I got to get off of that. What are your guys' thoughts on Space Babies? I don't have chat open. I'm not the chat man. I just get the chat relayed to me. But I don't know if we are the crazy ones. I generally like these episodes. I was asking, the name of the episodes has been revealed, but I don't know them. But the next one, I think, is called Boom. And I was being told that it's the Doctor's favorite episode, which is very exciting.
All right, I'm back.
I
was hoping I could get it to the end of this episode, but no. I almost sat on my dog. His name is not Fred. All right.
Welcome back.
He likes to go between my back and the back of the chair, so I literally didn't even know he was here like the whole time. Cause he's just so naturally, he snuggles himself up. All right. Oh, I never listened to what you talked to the stream about last time. Oh, and I gotta upload those sped up watch alongs.
I can feel the pain in that.
God damn it. It's just so annoying to have to go in and speed up. And then they gotta render. That's the real problem.
Yeah.
And then they gotta I mean, I've got fiber. My upload's like 300, so that should go quickly. But God, I don't know if I've uploaded since I got fiber. That's gonna be like I mean, these are always quick to upload because it's usually a static frame. It's basically an audio track, but because the way they encode videos, this is important, is they usually don't encode like every frame. They just encode what pixels changed between frames because it saves so much space. Because usually, even if you're playing a video, like this wall right here, can you see my mouse? because
Yeah.
OBS doesn't. This wall right here is basically the same color every frame, so it saves a lot of information. OBS can't see my mouse because I'm streaming the episode, not the monitor. Yeah, but yeah. When you stream one image, it's like a frame of data. All right, I'm at the fart now. Almost done with the episode. You know, it's probably Actually, I was gonna say I don't think Dinosaurs on the Spaceship has a fart, but I'm not that confident. All right, actually, there's the frame we want. That frame. 10 seconds ago. All right, then give me your thoughts on the fart as I get the frame up.
Like I don't know if I have any, as much as it happened.
There should kind of be an unspoken rule, like almost even if you're writing like a children's thing that families are definitely going to go to watch, that you just shouldn't write a fart joke, like because it's never received well. It's literally never received well. Like this whole station was designed as a butt, and you know what? I don't think it's the worst thing. I was kind of like, oh, really, a fart joke? But at least it's the one. Really, I could honestly see a lot of people jumping off of episode 1 of Doctor Who here specifically because it ended in a fart joke. Like, that is your last thought.
It was such this is the shot of the ship, but if you have the ship where it farts, it's such a comically incredibly large.
Oh, large.
Small?
Oh, there we go. There's the frame.
It's in relation to the ship.
Yes, it's huge. But yeah,
in the cosmic, in the earthly scale, it's huge.
The worst part though is that that's not gonna break orbital velocity. That thing broke the orbit of this planet. How do you slow down at the other planet? Aerobrake the station. Like, I'm sure you could do it, but like, bam. That's a very specific amount of fart that was in the ship. And I'm like, come on, that should have been like a constant. I was also thinking though, right? Again, mechanics. Don't worry, we're almost to praising the hell out of the next episode. Would there actually be a buildup of pressure, right? Because it's a closed system. Nothing gets in this. Mm-hmm. So if we're building up pressure, then we have to be taking material from somewhere else, right? So I'm like, maybe the food? They're putting the food, like 6 years worth of food in there? I don't know. I was trying to think a lot about this. Like, man, this is what, like, I want Film Theory to do a video on this. That's like, how much would this fart actually, like, however many babies were there, how much they poop, how much like methane that produces, and how much the sudden but also ignore that the airlock we had just leaked out of for several minutes, that didn't affect the trajectory. Like,
I also don't know. I don't know. 6 years feels like not long enough for that.
Well, it is a closed system. Like, 6 years feels like too long. They really had 6 years of air because they weren't recycling it apparently.
Yeah.
They had. I mean, maybe they were, but not perfectly. Because you know what, that could work. Because that's what like Apollo did.
See that?
Is you'd recycle the air. I'm sure the ISS even does that. You recycle the air. You just don't do it perfectly.
Yeah.
Could you even do it perfectly? Because that might be a perpetual motion machine, which is always a sign that you've done it wrong. Because you can't breathe forever. I don't know.
The whole everything surrounding the fart just feels a little off.
I think we've critiqued it more than it deserves, though. I mean, that was it. But we really shouldn't have spent this long on a little long. You know, this is how you get the reputation of. Are you ready for the biggest reveal of the season, though? I want that frame exactly. Cherry moved. She's actually standing up. She moved.
Oh, that's funny.
Actually, it would have been funnier
if
she had just stayed in her bed for all this as well.
I forgot I had a thought on this.
Yeah. Okay.
The TARDIS, if you play in a couple seconds from right where you are,
shoot. Well,
to when it like fully
this
materializes.
This is the face of me when you tell me to play forward a couple seconds. You want the massive damage he's done to their, might I remind you, already destroyed roof.
Yeah. There's
oh no, that's not a happy face.
the fact that
Well, it's probably
It destroys the house more. Automatically, just
although
hilarious and awful.
if you look, it's not actually destroyed. They forgot. Oh, there we go.
Well, so it's like the
Yeah.
TARDIS. How did the TARDIS break the roof and floor like that? Would it not just materialize
Oh my gosh, I did not know
into
you were
it?
down there.
But it's
What?
made like
Wait,
an
hang on,
impact.
what?
Are we on Devil's Chord yet?
Almost. Come back in like half an hour. I'm sure we'll be there.
It's been 2 hours, Nathan. You said come back in an hour.
Or 2. Where even is the? It's been 2 hours. I mean, maybe you could materialize the top and then ram it into the ceiling. It is a horribly irresponsible. Like this doctor, we're almost. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but between the butterfly thing, the way he flew into the spaceship, and this, the way he didn't really care about the cracks in the wall as well, we're really setting him up to be like kind of horrifically irresponsible. Are you getting that as well?
I could see that happening.
Like it could be an accident. I read something on the Reddit where someone was saying they think it's like kind of a postmodern in the sense that it's very kind of over the top and loud and exaggerated. And so it's stylistic choices of why he's doing all these things. But again, like, oh my gosh, here's setup for the fourth wall discussion. Like, your actions have consequences, right? If your actions don't have consequences, then there's no stakes, there's no drama. Because why would I care if someone dies if they're going to be, if I've seen them come back a million times, or if we see that you can do actions like fundamentally change the course of human history and then just undo it. Like you can do it for a joke. You know, actions have consequences. So it's like the doctor chose to do this. He's a good pilot now. Maybe he's rusty. He did do therapy for a long time, but he's been able to pilot perfectly since he was like 12. The regeneration, not the age. Took like 2,000 years, but you know he could eventually pilot. But that bothered me too. He claimed he would call the doctor for 1,000 years. I'm like, you've crossed 2 at this point, man. Like
that does bring up a note. I recall that, yeah, the piloting has been like seamless. It was either the jump to the dinosaurs in this episode or to the Beatles, where it was just flicked and then like boom, done.
Technically, the dinosaurs, I think he said, was random. Coincidence he landed on Earth, but you know that's his.
Then there's also though.
Wait, hang on. Sorry.
The
TARDIS, it's been established, takes the Doctor where he needs to be. So did the Doctor need to see the butterfly get stepped? Was that the sign that the butterfly switch was off? Like, I kind of like that.
I don't know where. Maybe it is the start of the next episode actually.
Okay.
But somewhere.
Yeah.
They go. They fly.
Yeah.
And then they go. They float.
The TARDIS does fly, like, in the traditional sense of the word. Oh, it was the start of this when they're going through space. That's not usually how the Doctor goes from time and place to other time and place, and I'll admit, I do prefer the materialization, as opposed to, like, flying. And I kind of get that he can materialize while he's moving. I don't understand why. I mean, the answer is it was a dynamic shot. You know, but it's gonna be somewhere around here. Yeah. See, they fly into.
Yeah.
I much more prefer the materialization.
Me as well.
For given what the ship is, but in terms of the TARDIS can do that. That's not new. The 10th Doctor is the first time the TARDIS flies in the traditional sense of the word, and it's become more common. This is the first time he's done it to get from A to B when he's moving through time, though, as far as from like what I can remember. But that's not new. And the Doctor being like a perfect pilot is not new. He's, as I said, I think in Modern Who, he's getting better and better since he became 9. I think the Time War kind of made, okay, now I actually have to learn how to do this.
Yeah.
But it's been a long time since he was the first and second Doctor who literally had no control. Like he pulled the lever and they were somewhere, all right. Like that's how it used to go. And I do like that. It's like his slow improvement. But it has been a while, you know. He was on therapy for probably actually not that long considering, but Yeah, there we go. So we go to Carla. That's what we were talking about.
Mhm.
And they just wreck her ceiling, which was destroyed. And I wasn't going to
Obliterated.
bring this up. But there are a lot of shots, even in the Christmas special, I noticed that are just poorly meshed. Like in the Christmas special, you know when the TARDIS is in front of Miss Flood's house? It's like really on the
Yeah.
sidewalk. But
Mhm.
then when we cut to the close-up of the TARDIS, in that scene, it's like halfway in front of a car. It's clearly in a different spot. When they recreate the ending of Church of Ruby Road in this episode, it's like kind of weirdly different. The leaves around the TARDIS in the Christmas special too appear and disappear. Like, there's a lot of scenes that were clearly different takes, but even different setups being meshed together.
Hard copium. You could say it's the fourth wall in their clues. You
So
won't.
You want
I
me
won't.
to acknowledge that the fourth
could
wall
say it.
doesn't exist? Because I'm having to hard copium the fourth wall back up. I'm holding like a plaster of the fourth wall. Like it's still there, guys. It's still there. And like you know, it's there's no wall. It's too late. They've seen it all. But yeah, it just takes you out of it when you notice it, and it's happening a weird amount of time. You know.
Yeah.
So I was nervous. I was nervous going into the next one. Oh, and the ending. I didn't like the ending where he walks out. I was like, so my original name is... I'm like, look, Russell, I know you're going along really past, but like the Doctor's name of just a few years ago was literally like some unknowable secret, which a lot of people complain about. It's true, and a lot of people complain about that. But like, we even implied this episode the Doctor doesn't actually know their quote-unquote real name. Because Ruby asked this at the beginning. He's like, well, it's a bit weird because, you see, I didn't know my parents and I was adopted in the civilization I came from. He actually implies the Doctor is always his name because he said the civilization I came from, they like titles.
In that speech,
That first
there was
one?
about like...
Oh, I was going to ask you about this, but you're thinking some descriptions of the Doctor don't sound quite right?
Well, there was a part that made it sound like the Doctor wasn't a Time Lord.
Ping,
to me.
Shoved across because I'm 1 second away from finishing this episode. But I was literally going to ask that after we finish this episode. I think what he did to Ruby is he actually was definitely given a name randomly in the Fourth Doctor era, and it was really weird. Actually, hang on. Doctor Who, Fourth Doctor. Is it Fourth Doctor? And it's been totally retconned as, oh, that was his name in the Academy. But the Fourth Doctor does go to Gallifrey. It's the Deadly Assassin. It's a really weird one, and I'm trying to come up. And the Doctor it's another Time Lord refers to him as someone, and he gets really snippy. Oh, thank you for writing it out in Greek. Can you put that in English? I'm gonna paste something into your chat on Discord. And they call him that.
Okay, what?
I don't remember as many cubes and squares, but it's like somewhere. And he snips back. He's like, it's Doctor now. And like they definitely just casually gave him a name that we totally retconned as his nickname in the Academy, because it's weird Time Lord stuff that I guess is also Greek. D cubed sigma x squared. D sigma x. Like, I don't remember the cubes and the squares. But I feel like that's what he did to movies. Like, but back in the Academy, my name was D cubed sigma x. It definitely wasn't that.
I remember when he says he was orphaned, that he was like picked up by the Time Lords or something. And I was like, what do you mean?
Caden, we're done with Space Babies. Right, okay, this is your last chance because we're about to move on from Space Babies before I answer this question. Okay. Because he also does this at the start. We're going to get to, go take your bathroom break snacks if you, well, I'm going to ask Caden. You right now are a sweet, innocent little child, right? You're not like me. You're not like this grueled fan base who's gone through the previous 5 years of Doctor Who. I can enlighten you because boy, we've been on a journey. You want to know the other thing? You know when the Doctor's talking about how his people are all dead? That's not the Time War he's talking about. We've been through journeys, Caden.
What?
There've been journeys. No, that's not the time. That's a completely unrelated genocide of the Time Lords that he's referring to in these episodes. Do you want our brief history of? I can do the Doctor. I can do Gallifrey. I can do both. The Doctor is a Time Lord, but do you want the but?
Yeah.
So everyone at home, if you're maybe catching up, I'm about to discuss just 13. Just 13. We'll see if he wants the history of Gallifrey later. But I'm about to take away your timeless child virginity, Caden. You're about to cross through a doorway that you can never go back from. All right. It's a big moment. And I'm sorry, but you did ask for it.
I did.
So, in the 13th Doctor's era, we established... By the way, I might talk about Chris Chibnall. Warning. That needs a content warning. We established that... Well, we learned the Doctor... The history they've known, the history of the Time Lords, and the Doctor's personal history is a lie. It's a fiction. At least partially. The history of the Time Lords is at least partially. What actually happened is that ancient Gallifrey, like proper ancient, the first ever person to invent space travel on Gallifrey, we're baby universe here, apparently explored like the galaxy, but we're going to brush over that, discovered like some space-time rift with a child at the outside of it. By the way, this is my dramatic reenacting of the episode The Timeless Child, which is an hour-long PowerPoint that literally just tells you this without showing you. Well, it does show you, but it's a narrated PowerPoint. Yeah, see, I told you. I gave the Chibnall warning. Caden asked. And basically, that child was like normal. They went back to Gallifrey. They played around. But one day, they fell off a cliff, and they died. But instead of dying, they exploded into a new face. That was the first regeneration on Gallifrey, right? And so the woman who like found the child, Tecteun, her name is, she experimented on the child, did like a bunch of horrible regeneration-y experiment stuff, and basically discovered regeneration. And she was able to get the DNA, extract it, and implant it in herself. So, and this is how Time Lords gain the ability to regenerate. It's from this child who's from another universe, Universe 2. I didn't name it. I think the Doctor might have named it, actually. That child was the Doctor.
Oh, dude, I was hoping you wouldn't say that.
Well, yeah, so was everybody. And this child had infinite regenerations, right? Time Lords can only regenerate 13 times. There are ways to get more. We are on the 15th Doctor. But the child could do it infinitely. And basically, this child went on. They did some, like, sneaky stuff. They had a regeneration where they were a fabulously dressed black woman. They did some sneaky stuff for, like, the Time Lord Secret Police, but not the one that already existed, a new one that Chris Chibnall wrote for some reason. But then, when she left them for nebulous reasons, I don't think we've been explained. A lot of this is still a mystery. She got her memory wiped, was forced to regenerate to a child, and was abandoned on Gallifrey. And that is the first Doctor. That's the first Doctor's life. So basically everything we already knew about the Doctor is true. Nothing has changed. The history of Gallifrey that we had already known hasn't changed, or at least known in, like, TV canon. Mm-hmm. There's just more behind it. In other words, the entire arc was utterly pointless, and they didn't do anything with it until the 14th Doctor. This is one of the things the Doctor needed therapy about. So, the Doctor is not originally Gallifreyan. But actually, I missed a detail. What they did... But if you don't remember, it's season 2 spoiler. They basically changed the Doctor to be a Gallifreyan. So, like, biologically, the Doctor is a Gallifreyan. They have the 13 life limit. Like, they took all their memories. It's currently in a watch inside the TARDIS. Don't worry about it. We'll probably never pick that damn thing up. But, yes, this is what the Doctor's referring to. And I was curious because they never really explicitly say it. But, so like someone like you, I imagine would come and be like, yeah, Time War, I remember this stuff. He killed his own people. But it's like, oh no, Caden. And I was wondering if it would just sound a bit weird. I've also just realized people will join this live stream and see the Doctor's quote-unquote name in the chat, like, randomly from me.
So the Doctor was originally like a god, a space baby? What?
Well, this is... nice. This is the one that people kind of complain, is a lot of people think it ruins the spirit of the Doctor, where he was always like a privileged. He was privileged. Like, not all Gallifreyans are Time Lords. They're the elites. And I think he was even the elite class of Time Lords. That, like, he might even have family who was the president. Like, the EU can get weird. But he was dissatisfied with, like, his people and staying at home all the time, and their, like, injustice kind of inherent in we observe the universe but don't interfere, but we definitely interfere when it's in our best interest. Because they're basically gods, like the Time Lords. In some of the EU, they literally invented linear time. Like, what? Oh, time's a person, by the way. Don't worry about it.
God's
but,
God.
So they kind of think it ruins the spirit of the character. We're kind of moved past it now, and most of the fandom is like, it literally, like, the resolution of this arc is that it literally doesn't mean anything. So it's like, you're still exactly who you thought you were. Like, why are you freaking out? That's the resolution to this arc, is that it literally doesn't matter. Do you want the abridged history of Gallifrey? Because I really haven't started complaining yet.
Yeah,
but I'd have to kind of get into
history in the bin.
I'd have to kind of... A lot of people were kind of hoping we'd ignore it, like the time the Doctor said he was half human. But Russell T. Davis was like, no, I can roll with this. And we're liking it a little more now that you're doing stuff with it. Because Chris Chibnall also destroyed Gallifrey off-screen for this arc. And that is his biggest sin. Do you want an abridged history of Gallifrey? I don't know if it matters too much. Well, we kind of... I don't want to spoil too much about Modern Who. Gallifrey goes on, like, an epic decade-long journey that you've just started. But some stuff happens, and eventually they are able to get Gallifrey back. And that's kind of where Steven... It's actually pretty good. Like, the last episode kind of fluffs it a little bit. For some reason, when the Doctor goes to Gallifrey for the first time since, like, destroying it, it's about the companion. It's kind of unsatisfying for a lot of people. But anyway, it doesn't help that comes after the best episode of Doctor Who either. But that's kind of where we left off, is that Gallifrey was just, like, around. And so people were kind of excited. Like, after so long, it's kind of cool that we could get Time Lord stories again, right? But then, the Master, you know, Old Beardy, you just met him, because I've been showing you some old Doctor Who, off-screen, destroyed the Time Lords, like, in their entirety. We actually learned this episode, literally, the Time Lords who weren't even on Gallifrey either. That's new. That was established here. He destroyed them off-screen. I legitimately am struggling to remember why. Oh, yeah, because he was angry that they lied about the Timeless Child. That's why he did it. Narratively, I don't know why he did it. I think it was just to establish stakes, and everyone's real upset because, you know, the destruction of Gallifrey was a big deal the first time. And this big 10-year quest, you know, we kind of undid it. Very, very slowly, 10 years, you know, we got Gallifrey back. But that was a straw where the entire fandom went, you've now done it one too many times. That not only does it feel cheap, and you did it off-screen, and you didn't do anything about it, and apparently you could just do that when the Daleks at the height of their power were unable to destroy Gallifrey. No, like, it took the Daleks at the height of their power, literally waging a full-on time war for ages that almost destroyed the universe. You just did that, I guess, off-screen. But... like, it was so cheap because it's now become like the comic book thing or like the Master, where I've seen the Master die so many times. He's just not gonna you know, when you see the Master die, you know he's not actually dead. The Master right now, do you want to know what he is? He's a golden tooth that someone's got.
Win.
Off screen, don't worry about it. But, like, one of the gods was involved. But, like, he's not gonna be a tooth forever. He's gonna come back eventually, you know? He's a golden tooth. That was a little, you know, I just criticized a bunch of stuff happening off screen, but, it was a little weird to kill off the Master, because now you probably would use a different actor, and it was kind of unfair to the other guy. They're not going to use the Master. You're not going to see him for ages. Rightfully so. He needs a break. But, like, because the worst part is, eventually we're going to undo this. You know, we'll put the Time Lords back. But it's just going to feel cheap. Even if it's 40 years from now, it's like, oh, Gallifrey's back now. Well, set your watches. It might be destroyed by lunchtime, you know? Like, and I know I was just looking forward to more Time Lord stories in Modern Who, see what they could do after so long without, I don't even know how he did it. I don't think it's even said. Like, this is the next episode is the first time we get any detail on how he just, like, did destroy the Time Lords. But it's interesting.
Those histories in my closet.
It's interesting we established, though, that the line is, I took a note. I'm going to find a note. Nope, there's the dog song. Genocide rolled across time and space like a great big cellular explosion. And so he thinks his granddaughter might have been killed. And his granddaughter is in, like, 22nd century Earth. I don't know. It's sometime in the future. She wasn't on Gallifrey. Because a lot of people said you could undo it because there was, like, a big Time Lord in exile at the time. So people were like, oh, if you only destroyed Gallifrey, you know, you got other Time Lords alive. Apparently it didn't kill the Doctor, but, you know, we'll brush by that. Because the Master wanted them alive, I guess. But, yeah, welcome to... This is why we needed to restart, Caden. This is why. This is why we're on season 1. I warned you. I gave you outs. But yeah, Alex had to hear me go on the rant. I've even kept spoilers from you. There's more. Like the Doctor, this is the 15th Doctor. I think I established with Alex. If you count sort of like main actor Doctors, I think you could potentially number this guy as 21 if you really wanted to be aggressive about it. You might hit 50 if you go like any. There's look, once in the 70s, we showed some pictures on screen. We didn't think it through. Now we have this. I know. Just trust me, Caden. The lore. This is what I'm telling you about. So much lore. This is why it's season 1. Okay, this is why.
Yeah.
This is why. But I mean, they're not all dead. Like for that Susan line, we're getting Susan. Like that was telling us, the audience, don't worry. Season 2, season 3, we're not gonna have another Brigadier. We're gonna have Susan. Don't you worry your head. Probably 3. I mean, if they managed to get Susan for an episode and kept it under wraps when they've already filmed that season, good on them.
Yeah.
But they're just starring 16. Come on. Like, she's in good health, but she's, you know.
Old.
She's like 83, I think, actually. Or 84. So I just watched the Clever Dick Films documentary about the first Doctor, where they said she was 23. So 84, 85. She's still going. But even she's getting impatient. She's like, come on. Like, I want to get me on it. I remember the Brigadier. You waited a little too long for that guy, didn't you? Are you ready, though, to start the Devil's Core? Now that I've ruined Doctor Who for you.
I'm going to step and get myself a drink.
You just have to process, I understand. Even the Doctor had to step back and process. All right, but go do
your job to entertain them for a second now.
Oh, shoot, I forgot about this. So we talk, okay, I don't know much about sunflower seeds, but the first Doctor, I mean, he's a crouchy old man. He's like the basic sunflower seeds. You don't do anything to them. He's like vanilla, but not the flavor, just like the original sunflower seeds. But 2 would actually eat like vanilla, I think, because that's just a little weird, isn't it? But maybe it's like, it also have to be good for him. It'd have to be good for his digestive system or something, because he's actually secretly clever. 3 would also eat normal sunflower seeds, not because he wanted to, because he's stuck in the 70s. And you know, he'd want to eat like weird alien sunflowers. Tom Baker eats jelly babies. Look, this is known. Tom Baker just rejects the the sunflower. Tom Baker actually made a plantation of sunflowers that produce jelly babies. So that's technically like sunflowers grow from the jelly baby. So it's technically a seed, but really it's just a jelly baby. And you know, he like giggled as he handed in his homework assignment. 5 would be kind of afraid of the jelly bean. Like he'd eat it with his celery, you know? Maybe like on some peanut butter. But he'd be a little nervous about like the caloric intake of the peanut butter. I'm sorry, 5. 6. What would 6 do?
What would 6 do?
I don't know enough about sunflower. What would like a pompous, like fabulously dressed man eat for sunflower seeds?
Flavor-wise?
Yeah.
I don't know, but
He'd
maybe
eat
he'd
the
be fed
worst
them
ones, but he'd
grapes.
claim they're the best. That's what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have someone feed them to him too.
God, I'm starting to feel it in my throat. 2.5 hours, ready to start talking about good Doctor Who?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the Devil's Core. Oh my God, did you hear that? And like, run down with your little cramp. Were you up there the whole time waiting for a cue?
No. But as soon as you were like, oh yes, doubles, I was like, well now I've got to make an entrance.
All right, fine. Alex is back. It's only been 2.5. Okay, Caden, we don't get to talk about good Doctor Who. Alex gets to, but come on.
You invited me.
Go on.
I like this episode.
8 out of 10, right? 8.5 is what you said.
8.5.
Oh, we gotta go back.
We gotta go back and rank, but let Alex finish. Yeah.
Honestly, like, there were a few minor things I would change. But, like, as a whole, I liked it, and it did a good job, showing how powerful Maestro was, and, like, how terrifying, even if we didn't, like, explicitly see any flashbacks to Toymaker. Even as somebody who has not gotten to those episodes yet, how terrifying the Toymaker must have been for him to freak out. And they mentioned Susan!
Oh, yeah, Alex has seen Susan. They're on Vicky now. Alex is as hyped for Susan as me.
She better be coming back.
Do you like the chat messages, though? Where we got D cubed sigma x squared?
What was it that he can take her back to her biological mom?
No, my random... you know the doctor's name. Don't worry
How do you
about
pronounce
it.
that? Is there a way to pronounce that we know of?
Yeah, you read it out.
Oh.
It's D cubed sigma x squared. Assuming that's... I don't remember the exponents, though. It's been... And I could bring up the Deadly Assassin and search through it, but I don't think we want that.
No.
Well, you can take that up for me, thanks.
No. That's
About
gross.
the blackberries. Fine. This is my personal boogeyman. The tissue
Gross.
box from when I was sick that's full
At
of old
least it
tissues I
ain't
still need to
baby
bring
diapers.
up.
I liked it.
Yeah,
I want Maestro's outfit just to wear on the norm.
We've already, I think, said exactly the same thing about this episode. We like it and it was good. There's just a few minor things. Which,
Yeah.
I'd love to see I think the fan base, the first, like right after this aired.
Oh, my theory! My theory!
Let me finish my thought.
No.
Right after it aired, the first episode got kind of like, it was pretty negative across the board.
Mm-hmm.
But once I think the British woke up and watched the episode, very positive on this. Even Space Babies. I mean, everyone's like, yeah, that wasn't the best episode, but so it seems, and most people don't really care about the fourth wall thing, and I can get into that. But Alex has got a duster. Come on, what was your thing? This is your moment.
My theory that they,
Ruby, Susan, Flood.
Yes, shut up, Nathan.
Oh, I thought you were thinking of a name.
So, I mean, I was, but eat my ass. I have a few theories. I mean, obviously, they're trying to draw obvious parallels between Rose and Ruby.
Well, I'm gonna debate, but go on.
They're trying to draw parallels just within the first episode of hitting all the beats. It's a blonde chick with a red-related R name. So...
Shoutouts to Russell T. Davis for killing the It's Rose and 10-2's daughter theory in this episode.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't think Rose is her mom. Let me just state
Anymore.
that. Shut up, Nate. I think her mom could be either A, River Song, but I've already gotten into that on a past stream. Or B, I don't want to hear your sass, Nathan. I can see
I've said, if you're right about that, like, you just get infinite bragging rights, because you're definitely not right about it.
Nathan thinks it could be this chick.
We talked about that a bit.
Alright, you've heard Nathan's theory, and then because something about Ruby causes her to, like, change the world around her, like we saw in Space Babies with the snow and stuff.
Well, we didn't mention that, Caden, but the doctor specifically mentions that, like, the memory changed. That's not what happened, So there's stuff.
The memory changed, but also they were seeing snow in the station they were in, which was odd, which could mean that, like, maybe Ruby is a child of one of these, like, you said they were called the Pantheon?
Yeah, that's what we're calling
Somebody
them.
like Maestro. Maybe not the one who waits, but...
And I think we know who the big bad is, but I won't just
RuPaul
name drop
from
them.
RuPaul's Drag Race.
It would really... I don't think it would work if it was RuPaul. But I'm not gonna... Look, the fan base has got an incredibly solid theory, but I'm not gonna just spit it out, because it's one of those I think I'm right. I'll give a warning if I say. Like, we'll cross a threshold at some point where I'm like, okay.
Yeah, so... I think either Ruby, and especially because at the end of Space Babies, we see the doctor pull up Ruby's biology. I don't think she's entirely human. I don't want to hear about the Doctor Who movies and how the doctor
says she's human on the
Nathan. I
scan.
don't believe you. It doesn't.
Oh, no,
exist.
we've retconned. Well, they've tried to explain, but no, that's best buried.
Haven't seen it. It doesn't exist.
We'll give it a few decades. You'll get to 8.
I think Susan's going to make a comeback, and if she doesn't, I have some choice words.
If she doesn't, the fandom is gonna burn down BBC headquarters.
And I
Don't
will lead it.
Because I think, were you there, Caden, when I told you about how they waited too
Brigadier.
long to get the Brigadier?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're not. If that happens again, the fan base is never gonna.
We will riot.
We will. Yeah, we're gonna just be upset forever.
Yeah. So, like, I was just like, it wouldn't quite make sense for Ruby to even be, like, Susan Star, because me and Nathan have talked about how it would kind of, like, for her to be the doctor's daughter, it kind of lessens the impact of found family.
You know, actually, though, now that we've had the reference to Susan being the doctor's great-granddaughter, you're right, it ruins the moral of the season, which is found family.
I don't think it entirely does.
But that would have been an epic way to bring Susan back.
Yeah. Here's my other thing is, like, I think when people said, well, that ruins the found family trope, I was like, no, because not only do they have their found family, like, because he has his found family in Amy and Rory, but he literally found some of his family.
It's a little undermined, but yeah.
I don't think so. Like, I like the found family trope, but I also think you can do it and have somebody revealed to be actually their biological family and still have it have that impact. Like, over thousands of years, time and space, he found some actual family of him, and he introduced, but you would want some of his actual, like, found family that he's not biologically related to, like Amy and Rory. You'd want him to go introduce him, be like, hey guys, this is Ruby Sunday. She's part of the gang.
If it was Susan, then that would instantly have come up on when she scanned Ruby, like, hey, this is half Porter Time Lord. Like, no. Yeah, half.
Porter.
No, because Susan's mom is Time Lord.
Susan's full-time Lord. She marries a guy.
Half.
No, you're right, it would be half.
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about she was like Susan's son.
Yeah,
Like, maybe her son regenerated as a woman.
We good now? You've said your piece?
I want Maestro's outfit. Don't forget you had a joke when the piano gets played that final time.
I don't think I did. My other joke. Oh no, that Reddit fun. Yeah, well.
And then I have everlasting theories. There's somebody who keeps popping up that you keep
A
mentioning.
bit closer. The
What?
mic's here.
I'm Nathan. You have a theory that, like, potentially somebody who keeps popping up, and I was like, that would make sense because Ruby's shown to, like, slightly alter reality with it being this person that pops up. Like, maybe it's a subconscious memory of her mom, and that's why that character keeps popping up. The one you thought was wearing.
I know, we've
had
talked
pink
about
hair.
this. We've talked about this. I think it sounds like you're done.
Let
Can
me
you
think.
Can you fill this up? Do we have something I could eat that's like not loud?
We have bread.
Maybe. Could you get some rhubarb bread? We did our harvest. I made some rhubarb jam.
Yeah, I'll bring you some down. How many slices
They're normal
do you
bread.
want?
I don't know. Bring like 2 or 3. It's a
You're
long
getting
time.
homemade bread.
Yeah, we're starting to turn our backyard to like a production facility of food. Next year will be great. Space Babies.
Mm-hmm.
What would you give it, 1 to 10?
This is I'm
Uh
cooking up my thought right now.
huh.
Um,
Well,
in
that's
bet-
unfortunate because I
Okay,
was
okay,
also
okay,
cooking
okay.
up my
Do I
thought.
get decimals here? Or are we going whole numbers?
I mean, you give it a number. You can give it some wiggle room. I'd like to stick within 1 to 10. We haven't had an episode so good or so bad that it deserves to break that. But
Okay. I'll do whole numbers. I think
well, Alex
I'm
did
in-
8.5, but I'm not
Space
opposed.
Babies?
Let's try and keep it whole, but I'm not opposed to giving.
Yeah.
decimals.
I'm thinking a 5 or a 6. Not landed though.
I was thinking 5 because I like the idea of Space Baby. Like, every episode's going to be based off the other ones. And I kind of like the idea of Space Babies as a 5. If you're better than Space Babies, you're good. If you're worse, you're bad. I was wondering, is that too harsh? Like, 5's a very middling, and that was very middling.
I think I'd agree with you.
I wouldn't fight a 6.
Yeah, but
I
don't know. 6 feels like
Well, 7 is like, your sort of average episode of Dark 2. Like, that's good. It wasn't super special, but, So is Space Babies is worse is a 7 that, like, a 9 would be better than a 7. I'm not sure if it is. Like, a 9 is really good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd sit at a 5 on Space Babies.
No, I'm going to give it a 5 because I want more wiggle room with the high numbers.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, yeah.
Like, there's only 6 more episodes. I want wiggle room above 5, not below 5. So that's why.
Yeah.
Which is, it's more of, so 5 plus 5, you said 7 for Space Babies?
No. Me?
No, Alex said 7 for Space Babies,
Oh.
right? So Space Babies, that's not how you PEMDAS. Do you know they call it BEMDAS in the UK because it's brackets?
It's funny.
So Space Babies was a 5.6 for us. Oh, you gave me the little end of the bread. So 5.6 for us.
It's a low rating. What the frick were you
I
guys
mean,
on?
Caden and I are both kind of going 5 because we want to play around with the high numbers later on, and we kind of like Space Babies as a midpoint. Like, I'm not opposed to 6, but I don't want every other episode that's better to Space Babies to be 7, 8, 9, because we're probably not giving 10s. Like 10 is a special. You're gonna have, this isn't the norm, like, Ninth Doctor. You're gonna have 1 10, maybe.
I'm just here for a good time,
What?
y'all.
Like, a doctor gets like 2, maybe 3 10s.
Oh, I need to give my rating
Didn't you?
for this
Oh,
one.
yeah, what is it?
It is... Oh, yeah, 8.5 Maestros.
Oh, no, you did. You said
Out-
8.5.
Out of 10 drag queens.
I think Caden will give it at the end.
Yeah, I'll hold on to mine.
The only reason I give them when I pop down is because at any moment I could be leaving to spend Mother's Day with my sister.
Caden, I
Yeah.
got bread. You do your music ramp.
Whoa,
Your
okay.
music ramp, as I eat my bread.
Okay, so
Homemade bread
let me
jam.
initiate my
Okay,
I
fine.
almost
We're not going to talk about Good Doctor Who yet, but I promise, we're going to talk about Good Doctor Who real soon.
I almost got into it
The world
when
goes
you went
British
to the
snack.
bathroom or get water or something.
Enjoy your stream.
So it's just a tritone, and now I don't remember when it's played here. Can you play the part where he
Oh,
plays the
God.
notes and Maestro is brought into reality?
Yeah, I won't eat my bread. Oh, it probably literally was that bit. And you know what? I'll even play it for the audience. Oh, no, he's done it already. We'll get there. It's within 10 seconds.
Yeah.
By the way, this actor looks real familiar. He kind of reminds me of the Dream Lord from, like, 11th Doctor. It might even be that guy. Oh, dang it. That was a wasted 10 seconds. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay. I'm going to play this. I won't do the visuals, but I'm going to play it. There we go. That was it.
I want to
strike
see
now.
what happens right before Maestro is brought into reality, because I don't know. I don't remember if it's during a song or if the note is just played.
He's playing a song. We'll just get this dead air. And I don't think I'm going to play that for the audience.
Mm-hmm.
But, actually, I have to hide it entirely.
Yeah, back. Well,
Yeah, see? It's a
okay,
song. Well,
Okay, so there was a chord there.
he mentions it was banned by the church. It's just a
Yeah.
chord.
Yeah.
I saw a review on Reddit that said, the music part of me hates that the magic chord is literally just an effing chord. Every other part of me loves every aspect of this episode. But I mean, I took it, right? On my second viewing, that the maestro, like, could show up, like, if you play the devil's chord. It's the thing that lets them in, but they don't, like, have to. You know, it's not like a compulsion.
Mm-hmm.
Also worth noting, in the 60th, the Doctor was at the end of the universe, right? And they threw some salt on the floor. And that is kind of justification for what has let the gods and these more fantastical elements into the world. It sounds ridiculous, but they invoked a superstition at, like, the very ends of the universe, and that kind of weakened the barriers to reality. So that's why the Toymaker came back. That's why you're getting a lot of these gods. So maybe, I mean, it's kind of weird because you then have to link a time with, like, kind of now. But maybe that's why. Like, it doesn't happen all the time you play the Devil's Chord. Do you have any more of your music rant? This is really good jam, by the way. Super simple.
No, I don't think so.
I'm sorry you can't have any.
I don't remember exactly what the Doctor said, but I'm taking back one of my complaints.
Uh-huh.
That the second chord that they played at the end of the episode isn't the same as this because it's not supposed to be the same.
Right, right.
Because
Yeah. I don't know enough about music to know what it is. But yeah, this episode, I mean, I was, especially after the next one, pleasantly surprised by it. It was not just Fanfare for the Common Man, which is a Big Finish story about the Beatles, but someone replaced the Beatles with their own, like, group for reasons I don't really remember. It's a good one. And Doctor Who has a history of stealing good Big Finish stories, but it was a unique thing. I mean, it kind of was, because, like, you're taking the music from the Beatles. But I will say, before we complain about the fourth wall, what do you think about how they play the title sequence and it bleeds into the title sequence?
So I initially just thought that was cool. I was like, yeah, that's cool.
I loved this one.
And then they played the title sequence out on the jukebox.
I did not like that one.
You didn't like that? Well,
No.
So my thought is, because there's so many fourth wall breaks in this episode that it's intentional.
Well, it's not an accident. Like,
yeah, but it's like, but
okay. Do you want to know why?
More. Yeah.
admittedly, this is speculation on a lot of parts, but I've been in the Doctor Who world, right? I hear like the comments that producers have made. I've heard Russell T Davies. I've been in this world, this like 2-year journey to get from the end of Chibnall to like Russell T Davies releasing more episodes. I just lore dumped you, right? You've just seen, and I very abridged your lore dump. It is arguable. No, it's just flat out one of the reasons that The Last Air was so disliked is it was playing around with the lore so loose, so heavily, and kind of maybe burdened by it, arguably, the past lore. And it's arguable, you could make a case that Doctor Who's leaning more into its lore and its past, and not just the fact that like Daleks exist, but like specific history of like Time Lords and stuff like that, is one of the things that helped lead to the decline in popularity, to the point where Chris Chibnall genuinely believed he might be writing the last ever episode of Doctor Who with the end of 13, because he didn't know if it was going to be renewed again when they were making it. Like, it was that dire. Russell T Davies has always kind of seemed, from quotes I've heard of from 2005 and especially now, very much in the camp of like, oh, Doctor Who doesn't really have a canon. It's self-contradictory. It doesn't matter. Just have fun. Change with the times. That's an argument for another day, not a stream that's like 4 to 5 hours long. But what Russell T Davies is doing is basically making a very bold statement that basically not like necessarily the canon doesn't matter. I mean, he's doing stories with this timeless child arc. Like, the found family is a direct result of the fact that Doctor's just learned he's adopted. In a very literal sense. He's saying, in this era, we play fast and loose with the rules. I mean, that's also partially what stuff like the butterfly effect is doing, that time is incredibly malleable. It's that the times can change, the episodes can contradict each other, and that's okay, and it doesn't matter. This is what Russell T Davies is doing. And to a point, I agree. Like, as I said before, the future in Doctor Who, especially given that it's so old, we have caught up with the future plenty of times. Like, there are plenty of episodes that take place in the future that are now in our past. But when you go to, like, the year 500,000 to the fourth great and bountiful human empire, nobody bothers to check if we've actually been to the year 400,000 and what that was like. Like, no one really cares about the future. There are a lot of things, because it doesn't really matter, and we know that. But it's the thing where we kind of disagree. Like, you do need a sort of base level where, at the very least, I think the universe need rules that are pretty consistent, and I will vigorously fight anyone who tries to tell me that Doctor Who is always inconsistent, let alone, like, the rules of time travel have been consistent since, let's say, the third Doctor. Because obviously you need a contradiction. Like, the first episode isn't contradictory with itself, you know? Because, like, example, 13 kind of did this, where they established they go to potential futures. And there was a lot of sense in that era, because I think that's the first time we've said they're, like, potential futures. Sure, time can change, but I get the sense in the future episodes, like, why do I care about these people who very probably aren't actually going to exist? Like, they don't exist. Why do I care? What happens to them when their lives don't matter? Because they're not going to happen. So there's, like, dangerous stuff to that. But also, I think when you take down the fourth wall, which, by the way, is not an inherently bad thing. If you have someone like Deadpool, for example, like, you start a world and build it off the fact that there is one wall in your world, and, like, even then it's just a suggestion. Like, fine. But then, like, they're bringing Deadpool into the MCU, and it's kind of like, well, okay, you're having him interact with, like, the Avengers now. And okay, She-Hulk did this, like, first, but this has consequences. Like, Russell T Davies is very much kind of like, we can do it, whatever, it doesn't matter. The butterfly thing. a lot of the stuff in Space Babies. We're like, yeah, we just did it. Don't think too hard.
Yeah.
But like if let's take that extreme example. If the Doctor is aware he's in a TV show, why do I care what happens to him? Because he's not a person. And like even that idea, characters aware they're in a TV show. What does that even mean? Because if you're in a TV show, you don't have free will. You're being written. Like let's get past the fact that you're an actor playing someone, but like you don't say I thought I am aware I'm in a TV show. Somebody writes the line you were aware in a TV show. Like there isn't a writer having some existential crisis because his scripts are changing, or like a filmer who's like, I didn't film that. Like, an editor who went, I didn't cut that scene in. Like, what does that even mean? What is the universe? How are there stakes in a universe that doesn't exist? Or like, if the universe does exist, how is it a TV show? I think I kind of like Marvel's ideas, like there is a real world, but it's not our world. Like there's a world where the writers are writing the MCU, but they have like inhibitors on the characters and stuff, I believe, which obviously isn't how you write it like nowadays. And like Kevin Feige isn't a robot. But I like the fourth wall, and I'm not entirely opposed. Like there are a lot of reasons bleeding into the credits work. For one, Jinx is a god. That's not enough to say you can break the fourth wall, whatever you want, but they have extra powers. They are specifically a god of music. They are the essence of music, and your fourth wall break is music. Additionally, you are bleeding into the title sequence, and the title sequence is a very interesting part of a show, because the title sequence doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like, it's an artifact of the fact this is a show. So you get a little bit of leeway when you go into and technically, yes, out of a title sequence. I was just saying, both ways, you'll get some leeway to play around, because the title sequence inherently doesn't exist. At least some shows it might. But the reason I like going in is all that. But when we go out, you're not a god anymore. You're not the god of music, certainly. You just have now established, like, I think that's the problem, is when you go into the title sequence, you're leaving the reality of the fiction. But when you come out, you're entering it again. So I probably would have still complained. I would have complained less if Jinx was instead playing it is the exit to the title sequence. But what you've done when you come out of the title sequence back into the reality of the fiction is you establish that the Doctor Who theme song exists within the world of Doctor Who, and it was playing on the jukebox. I'm not inherently against it. It does feel weird in this case for some reason. Most of the Star Trek intros, the music does exist within the universe of Star Trek, and I don't find that weird. So I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just that it's like Doctor Who. It's so integral. I don't know what it is. I'll admit to that. And if that was the only one, I would have been like, it was a bit weird for me, but we would have moved on. But you have Jinx, when she kills the old lady, she winks at the camera and closes it. You have the Doctor's line about thinking the music was diegetic, which,
Doctor also acknowledges the camera either right at the beginning or at the end. Of the
okay,
episode.
that one's a bit... We'll get to the ending. I think that can be kind of like the title sequence where we now leave the reality of the fiction and go into something else. But yeah, I'm aware I can fight these. I can fight every one of these. I can explain all of these away. But I'm very much aware that it is something I am doing because I don't like it. And the intent is that they're just breaking the fourth wall.
I think to me there's so much, and it's so apparent in the way it's done. I am assuming that it has to become story relevant at some point, that there is a story, if that makes sense. I don't know how I feel about it.
Go that far.
I mean, I wouldn't have if not for the fact that they brought the Doctor into it.
I was gonna say, I could potentially see you have like a god of writing, and then somehow the story, you could go full She-Hulk and break out of the Disney Plus menu, which, by the way, I laughed so hard. I didn't watch She-Hulk. I watched that clip recently, and there's a bit, you probably haven't seen it, right? Where
I think I know the bit you're talking about.
she breaks out of her own show by it cuts to the
Yeah.
Disney Plus menu and she punches out. I
Jump.
laughed so hard because I went, wow, that is not going to age at all. But anyway, like, if you have the god of writing, is that just this episode, but it's writing instead of music? Like, that'd be too similar. That'd be too samey, surely. Maybe we only have, like, 3 gods. The Toymaker, the Maestro, and Big Bad. Like, maybe... Because I guess if every episode's fighting a god, it might be samey.
Yeah, I mean, it could be samey, but it could be really fun if they were to do it differently.
Well, you kind of Worf affect them, where, if the Doctor can keep defeating these gods, are they really that powerful, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there's a danger if you keep doing it so many times. The Doctor literally defeated the Toymaker with a game of catch. Not even like a tricky game of catch. The Toymaker just didn't catch the ball. That's how he defeated the Toymaker.
Sort of jumping ahead, but I want to make note, and then we can pin on it,
Okay.
about how much we were made to fear Maestro and how impossible of a task it is to defeat Maestro, and then Maestro's just not a problem.
You're not gonna like the giggle, because it's the same thing. Like, it's their dad. They defeat him with a game of catch. It's kind of anticlimactic.
And they didn't even defeat Maestro. The Beatles that aren't the Beatles did.
I liked that, actually. I liked that you had the Beatles do it, because for one, it avoids setting a trend of the Doctor. Oh yeah, this episode actually ends 5 minutes before it ends. You avoid the trend of the Doctor always saves the day because he's the magic space hero, especially when we've established you need to be like an uber genius. And I have a note about this, though. I wonder if it's trying to say something as well, where the Doctor got most of it because he's got, like, the life experience, which is a big part of a lot of creative works. He's got the experience to tell the music about, but, like, what the Beatles have, that last note, that one last bit, is some sort of, like, spark of genius, so to say, or that, like, inherent talent. Which you could argue for and against, that, like, that kind of says you can't learn to be the best musician in the world. Yeah. I'm not really going to take a stance there. But I wouldn't be... I kind of like that there's stuff you can dig into if you want, right? And I thought it was actually going to be Ruby who saves the day, because she is a musician. But I did like, because especially... It's not really an episode about the Beatles. Yeah. But if we're doing the Beatles... It's nice to have them be, you know, the end of the day. And I know some of the Beatles are still alive. I'm curious if it's the 2 we've heavily seen.
I don't
know much about the Beatles.
I don't know which ones are still alive.
Bad time to do bread. What Alex referenced was I saw a Reddit comment. Again, don't really know anything about the Beatles. But I liked someone said... I would have loved it if it was Ringo who did the chord at the end here and banished Monsoon, because it would mean that Ringo, like, literally saved the world, but nobody cares because he's Ringo. And I was like, I don't get the joke, but I can understand the dynamic that's there, and I find that hilarious. The Doctor's like, who saved the day? And they go see Ringo by the piano. It's like, Ringo? They just kind of...
Yeah, I as well am fine with kind of the Beatles being the ones to do it. And I assumed there was a moment where in watching, I assumed that because they needed, like, the reverse of the note that brought in Maestro, and it was going to be the first album of the Beatles, they were going to make them record it to banish Maestro.
Well, the problem with that is that Beatles music is incredibly expensive. And this is why it's taken 60 years to do an episode about the Beatles. Because bear in mind, Doctor Who came out in the 60s.
Yeah.
Like, Yeah, the Beatles, actually, there is a little bit of a Beatles song in one of the episodes, but not in the American version because the rights are expensive.
Yeah.
It's hard to do a Beatles story without Beatles music, and you can't get Beatles music.
I was fine with them doing it, just how easy it was.
I thought it was interesting we focused on two of them, but I mean, we didn't focus too hard on the Beatles in general. I did see a comment when it was shown as like a press photo, the actors for the Beatles. A lot of people, like every fan was like, it's got to be a story how they've replaced the Beatles with someone because they've intentionally, like, why else would you cast people who look absolutely nothing like the Beatles?
Anything like the Beatles, yeah.
I don't really know what the Beatles look like, but I'm like, yeah, that's kind of like that. So, you know, from my perspective, it worked.
Like it.
Like,
yeah, no, I remember it crossed
glasses.
my mind.
But the funny thing is, you know, the Fanfare for the Common Man I mentioned, the Big Finish story? That is the plot of the story, is someone's replaced the Beatles. So everyone was like, oh, it's Fanfare for the Common Man. Poor throat. Not meant to do 4-hour streams. Good thing I sped run this stream yesterday.
You take it.
Again with the puns, Harbinger. I'm just saying, if you ever spot any pun, I really hope that, like, the puns don't linger for long. Like, the boogeyman, I wouldn't have caught, because that's not how you say booger in American. But, like, now that you know, if the boogeyman episode came out later, everyone would have gone, it's bogey, isn't it? Like, that's what it's made of. Which, by the way, that was also stolen. Well, heavily inspired. There's an episode of Doctor Who, also very bad, unless you're weird, called Sleep No More, where there's an eye gunk monster. You know that gunk in your eye in the morning? That's the monster. It's a found footage episode, and from people who like found footage, they say it's not even a good found footage episode. It's ironic. Its title, Sleep No More, is incredibly ironic because it's so boring. Looking forward to it with you. So let's see, where are we? I did want to highlight that once we leave the intro, Ruby said her mom knew this girl who, like, they were dating. And I found that line funny because I recently encountered an article where Russell T. Davies, when he didn't know it was like an interview, it was going to be published, he really criticized Loki, the show, because they had a line where Loki was like in love with a prince or something, just like he said the word prince. He was like, oh, now it's supposed to be like super progressive, and it's like, no, what? Like, that's the first time in the MCU. That doesn't make it progressive. So as soon as Ruby said, oh yeah, my mom was like dating this girl, I went, oh, Russell. Uh-oh. And to be fair, Russell T. Davies is not just saying that, but I did find it funny that he did it twice. And I think it is set up for I don't know why I love this line so much, but I literally wrote it down. Playing lovesick songs for heartbroken lesbians. I'm pretty sure he kept writing it so he could have that line. Admittedly, that's a good one, but I just wanted to draw that because I found it funny. It's like, oh, so just saying.
Frame we're looking at here. I don't recall. Did we know before these episodes came out, when we had the pictures of the TARDIS? Did we know that the lights changed color?
This was the TARDIS for the 60th. Yes. His RGB TARDIS. I will say,
I don't think I knew that in my head, but I really like I like the moments when it changes.
The white light is the worst for this TARDIS. Every other lighting is better. And I like how they're using it. I love this console. And I don't know if they've changed it since the 60th. I don't know if we're just showing it up close, but it's very analog. It's almost old school. Like, we've seen some good shots. I'm so glad you reminded me to mention it. I am adoring this console specifically. Just the button, the layouts, everything. It's very, very good. I agree with generally. Okay, what do you think of the TARDIS as a whole? Let's get you before I prime you. You know.
I do like it. The middle section that moves up and down.
The time
only-
rotor.
Yeah, I only saw it once.
What
I thought
is
it was fine.
Is it floor to ceiling?
I think so. Yeah.
You can
The
keep
circular
talking. There
the
you go.
the doorways I like, but the door is odd.
Like the TARDIS
I'm
door
kind of nitpicking
or
though.
the circle
Nah,
door?
there's another. We could see it in a different shot. You can kind of see it down in the bottom left, the top of one of the doors. But overall, I like it. And I remember we were talking about that things can be added to this, sort of like the jukebox
Yes.
and stuff. It's very like it's a blank canvas in a lot of spots.
It is Peter Capaldi's TARDIS when the 11th Doctor had it.
I like it.
But like, look, there's a bit of spot here. This walkway right there.
Mhm.
I think it's against a wall. Wait, now OBS can see the mouse. Okay. You can maybe put some stuff. I'm just worried that it's so curved and so difficult to put anything anywhere. But this TARDIS needs to be made a home. That you've just moved into your empty house and you need to populate it. I do like the lights. Probably second best TARDIS for me. But it absolutely has the potential to become the best.
How many times in the show have we seen different rooms in the TARDIS?
In Modern
Is that a
Who,
common thing?
you see the wardrobe briefly for 10. The 11th Doctor has an episode with Amy and Rory where you see a bunch of corridors. One with Clara where you see a bunch of different corridors. And also there's like you see a fair amount. You see a power room. No, you see a good amount of rooms.
Okay.
Never like a bedroom, but classic Doctor Who. It's not that like the 4th Doctor you see the TARDIS outside of the console room. Imagine a disused 1970s hospital. Now change absolutely nothing about it. That's what the inside of the TARDIS, not the console, looked like. It didn't work. Because, believe it or not, it was a disused hospital in the 1970s. But then in the 80s, they get a look that really works for the corridors. You see companions' bedrooms. I'd like companion bedrooms in the modern times.
Yeah.
Because apparently Ruby's been here for 6 months now. We just glossed over like the meeting. I'm afraid, right? I want your thoughts on this. I don't know if they'll do it. You know the Witcher show?
Yeah.
The episodes of that show are not in chronological order. They're like at random points in the timeline. They have an order, it's just not the one they released in.
Yeah.
I really didn't like that. I also didn't know they were doing it until like the second to last episode where someone I watched died was now being like born. And I had to like look it up. It was very confusing. I didn't really like the Witcher show, but I really hope they're not doing it here. I think that'd just be unnecessarily confusing. But I can see another episode starting off where the last one left off. And he's like, maybe we want to see the middle of the adventure when she's established, but I really hope they don't do that.
Yeah, I could see that happening, and I as well would be fine if it didn't.
I don't know why you would, though. Like, why? What do you gain?
I mean, it would loop back around to if they do things about the story being the story being out of order, could be something. I don't know.
I think I saw a theory that the one who waits is the god of like story or literature and stuff, and that Ruby is literally a character. Like, Ruby does not exist. They are a character that exists for the purpose of the story that gets told and retold and retold and retold. And that's kind of why we're repeating some of the classic companion things from Space Babies. I love a theory that explains away writing that was bad, but you don't want to admit it. And so, like, Ruby is sort of the character of every companion that gets repeated. That if they do, I will declare that Doctor Who is dead. But the worst thing you could do for me is just establish that your show was a fiction the whole time. That would send the fandom. He wouldn't. Because it's not. I don't think that's good for the show as a whole. And if Russell T Davies wants anything, he wants Doctor Who to go forever. And he's not an idiot. He's a very smart man.
Yeah.
I mean, he did spin-offs and extended universe, like, let's see, 3 years before the first Avengers movie, Marvel movie. He's a smart cookie.
Mm-hmm.
Star Trek almost did that. The ending of Deep Space Nine was going to be that the entire thing was just inside somebody's head, like a 1960s writer's head, and the studio vetoed it because they were afraid what that meant for their other Star Trek series. Like, were they all in someone else's head? By the way, to this day, the answer would be yes, because we can directly draw characters to people who have met the Deep Space Nine characters. But thank God for that. And I might hope the BBC steps in and goes, no, we've got Doctor Who spin-offs. You can't say it's a fiction.
Yeah.
But I'd be... Yeah, it's wild speculation, but now I've worried myself.
For me, it remains possible. If
Where do
anything,
you go, though? Like,
I don't know.
Season 1 and 2 at the same time. What do you do after you establish that a character in your show was literally like a character in the show? They weren't even a real person. They were. God,
if anything,
if that happens,
to happen,
I will profusely apologize to Chris Chibnall on the live stuff. I'd be very I don't know. I can't.
If the
You've
Doctor
broken me.
continues to make fourth wall remarks, the more that are made, the more worry there will be. But if it's left at that episode, it'll just be a weird episode.
Be. It'd be really weird if this episode specifically. But I mean, I'd be happy. Don't get me wrong.
But then why weren't there any in like Space Babies?
Yeah. Maybe. Why would they be here? Okay, someone pointed out, and I could see this being the intent, but something they'll never confirm is the gods are from beyond the universe, right? He said that. The toy maker
I don't
is.
really understand the gods.
Oh, do you want a brief history of the Seventh Doctor's war on the gods?
They're just like gods. I don't really.
We'll get back to that, but yeah. So, I keep wanting to say Jinx Monsoon, which is the actor's name, because it's such a like Doctor Who villain name or just Doctor Who character name. But no, Maestro breaks the fourth wall. I don't think the toy maker did. Maybe he did. But I saw a theory that
Maestro for me.
The only other character is the Doctor. And so they're thinking perhaps the gods, because they're so powerful, are aware they're in a TV show, which is still I actually don't understand that. But they might be trying to suggest that the Doctor, who is also from another universe, Universe 2, is somehow either a god or part of these gods, and that's why they themselves are aware. So it'll be interesting if all the other gods also break the fourth wall, and literally the only other character besides the TARDIS is the Doctor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you count the musical number door thing at the end as the TARDIS breaking the fourth wall. Oh, Miss Flood. That's right. Miss Flood broke the fourth wall in the post-credit scene. And I mean, she's probably like one of the gods or something like that. She's involved. Could you imagine if that never gets addressed? Like, it literally never comes up. God. It was just a post-credits thing that meant nothing. And he's like, hey, you know what? I'm not going to tell them. I'm not going to tell that to the fans. They wasted no time doing the Abbey Road bit.
Yeah, right into it.
Like, we knew they'd do it. But they were like, let's just get it out of the way,
Right there. I love the Doctor suit.
Oh.
Yeah, so nice. Blue pinstripes.
The wardrobe and this whole thing, yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know if we consider it a fourth wall break, but the music being inside the TARDIS when they're changing, I'm also not totally against. I mean, they were playing music before. I could see them playing it as they change, like to get in the mood. Little bit weird because they do a time cut where they walk through a door and leave.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
I
have
don't
written
think I'd
that.
read into
It was
that.
still a bit weird, but I don't mind that one. I don't think
Yeah,
that's a
me as
fourth wall
well.
break even. It does take you out a little bit, but oh, here's my note about being a modern classic Doctor. Okay. Biggest mistake of the episode, right? This song is good. I've got a dog.
Elaborate.
He's called Fred. My dog is alive. He's not dead. I love my dog. He loves me too. I haven't got a cat, only a dog. My dog, my dog, my dog, my dog. I've got a dog. I love my dog. He's my dog, not your dog. If you want a dog, get your own. Come on. Next Goblin song. That's like top
Like,
of Spotify.
might just be you.
That's gonna be at the top of Spot. No, my wife agrees.
Might just be you guys.
We like the Sixth Doctor's coat. We have excellent taste. Like, don't you like his coat too? I remember.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Maybe it's a fine song, but the Beatles are supposed to be
Okay.
these musical geniuses. Come on.
I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride my bike. Tell me, I've got a dog. Cannot exist in the same world as Queen's. I want to ride my bicycle. Tell me.
Okay, my problem
Come
with what
on.
you just said there
Yeah.
is like, you're not wrong. Like,
Yeah. See, I could see this being a Beatles song. Like it's cheery, you know. It's simplistic, of course. It's simplistic. So as I want to ride my bicycle.
Okay, but you can read into "I Want to Ride My Bicycle" and all about how it was actually like a euphemism for being bisexual.
You know what? Bicycle. Okay. Sure, but what if the dog is like? Does
Does it mean anything? Does it mean something?
Well, maybe you haven't thought about it enough. You know, yeah, it really
maybe
is
not.
there. It's
If
like
I can
bicycle.
find something,
This
might win
is
me over.
great. No, I like the other songs were like bad song. You know, I mean they're good for the context of the episode, but like Elvis Presley's wife, who my wife had to tell me was the next person. Like I wrote this down. I got a dog. I want to ask Alex if we can name our next dog Fred. Like specifically in reference to this, and I think they might say yes.
I was laughing when the choir played Hot Cross Buns. That was very funny.
That was yeah. Well, they also did it badly as well. Like, yeah, but I mean, I love my dog. I've got a dog.
I can't say I was anything above neutral.
Were you not thoroughly entertained?
I felt like how the Doctor and Ruby looked.
You actually thought you'd hear a Beatles song, not realizing how horrifically expensive. Did you see
Hey,
the VFX
I'm
in
a
this
dreamer.
episode? I mean, those music notes were weirdly not very good. That wasn't just me. I've got a dog.
I could have
he's
heard
called
it.
Fred. My dog is alive. He's not dead. Come on, that's a brilliant line. Highlight of the episode, maybe even the 2 releases. Baby with a wooden sword is up there. This is my audience right now. Is this frame? Is like they've gone mad. Wait till you hear my opinion on flavors.
Thoroughly enjoy Ruby's rooftop piano, and not even just
that
the
was
music,
good.
but the
Yeah,
shots
no.
of the Doctor overlooking the city right then.
Oh,
was
I
just
like the artistic. I really enjoyed that. He almost seemed like contemplative, but also looking for what was going on. I really liked the rooftop. I mean, this episode, when it wasn't trying to write bad music. Come on, give me. Do you want the shot that was the upskirt or looking down the cleavage? Just not complete. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the music was very good. I mean, in a music episode, you'd hope so. Even the fiddle battle with the devil, like it was a bit on the. I even looked out. It's like, are they really about to do the fiddle with the devil? But it was good music. I think through and through, other than like the orchestra and Presley's wife. Well, the twist was all right, but we'll get to the twist.
Honestly, I think There's Always a Twist was kind of mid.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't bad. The context doesn't help it. I could kind of appreciate the second time around just how ridiculous it is, but I think we'll get to it at the end. I just realized, do they go through the credits in every language? Or at least the big ones? That's cool. I like that. Huh. I also enjoyed, by the way, there's Susan Twist. I was pointing out to my Alex, I thought they had pink hair. Because Alex actually made a comment. Here's to get your opinion. Alex said, that's a very diverse 1960s.
Yeah, I had that thought during this episode.
I have no idea how diverse this should be. I have no context historically. But I will quote the 12th Doctor. History. It's a whitewash. That's how 12 explained it. I think they handle it well. Even if it's not necessarily absolutely true, I like that they do show diverse past when they go to like major metropolitan areas. But this era specifically, here's a little bit of 60s, not 60s, 1960s thing to get your idea on. They had Isaac Newton, I mentioned, right? What I didn't mention, Doctor Who Isaac Newton, is that oh, you can see it. I don't know why I'm hiding the screen. That's just black for the screen for some reason, but this is the guy who played Isaac Newton in the 60th special. Much like the stream got to saw. They're more black than what's on my screen. No, so they're actually taking active steps to be, actually, I think, incredibly progressive. Because I don't think I've ever seen this. And it's caused a bit of stirs of, like, should you or could you cast historical figures as an ethnicity other than what they were? Like, I mean, basically the opposite of blackface.
Yeah.
Like in the progressive sense. I was curious if you want to share any thoughts of that, or because it's definitely not accidental that they're just like, let's get a bunch of people. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of colored people. Well, oh well, you know.
And I think I would like in the episode that we're looking at here, no issue with what I'm seeing in like this lunchroom. But like recasting Isaac Newton,
I had to think about this.
Seems like an interesting choice
because I've never heard this before. So like to me, first off, you have to ask, why is it potentially bad, right? And to me, it's an issue of misrepresentation without consent. So theoretically, if Isaac Newton would not have wanted this, or if somehow Isaac Newton or just a generic individual felt their race was some intrinsic element to who they were, I mean, I don't particularly feel that way, but like there's the obvious case of like, well, you wouldn't cast Martin Luther King as white. It's like, well, yes, congratulations on picking someone whose race is like integral to who they are in a historical context. So I think the other concern potentially is a potential misrepresentation to what happens, because of course the intent is to provide inspiration or role models to people who often don't have them, especially historically.
Yeah.
And so I wonder, is there a concern? Say you're watching this, you're a black kid, you're watching this, you felt very marginalized, and then you see like scientist man who's black, you see Isaac Newton, and then you connect. If you learn later that they were actually white, is there potentially damage here? And this is very theoretical. But I literally didn't notice the first time. And then when I did notice, I went, hang on, Isaac Newton wasn't black, was he? Oh, well, that was my reaction. Like, I don't feel too strongly, but it's a very interesting space to think of for a few months. Like, is this something we can just do? Because generally, it's not really good to misrepresent people without their consent. I mean, potentially it's not good to properly represent people in certain cases without their consent.
Yeah.
But then, okay, say Isaac Newton wouldn't want to be played by a black person, but he didn't want to for like explicitly racist reasons. Do we honor that? Because if it's a racist position, do we go, well, that's okay, we'll be racist because you were? Or do we say that, like, the benefit of people and minorities outweigh your racist beliefs, even if we're going against what you do? So it's a very interesting just thing we've never seen before, and I was like, huh. But
I don't think
yeah.
I don't think a benefit of representation needs to happen in a sense of recasting someone, because there's so many different people throughout history, or even in a fictional sense like this, characters that you could just create to represent whoever or whatever you want to represent.
But if you restrict historical figures to people who were actually like their race, or like arbitrary features about them, like Isaac Newton probably didn't have that eye color, that hair color either, but we didn't care, was another example that's come up. Then you do still apply like a certain level of racism to casting today, because it means that black actors would have significantly limited number of roles, because so many of the big historical figures are white or civil rights leaders. Like, so you don't want to do that. You don't want to enforce the racism of the past just for arbitrary reasons.
Yeah.
And like, you shouldn't recast like, you know, Martin Luther King or Gandhi, or, you know, there aren't many white equivalents, but you probably also shouldn't recast bad people. Like, you probably don't want to recast Hitler as a minority, because that might send the wrong message.
Yeah.
But I don't think I really care, especially when you're such a minor moment. Like, you need to give me a much better reason to feel strongly about it.
Yeah, agreed.
But I like this, that I think representing the past accurately is important. Like, I think it's important that I think we should be able to cast Isaac Newton as black, provided we understand the historical context that Isaac Newton was in, you know, and we understand that he was white and he had privileges at the time because he was white.
Yeah.
And similarly with these extras, I think it's important that we can show, like, even if this is more diverse than London, even if, like, this studio was absolutely white, like, whites only, which, again, I don't know. I don't know anything about the studio. Or when they go to, like, Victorian London, if it's incredibly diverse, that's fine, as long as we understand, like, the problems of the time, so we don't repeat them now. Like, as long as we can keep that context. And, I mean, I think we can do that. That doesn't seem like an impossible task.
Yeah.
Going on, talking about, which I don't even remember. I'm now trying to think, what was the name of that episode? Wild Blue Yonder. There we go. Now that we're done talking about Wild Blue Yonder. Oh yeah, I also like just when they were talking to Paul and, help me out here.
John? Was it John?
Was it John? Might have been John. I don't remember. But I did like these speeches. I mean, you seem, especially your comments about the deeper meaning of I want to ride my bicycle, like, it's more artsy take on music than I usually go for. I'm like, yeah, that sounded good mostly. Gotta be, I like my dog. He's called Fred. My dog is alive. He's not dead. Gold. Okay, maybe it's not a good song, but my dog is alive. He's not dead is comedy gold, right? Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Songs can be fun without being good.
Oh, that was incredibly entertaining. No. I think it was good. I think it was too good.
The conversations are interesting to me because if music has been gone since the 20s, am I correct in this episode?
Yeah, and we don't fix that. 1925, and Paul here confirms actually that started going wrong in the 20s, 30s. So it was then. Yeah.
Paul McCartney was born in 1940s. Why would he ever have this love of music in his heart. Like, you could say maybe that he was
because it's
born with
still
it or
there.
something.
Like he's
But
he's
I
like, well, that's the kind of, I
disagree.
guess, intrinsic talent, or like the Beatles had these songs they wanted to tell. Like,
It's
I mean, it's hard to say without like it. He's meant to be, you know, one of the Beatles. You could also say it's just time fighting against the change. It's like, no, this man is a Beatle. I want to make him a Beatle, but it, you know, so it's that kind of urge. And you know, we're supposed to believe that the 40 years humanity didn't have like Soviet Union was threatening Finland. Apparently that went nowhere. You know, that didn't that didn't change history. God, that butterfly scene was so dumb. You wrote this in your next episode. It's like, you can step on a butterfly and this happens, but you can wipe out history for 40 years, establish there are direct political consequences of this. Not like the 20s to the 60s, like some of the most politically charged. We came like one person away from total nuclear annihilation 3 times. But no, there's no consequence. It's such a dumb they did not think it through. They thought it was a fun joke and they didn't think it through.
I don't like
Because this is Doctor Who does this. Like, yeah, screw it. Music didn't exist. Usually it's not that recent, you know?
Yeah.
Like, were the Beatles not inspired by music from the 20s to the 40s? I don't know when Presley's wife was singing, but if she had a career before that point, did Elvis have a career that's just not there anymore? Like, did the Beatles actually release the dog song as well? That's an important.
You raise bigger issues.
Yeah.
Than if they would even make music.
And I'd complain. Like, I'd poke fun at it and move on. But I wouldn't complain if you didn't establish how malleable time was and how, like, you just accidentally have consequences with Mavity and the butterfly. And then you go and do this. Your actions have consequences. I also wonder, okay, this scene. I don't think it is, because I drew out the notes when they played later. Paul's talking about this note in the back of his head, and he starts giving the notes, G, E, G, G, C. I wondered if that was the chord that will banish Maestro. And if that's, like, part of the sequence of notes, and so it's kind of his brain telling him, like, no, those songs wanting to, like, escape and come out there.
That's kind of what I pictured it as.
If it is, I think maybe the VFX department just did wrong notes. If you're a musician, you could probably hear it and go yes or no. But I kind of like to think, because that'd be really clever if it actually happened. Like,
it is sort of tricky because he's describing a melody rather than a chord when it comes to
well, a chord is
the
made
multiple
of
Gs. Yeah, but the multiple Gs, unless he's spanning them over multiple octaves.
Actually, that's a point. The Doctor, when he did individual notes, he repeats 2 notes twice. Right? I've got it written out in front of me. But then the Beatles play it as a chord.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess you have the notes at different octaves, so you could technically play like multiple. I think it's one of the cases of like, it's TV. You're not really paying attention to what they press, you know?
Yeah. With when it's the two of them playing the piano, they've got maximum, I don't know if they fully showed the hands, but a maximum of 20 fingers, 20 notes playing this massive chord that they have at their disposal. But I don't know how many they fully played. They didn't show a lot of hands.
Show the hands, no. Well, they did, actually.
Throughout the episode, there were a lot that they didn't show, especially I don't think Shooty knows how to play the piano because of how much they avoided.
I do wonder how many
part
of
of
them
that.
actually know. Do you ever see his hand play it, though? I mean, surely they could find a black man with similar hands to Shooty Gadwar.
I know, I can think of one moment in particular, but it's we never see anything. The things we see, you could go up to anyone and say, I need you to play these 3 notes. And, they could smack them.
We didn't even see Ruby play, like, where we saw Ruby and their hands hitting keys. I don't think we ever saw that. So I'm not even sure if Melly Gibson knows how to play the piano.
And there were a lot of moments where it did just kind of look like they were sitting there and not actually playing the piano at all.
Well, I
don't
think
know.
they did a great
I would have
job,
liked to see it more.
but I don't play the piano, so
Yeah, I might have a different
yeah.
viewpoint.
Like, if you really know how playing the piano looks, maybe it looks bad. Oh, there's looking down the cleavage again. They love that shot. But yeah, to me, I was actually thought they did a really great job of actually doing stuff, assuming they weren't actually playing the piano. Well, no, here at Christmas, I think we might have seen them keys. Because is it a
the
pan
little
up?
concert. I do believe, yes.
Yeah, so Melly Gibson might know, or they just taught him like those little bits. Yeah, we talked about the Susan reference a lot, though. God, bring Susan back, please. We'll never forgive. We'll never forgive you. You know how the world is all gray in this one? That's what would happen, just from the Doctor Who fans. If we lose the Brigadier and Susan, but I don't know, because this is all new to you, right? That he's just living in a junkyard over there.
Yeah.
Oh. You're supposed to talk a bit more about that.
Well, yeah, I didn't know.
Scene?
I don't know. I hadn't.
Yeah.
I don't know when that takes place.
This might be the first time modern audiences are learning he has a granddaughter. They knew he was a father. In fact, that's the only time. That's the first time it's directly referenced the Doctor was a father. Before, we just had to presume that Susan's parents existed and, were the Doctor's kids. You see pictures of Susan, but I don't know if he ever mentions his granddaughter, as a granddaughter. Mm-hmm. That might be jarring if you've been sticking around. Oh, wait, yeah, I had a note. When they're playing the piano, though, because the Doctor's like, I live over there. Oh, here's your beautiful shot. Oh, BBC, they really can do historicals. This whole episode, I know it's pretty recent, but I was just feeling yes, it's 60s, it's mid-21st century Britain.
Yeah.
I think in a way I haven't felt with any of the other episodes that go around, World War II or the 60s or that kind of point. Mm-hmm. So there's your Disney money. It's not in the VFX for the notes. And they're big spaces, too. I mean, I guess you could CGI that. That could easily be a modern roof. They've put a bunch of stuff over. But they've been doing, the street in front of Ruby's house and Abbey Road. You probably had to get filming permission for Abbey Road. I'm amazed we never saw leaks. That must not have actually been Abbey Road then.
Could have been said, yeah, pretty easily, I think.
We would have seen. There would have been photos of them in those outfits on Abbey Road.
Yeah. Unless they just fully closed down a lot of street.
That looked like a residential street. But whatever.
I'd imagine set.
It's set, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But I can imagine, though, the first Doctor who is living here just going to Susan. It's now what is all that ruckus going on out there? Don't some people know that some of us have got some work we're trying to do? And the Doctor actively criticizing his future actions. I remembered another thing about that damn butterfly scene. Right?
Yeah.
We establish that Ruby can be affected by changes to her own timeline. And then in the next episode, we establish that Ruby isn't affected because of the Doctor, because she's traveling through time. This has been a part of the show for ages. Travel with a Doctor, you have a unique relationship with time. But not, apparently, when it's a butterfly. God.
The switch was
How
off.
did no one think this through? But sure, it can't just be the switch. The whole damn universe gets reset at one point, so that switch never existed, but River still remembers. God, the universe reset is another thing. Wait, the universe got reset in the 11th Doctor's era, but the Time Lords were still dead because the Doctor killed the Time Lords? I've never clocked that.
Yes.
Damn. I mean, that there's a lot of problems with the universe reset, but that might just be one of the biggest ones that the time. We'll get to the 11th Doctor. We'll get to that at some point. But no, this was interesting because it established that when the Master killed the Time Lords, it was all of them, not just the ones on Gallifrey. Russell T Davies really doesn't like having the Time Lords around. I mean, he is the man that killed them initially. Go on.
The Maestro's sort of attack weapon of music notes.
Hey, I've seen this promotional shot. Go on.
I don't think I love it.
It doesn't look good. And it's weird. No, I'll flat out say it. It wasn't good.
Glad I'm not crazy.
So I think part of it is it looks weird because it's just not something that really exists, right? It's the music notes.
Yeah.
That's always gonna look weird. But there's you know what? I'm gonna look, just double check because I don't want to look like an idiot. There's a 10th Doctor episode where there's like a scribble monster, which is similarly doesn't exist. It's literally like a child's scribble that attacks them. But I feel like that looked good.
Oh, that
maybe I'm just not remembering. What the heck is it called? Love and Monster. Fear Her. There it is. Oh, Love and Monsters and Fear Her are back-to-back episodes. Oof. Not a good time. Those aren't liked very well. I know the people.
This concept feels familiar.
That thing. We're getting close. I want to see it in motion, which is why I'm looking up a video. Here we go. Yeah. That thing works. And it's basically this, where similarly...
I think that feels alien, but this feels just unrealistic.
It changes like basically every other frame. So yeah, I mean, with the Disney money and especially how good like a lot of the other stuff has been. I mean, in some sense, a lot of people are probably happy because like there's kind of a sense Doctor Who should always look a little bad. But it was kind of a take you out. Like that's not really there. It looks like it made it 10 years ago. And maybe it is just like what it is. You can never make that look good because it's always just going to be out of place. Because you're not making like an alien. An alien could exist.
Yeah.
You're making this weird stuff. And maybe it was intentional. Maybe, I don't think so, but maybe they were like, oh, it's like a god. It's not really there. It's supposed to feel wrong. But it did just look kind of cheap, which was unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not crazy.
I'd be curious to see that same effect, but you put different like textures on it, or maybe just can you actually make it? Maybe the light didn't actually affect. You know what? I bet that's it. I bet the light of the scene doesn't affect it because it's mostly black, and I bet that's why it looks weird. We'll have to see.
I think it could have been done right. It just wasn't.
Well, the scribble monster worked again. Like it changed a lot.
Yeah.
Like this is static. But I could even in some bits, like especially when it's coming out of her, see like you've designed this in a 3D software and put it on the 2D image. Yeah, it wasn't great. But I mean, it doesn't ruin the episode. It was just surprising with like the whole point was kind of to get the money so you could do this. And everything, we just complimented the sets. Like, if you're putting all of your Disney money in practical effects, well done. Like, every other part of this has looked great. So I guess you could say we're being a bit nitpicky, but it is a major effect, you know?
Yeah.
Are you ready to talk about the best scene of the 2 episodes?
Yeah, the phenomenal scene right
here. Okay, sorry, I'm not ready. Context for you, when she came out of the piano, right? She goes, ha 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 ha. Ooh, my voice cracked because it's been like 3.5 hours. The Doctor even goes, that was the giggle. So right, 60th anniversary, the last episode, the giggle. That is a very specific laugh. That is the laugh the toy maker uses to like basically take over the world. I think that just to establish she's the toy maker's daughter, but that's how the Doctor knows this is a god. She's
Okay,
like,
yeah, I was wondering
oh,
that if the Doctor had met her
yeah.
before, but that
She's
makes
like,
sense.
she's in the 60s and knows like that's what clocks him off. I don't even think I realized that. I just knew this was a god going in. So I was like, yeah, that's a god. I know. But that's how the Doctor knows. When he heard that laugh, that's where he got terrified. Because bear in mind, I mean, it's been 6 months and he did massive therapy for question mark time. But, God, actually, that's a big question mark. But I might need to give you more brief history of the Doctor. But anyway, yeah, I don't think there's too much theory we can craft around that because I think it was just this is the toy maker's daughter. This is one of the gods. But
Yeah.
that when I heard that, I was like, oh. I thought actually initially, and I think later parts have really confirmed, the toy maker alluded to a one who waits. And actually so did, weirdly enough, the Meep, who's not a god at all. But the one I think we know who it is. But that he's got like legions who will come after the Doctor for what he did to the toy maker. And that the toy maker was just working for someone above him. And so Jinx, I think, is in the same boat here. Like they're working for someone who is, I'm pretty sure we know. They made a good case. And part of it involves a pun, which was a name that might be from the trailer, that if you kind of squish it together, sounds like a classic villain. And I went, oh, well. I'll do it at the end. We can talk about that if you want. Oh, but this scene with the Sonic. What do you, I want to know, what do you think is actually happening here? Because they never explain any of it, and I feel I fully understand all of it.
I don't even know. Sound got turned off or something, and then sound got turned back on. But it was, I don't know what happened, but it was cool.
I especially on the second watch through picked up more and more. So Maestro is looking for the Doctor. So they pull out this tuning fork, this musical instrument, but not in, the in the tool sense. And they're basically, you see them from their perspective, even they're kind of finding them almost like a dowsing rod. And they even have lines like sound and vision and stuff. They're basically using the sound waves, sort of like you would echolocation, and being like trying to find the Doctor by finding like the sound or how the sound interacts, because that's their domain. To cancel this, the Doctor pulls out his sonic screwdriver, and my reading is he basically sends out destructive interference. He sends out sound waves that perfectly cancel the sound of everything that's being generated. And so when Jinx tries to make the sound, when Maestro makes the sounds, they're confused, and they're clever. It's very well done, like the silent. When the bottle breaks, it makes the sound that's immediately canceled out by the exact opposite sound wave, And then Maestro fights this once they realize what's going on by finding a puddle of water and amplifying the vibration of their tuning fork so the sound is louder, overpowering the sonic. Absolutely nothing I just said is stated outwardly. Some of it might not even be the intent. Like maybe the sonic was just magic, not destructive waves. But it's still, sonic. It does sound. I would love this.
Makes sense, though, because that's a real thing.
This is show don't tell to the point of I know a lot of people aren't going to pick that up. They're just going to go cool visuals. But, the visuals were cool. If you don't want to read into this and just want to watch it, it's an amazing scene. If you want to read into this, if you want to treat the bicycle like your male lover, then you can. And it's absolutely there. Like, I adore, especially as I said before, the steps of, the Sonic isn't like an everything tool. It's being used cleverly. It's not the Sonic got the Doctor out of the situation. The Doctor thought his way out of the situation, which is kind of subtle, but it's a meaningful difference. You want to talk more? Because I still got a bit of bread. There's
that, and of course that the Doctor kind of, it was a cool thing for it to happen once, and then the doctor says, like, you can only trick the god once. That's not going to work again. And of course, if they were to do it again, it just wouldn't hit the same.
Yeah, I'm a little weirded by that, because, like, well, why not? Like, I mean, Maestro knows how to beat it, I guess
That's
what we're
my
getting
kind of
at,
read.
but,
Yeah.
I mean, you literally could do it again, right? And then the
Yeah.
Maestro just finds another puddle.
That's what I'd
reckon
imagine.
you could. It's not some law of the universe that you couldn't
Yeah,
do it
I
again.
think it'd just be dumb because Maestro would just be prepared.
Especially
for it.
given that the Doctor definitely could have beaten the Toy Maker by playing the exact same game he did the first time. And he technically did beat the Toy Maker by playing a game, which is how he beat the Toy Maker the first time, in like the broadest sense of the term. But I love as well, not only is the Doctor's solution genius, Maestro's solution is genius, to use the
Yeah.
water. Like,
Yeah.
Maestro thinks their way out instead of just being a god and being stronger. They think their way out, which is brilliant. I've also just realized I've praised the Sonic for not being so powerful when it was literally more powerful than the god. But, you know, it's the ways. It's the ways in which it's more powerful.
Yeah.
Unless you have anything else you want to say on this lovely scene. I want to point out, I've seen photos side by side. This warehouse, I was amazed it didn't go anywhere, is basically a shot-for-shot recreation of the warehouse the Doctor is living in right now. Like this bit under the stairs. To the point of, like, the ropes hanging from the stairs.
Uh-huh.
It can't be accidental, but it seemingly was.
Yeah.
Like,
Why would the Doctor even go there and risk?
Well, it was, like, because they were running. They were terrified. They weren't paying attention. And there's even the bit at the end where Ruby goes, like, I'm Doctor. And I said to Alex, like, we're in a warehouse. You're living in a warehouse. Because I thought that's where they were going. But no, it was just that, like, here's why the world is actually in threat. We talked about that before. You need to establish that. Hey, Doc, the world didn't end in the 60s. Why do we care?
Yeah.
Anything more to add about the wink here as we approach the 4-hour mark?
Nothing other than kind of what I've stated. It makes sense for me for Maestro to break the fourth wall. I'm fine with that. It was just when the Doctor did it when things got real.
I still don't like the gods doing it just because they're gods. By the way, I do believe there might be some reflection in these music notes. But
I think Maestro is a character, and if we really don't look into it too hard, yeah, it's fine, it's funny, whatever.
But like this happened.
Yeah.
Like, so are you telling me that some things on screen don't happen? Because again, why do I care about anything that happens on screen if it might not have happened? Now my workaround is that's a window on a house on a street. There's probably someone on the other side of the window she's winking to. You know, you could fight this. I will.
At some point, I'd suspend disbelief. You know, because you can't always eternally justify everything. When it comes to things large, though, I think you should attempt to.
Good job, personally.
I think you should.
When it's things that really matter. Well, like, to me, you have to provide the justification within the framework that you're working with.
Yeah.
I mean, their framework is that characters can break the fourth wall, and that's what I don't like. But, like, education machine made boogie monster 'cause went wrong. Good. You've established you've got the machine that makes babies. That's all the justification you need. Star Trek is like, they can have all this technology because of subspace. You don't need to tell me what subspace is or how it works. You just need to tell me that it allows everything to work. And it let you... The only thing that we know of subspace in Star Trek is that the speed of light is faster. And that's why you can get this fancy tech. It's like, brilliant. That's literally all we need within the framework, right? So, like, you need to establish... for example, the laws of time travel. Like, is it actually a threat because the world didn't end in the past? To a point, you need to establish the gods' powers. Because, like, well, why doesn't the Maestro just snap their fingers and now the Doctor's dead? You know, and I don't think that's a problem with this episode. I mean, if they were the god of life, or maybe as a hypothetical example, the god of death, then I think you would need to establish why you can't snap your fingers and then make someone be dead.
Yeah.
Random example. But
I think in this episode, it's only been established that the fourth wall being broken is used as a joke or just a little moment, and so it's reasonable to assume that if someone like dies, that's not actually happening.
So like, I mean, you know that, yes, of course, but it's a bad precedent to start setting that some actions don't have consequences. Just always, it's never good to set that, and the more you enforce it, like, you know, we could sort of undo Gallifrey so many times, but eventually there's that one time that was too far, and now suddenly in an instant Gallifrey's just lame, and you can't change anything about it or else it's lame because we've done it so many times. Yeah, but this one just felt so unnecessary. Like the time going into the intro was cool and it kind of fit the character. This has nothing to do with the character, and it was just they noticed you is the audience.
I would have been fine if it was all left at the intro stuff.
I would,
because I really love going into the intro.
Really
it's really good.
That was just clever. It really fit with the character. Like, I even meant to look? Was there always a piano bass to the theme? Because I don't think there was.
I don't think so. No.
That was fun. I really like that, and the special circumstances of going into the intro specifically. Like,
yeah.
Okay, Caden. In this episode right here, the Doctor claims that the last time he fought the Toymaker literally tore his soul in half.
Yeah.
Do you want another lesson of brief history of the Doctor? Don't worry, it's not as bad as the last one.
Is this? This is gonna hurt. Yeah.
No, I don't think it. Okay, so the Doctor didn't quite regenerate from 14 to 15. I've been glossing over some lines here, right? The Doctor bi-generated into 14 and 15. So what happened is 14 got shot with a big laser by the Toymaker, right? Okay. Instead of regenerating, he bi-generated. This is totally new. They basically pulled the 15th Doctor out of the 14th Doctor. That's why he's not wearing pants, is because David Tennant is wearing his pants. There were only one set of clothes, which, yes, it implies David Tennant is not wearing underwear. But, so there's two Doctors at that moment, right? And you have 14 and 15 then battle the Toymaker. I say battle, they played catch. They did. It's a Russell T Davies finale, Caden. Don't expect the last episode to be great. Just all I'm saying. You know the one we just watched with 9? Yeah. That's the best one. And then they talk to each other after. Like, well, how the hell's this gonna work? We got one TARDIS. We're two Doctors. What the heck? And 15 was like, yo, bro. That's what he sounds like. He's like, he basically told David Tennant, like, dude, a lot's been happening, and, like, we never stop and rest. You need to go to therapy. And so the 14th Doctor, well, they also got a second TARDIS. Don't worry about it. They duplicated it because of Toymaker magic. Don't worry about it. I said, right, 14, you go off, you live with Donna, and you go do therapy. No more adventures. And that's what 14's doing. He's off in the 2023, 2024, just chilling with Donna, having a lovely time. And the 15th Doctor left and ran off. So the question, right? It's very clearly established that the 15th Doctor has the total sum memory and experience of Doctor, like, up until the regeneration. They're the same person, at least until that moment. So the natural question, right? Does that mean there's now two Doctors? Or this is like a different person, and we've left the old Doctor and we're now with a new Doctor, in a very literal sense? I've left out some details, right? First, when the 15th Doctor emerges from 14, he's got a big line like, can someone tell me what the hell is going on here? He doesn't seem to know what's happening, but then he's the one that explains by generation. Supposed to be a myth, but it happened. That's what he says. Yeah, whole thing about fiction and reality. Don't worry about it. There's also a line, 15, when he's talking to the 14th Doctor, like, please go get some help, says, I'm better because you fixed yourself. Or you fix yourself. I can't remember which tense it is. Implying that the 14th Doctor's therapy somehow helps 15, right? There's also a line, Donna says, well, actually, you're older than him, or something like that. And 14 and 15 don't complain. So it seems very clear that 14, right, goes off, he goes to therapy. At some point in the future, for some reason, he dies. It happens. And then when he regenerates, he basically goes back in time and comes out of himself as 15. Or his memories do, and maybe 14 just dies. Most people seem to interpret that as literally like crystal clear. They don't understand why there's any confusion. But simultaneously, there's points against that says these are two distinct entities. Like, at some point, 14 will regenerate into a different 15th Doctor. And, like, 15 basically left all his trauma behind on 14 horrifically unfairly. And this is a new guy. We're not following the Doctor anymore. We are in the sense it's the same person before, but there's a Doctor we're not following and one we are. Okay? I told you the lore, man. Well, no, this is Davis' fault. This is Russell T Davis's fault. And also, he went on the, audio special commentary to go on and say he actually believes that every Doctor retroactively regenerated, which doesn't make sense. The little telltale everybody hated that appeared in the corner, and we swiftly move on. And it's also a justification for a different special, but don't worry, we move on. That's the Doctor half-human moment. We don't talk about it. So when I've said before, don't be surprised if David Tennant, surprise shows up. Yeah, it's because he's actually just out there.
Somewhere.
So the fandom's kind of settled because we also really want our Doctors to be linear, and no one likes the idea that we're not following the Doctor, which, to be clear, we are. Mm-hmm. Shruti Gadwal's the Doctor. But if 14 doesn't become 15, 14 is also equally, by the exact same logic, the Doctor. And we aren't following the Doctor. We've abandoned him.
Yeah.
And so people don't like that.
Yeah.
But literally tore my soul in half. Literally tore my soul in half. Kind of implies they are separate. But it's those lines, those two lines, literally do not make sense unless 15 is after 14. Why would 15 be better because 14 got therapy? If 15 just abandoned his trauma into 14, first off, that's just lazy. Come on. But why would 14's, therapy matter? How 14's not older, 15's not older than 14 if they split off. They're the same age.
Yeah.
Donna might be an idiot, but either 14 or 15, probably both, definitely would have corrected her.
Yeah.
There's also little murmurs of a returning villain who's been weirdly highlighted specifically. I might have mentioned this guy to you when we watched the Third Doctor episode. And is one of the escapes to kind of clean up the 14th Doctor. There's two escapes where basically say, I've literally gotten so many. I want to figure out how to block this number. But this is the fifth call today. I get a call at least every day for the past 2 months. Dedicated spam caller. But anyway, what was I doing?
Some villain.
Where were we? Oh yeah. That Doctor 14, if we're saying they're different people, can kind of become one of two people, and it would sort of work. One of those people, you haven't met, I won't spoil, great, from the 50th anniversary. The other is this mysterious villain who's been weirdly highlighted. So It's interesting. The fandom kind of wants it to briefly go away, but Russell T Davies is like, nah, man. Just like the Timeless Child, he keeps bringing it up. So this is a very interesting line for like canon reasons.
Yeah.
One day this will be in the past and the fandom will decide. It'll be the half-human moment, but I don't want there to be two doctors because I don't want to abandon the Doctor. And I feel like it's important to have the Doctor in the show.
Yeah,
Which
agreed.
we do, but, by the same logic, we don't.
We don't, yeah.
Here's the scene. I think you mentioned where you thought it was kind of weird and he didn't seem so emotionally stable. Oh, bear in mind, there's a bunch of your context. But he's crying when he gets up. Is that what you were talking about?
Well, so this one makes sense because of the gravity of the situation. I just, from my memory, and I know there are, I just don't remember where, when. There are other moments that are like this where it seems like a smaller thing has a large reaction. And it's not that I think it's bad either. It was just something that I made note of.
This is the one to me where I think it was a little too far. Because, the Doctor's been in other situations like that. Like, for example, 6 months ago, he was in basically this situation. And it just feels like, as I said, the 7th Doctor, declared war on the gods. We'll get to that. But it kind of stops him from being, super just emotionally open and kind of made him a bit of a crybaby. Like, Doctor, this is bad, but, it's not that bad. And it's a little thing, especially if it becomes, a repeated thing, like he cries about every little, boogeyman that comes his way, then I'm gonna really complain. But I was like, that just seemed a little far, It's
I think I made a
laughing at the babies.
I think I made more of a note of it because it was really this scene where I was like, okay, last episode he was terrified, and now in this episode he's terrified after talking about how he never gets scared of anything.
Maybe this is just the scaredy cat Doctor, is that what you're saying?
It might be.
Interesting take for the first Black Doctor. But, hey, they made the first female Doctor socially awkward and more submissive,
So far he's only been afraid. I don't know, I need him to, kick butt.
The two issues we've had aren't like character traits yet. They're just weird moments.
Yeah.
And so that's good. I very much credit Chris Chibnall. God, see, I said I wouldn't talk. The 13th Doctor is bad because of how Chris Chibnall writes her. And it's very consistent in the ways they're bad. Let's start generically, if you don't like her. She's very consistent in the way she's bad. Because Chris Chibnall is very consistent in how he writes the Doctor. And he's written stories for the 10th and 11th Doctors. And I'll let 10 slide, 42 is fine. In both of the 11th Doctor stories, Dinosaurs on a Spaceship and Cold Blood, Hungry Earth, it's a two-parter, the Doctor has the same flaws that 13 does. He's bad in the same ways. But because it's the 11th Doctor, and Chris Chibnall's not constantly writing him, they're weird moments, not character traits. And in fact, you don't even really notice until you go back after seeing 40 Chris Chibnall episodes and go, yes, Chris Chibnall wrote this episode. And that's where we are now. There's just one or two weird moments that are probably just that. That was a bit weird. And early on, every Doctor's got a little weird bit early on. That's why we invented regeneration sickness. We are well out of regeneration sickness territory, but still, and yeah, this was the bit where it clocked with me. Ruby feels like she's now like Amy or Rose when they're about to leave. They've been with him a lot. She's like, you always know what's going on. I'm like, well, the one time we've seen, with the bogeyman, he didn't know. In the Goblins, he admitted to guessing. You've been on a lot of... It feels interesting for season 1 as well. That you've been on so many adventures to really get this sense of the Doctor. It's not wrong from an audience perspective. The Doctor does usually know. And the Doctor does usually have a plan. But, Ruby shouldn't really know this from what we've seen so far. It's almost like we've sped up the introduction process with those 10 minutes of exposition so much.
Yeah.
We sped up the first season and gone, Ruby just
Yeah.
fully understands the Doctor now. And I think that could leave audience behind. If this is your season 1, which it's going to be for a lot of people, and moving forward, I think it's going to be the big jumping on point if Doctor Who gets good. Like, people will have to go back to 9. People aren't going to go back to 9. They're going to start here.
Yeah.
9 is the new William Hartnell. William Hartnell is like a dinosaur. But it was an interesting move. And so I'm curious to see, like, as an old man on the space Reddit, if a bunch of people are like, why does Ruby think all this stuff about the Doctor? He's just kind of like a smart dude, but, really? It's not wrong for the character. You've just done a weird time skip, I guess.
Yeah. It just goes all the way back to our complaints on how they handled it with feeding us the information.
Here's one I found interesting coming from a television show. Look at that disco TARDIS, man. Yeah, it's good. I don't know. I'll have to go back to Capaldi's. It's gonna take a while to dethrone Capaldi's TARDIS. I could see them becoming equally the best TARDIS, just in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
But
you can see the door back there that I just don't like for some reason.
I don't know. That's just you, man. Like,
it's just me. I'll just put it out there.
It put white lights on, and I don't like this TARDIS. Like, anything else, literally anything else, gorgeous. Absolutely good. And even look in there. I like the... Oh, do you want to give the complaint you said to me when we watched the Christmas special? This was Caden's biggest complaint from the Christmas special, right? The windows on the TARDIS... From the
inside, even it's okay. So
I was noticing that, like, it's the post-apocalypse outside right now.
The biggest thing that first got me was the light on top of the TARDIS is blue, and I don't like it because it doesn't match. Well, it relates because this is how I got to that.
Yeah.
Is that the top is blue, and I didn't like that because the outside of the TARDIS, the window light is yellow, and I didn't like that it matched. But then you go into the TARDIS, and the TARDIS light is white. So the light from the outside of the window should be white as well.
I said to Caden, I agree it should be white because it's white inside the TARDIS. Well, I think it should be whatever light the color is in the TARDIS, I guess. But I think it's yellow because the inside of the TARDIS was yellow-orange. Was. Being the key word. Like, for 9 and 10 it was... And for 13, it was good enough for the right color. But it is weird how it's white on the outside. Well, like, looking outside. Because that's the post-apocalypse right now. There's no light out there. Mm-hmm. And there's no pink, so it's not the glare.
You can clearly see the light right above the window that lights up the police box
the letters,
words is correct.
And that's
so why isn't it the other one correct?
And Caden's, I'm like, now that you've pointed it out. Yeah, look. That's not the color that's inside the TARDIS. And now that you've pointed it out to me, it's going to bother me all the time. This is a great shell. But why is... I mean, it's space magic, right?
Yeah.
Well, then why is the police box light actually a real light?
Mm-hmm.
Is that just decorative? Is it actually not that light bulb?
It gets me.
Well, when Jinx... We'll have to watch. When Jinx starts messing with the TARDIS, don't the windows actually change according to the inside?
Ooh.
I think they do, because it goes kind of disco-y.
Yeah.
We're about to get there.
I did. Yeah. Oh. As we do get there, I love the set that isn't a set that they do when
the apocalypse.
The
stage.
No.
Yes. No. I love that hard cut. You almost want to call it a fourth wall break, but like it's not. It works within universe. It's just like a godlike jarring, and because they're sort of a performance god, it's like I feel like I'm in season 3 of Star Trek when they have no money but need a set. It's wonderful. Even you made a PowerPoint presentation sort of work. How'd you do that? That was brilliant. And actually, this apocalypse set is good. If the choice was a bad set here and good music VFX, this, yes.
Yeah. Agreed.
Well, actually, the music above the piano looked great. So you could definitely have made the music work. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I get why it's a different effect. You don't use the same one. You could have maybe
I
made
also
it black glass.
the music above the piano wasn't bad. Additionally, I don't know if it was needed. I get why they did it and how they did it was good.
Well, imagine you're Paul McCartney walking down the corridor and you see this piano with like 6 magic notes. They're kind of like they don't react. I mean, I say they kind of underreact, but I don't know. That's probably what I would do. It's like
it looks good and stuff. It's fine, but I don't know.
It was funny though.
It.
Suddenly the like 100 trillion combinations the doctor mentions are a lot easier when you get confirmation that you hit the right note.
Yeah.
Do you think it happens all the time when Maestro's around? If you hit the right note the first time, it pops up, or did like the piano know what the doctor intended?
You've got to be able to.
This is the over analysis, right? This is the fun over analysis.
I want to be smart enough, or just set aside enough time to run the math, because it's just a 1 in 12 chance, sort of, or a 1 in 88 chance if you look at it.
To get it right the first time?
Yeah.
How many keys on a full size will do
88.
worst case? Well, to be fair, the doctor did say like 100 trillion notes. Oh yeah, you did say. I might give him that on the guitar, but you're right. The piano, you can't have like a middle note. And there were what? Yeah, 7 notes, 6 or 7.
Well, so the question is, would the notes that banish Maestro work if they were pushed up or down an octave? Because if you can play it on any octave, that makes it even easier, and it's just a fully 1 in 12 chance.
Do the Beatles play the same octave? Because I don't think they do with like to the doctor. Because
for the big chord,
if it's 688 notes, it's about 464 billion. If it's 7, it's 40 quadrillion. But you're right. If it's just like face and every good boy does fine, then it's not the worst thing. Yeah, that's the difference between fun over analysis and like shitting on the butterfly scene.
Yeah.
It was it's like it wasn't even that good of a joke,
Yeah, it was.
It was just jarring. But think about how much makeup time Melly Gibson had to go through for that scene. Poor Melly.
Just for that one, yeah.
I did like this scene though, especially from a TV show. The doctor's like, without any way of expressing a broken heart, humanity went to war without even knowing why. It's like, man, big middle finger to authors there, isn't it? Or like, maybe television show producers. I get the sentiment, but I'm like, anyway, doctor,
Yeah.
We talked about, I did love the stage.
And the piano on the stage too was pretty nice. Just a big white, little grand.
They've got a lot of good outfits this episode.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the white, just the contrast. Look, how do you make your PowerPoint? I mean, it wasn't actually a PowerPoint. It was one frame. But they even kind of made that work. Actually, this is really powerful. Because if you go back, if you really want to kind of analyze it, could they have made like an inside of a volcano and then dropped the doctor in that? Who is the new person on the show tonight? This is my brother, Caden. Nice to see you're still here. Have we been going so long you went to watch The Devil's Chord and now you've come back? Because we have. You could have literally watched these episodes twice over with extra time, like in the time we spent talking about them. Yeah, we did some introductions at the start if you did want to go back at some point, but yeah, I mean, you could also say that the Maestro just doesn't want to kill the doctor like that, because I think it's now time that correct. They did go back and watch the episode then. So gods in Doctor Who. They're not new to modern Who. 13 brought back the Eternals, but so they're new to you. In the 70s, we started introducing some gods. And there are a few types of gods. There are the old ones, which are beings from the previous universe that survived the destruction of the last universe into ours. And they have immense powers due to differing laws of the universe. You know, their universe, that was normal. David C., by the way, the episode was better than Space Babies, but still wasn't super great. The song at the end was kind of silly. I agree about the song at the end. I don't agree this wasn't a great episode. I'll say, I think this was a great episode. Especially on the rewatch, where you know about the fourth wall and you know what to expect. Now that I've been introduced to the era. Oh yeah, Jinx was fantastic. My wife says more drag stars should be in Doctor Who. That was the reference to RuPaul. Because I was like, what if they made all of the gods drag queens? Like, you might have cut out there.
Me?
Yeah. What if they made all the gods drag queens?
I cut out. For it.
But anyway, those are the old ones. Those are one type of god. You got some, like, I think that's Fenric. The Great Intelligence is one of those. Oh, you like the fourth wall. David C., man, we're butting some heads here. Actually, I do agree the fourth wall is cool. That's why I don't want to go through it, you know? But anyway, then you have the Eternals, who are, like, I guess they're immortal super beings. I guess they're probably the closest thing to, like, a legitimate god of our universe. They include the White Guardian and Black Guardian, who are, like, basically good and evil. Don't worry about it. Those were the ones who got reintroduced. There's the Pantheon, who we're kind of talking here. There's some other ones. Did I say the old gods? I don't know. There's a bunch of gods. The Toymaker, I think, was an old one. He might even be something else. I think we're just establishing this now. But gods aren't super new, right? But the reason I bring it up is the Eternals, and yeah, the Toymaker isn't new. He's from the first Doctor. But the Eternals, their deal is basically they're immortal and omnipowerful and omniscient. They're really bored. And they don't see, like, any other life as worthwhile because it's just so short. They're like, well, why? You know, they just see everyone else is so limited, so they treat us like whatever. So it's, like, very possible that all these gods... I mean, the Toymaker very much had rules. That was his deal. The Doctor even brings it up. Like, your father established the rules of fair play. Maestro might be able to, like, just make this a volcano and kill everyone. But does she really seem like... Do they really seem like the character who would... You know, that's not fun. You know?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I think it'd be good, especially when we get to, like, a big climactic finale, that we kind of set some rules. Like, the Toymaker worked because he was all-powerful, but played by the rules. He literally could not cheat. Although he did cheat a lot in his first game, so let's question that one. So, that bread had a lot of crumbs and not a lot of rhubarb jam. Even this little song was good, you know? I mean, it's supposed to be kind of chaotic and maybe discordant, but... here's the bit, though. Did the TARDIS windows flash?
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I'll play this bit. Oh, no, it just, like, flickered, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So, wait, does that mean it is the lights on the inside? Because now the lights on the outside are black. So is the white actually coming from... I wish you never pointed this out to me. This ruins everything.
Oh, yeah. Like a one-way mirror for light.
I do love the TARDIS door actually being the exterior door. Some of the older ones, it actually went out a bit. It wasn't flush with the wall. You kind of had, like, the front half of the inside of the box. I think I prefer that, but it's kind of funny that the TARDIS is so dedicated to this, because this isn't how it worked in Classic Who. It's so dedicated that it smishes the rectangle into that circle wall.
Yeah. I like it.
All right.
There's a moment right here when
Yeah.
running in or something, Ruby falls and then like looks down underneath the TARDIS platform, but we don't see what's down there. How
It's a big
big
drop.
of a drop is that? It's a big drop.
It's not like a chasm. It would hurt. Next time I'll set it up so you can actually see something that's not. Actually, you might be able to see this. Oh, you can. All right,
But is
14.
it up at the top right? Oh, never mind. Yeah, top in the middle-ish.
You can sort of see the bowl curves down. Ah, here we go. Yeah, that's the drop.
Whoa.
You could put some stuff
Yeah,
in.
it's not bad.
I mean,
Okay. I
it
thought that
really
was all-
hurt. I don't think
Yeah.
she'd be getting back up to fight the end, you know. Look at this console, though. It's nice in the close-up. But again, look at this. Actually, I think that's a fan one. That ended up being really
Red and
close. That was really close. This was before we even saw the TARDIS.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, it's so much better with literally any other color of light.
Yeah, any.
So, I mean, to be in their credit, they are doing that. They rarely have it white.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to highlight here. I didn't realize just how quickly and easily the 15th Doctor became the Doctor until my second watch through of this scene, where I had a kind of moment of, oh, this is just like the Doctor being the Doctor against like a super powerful villain, but it's the new guy in like his second episode. And we didn't even really get to see him too much in the Christmas special.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a great turnaround.
Yeah.
No, he took longer for me than most. Like, a lot of people just loved him after the 60th when he was in it for like 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
He was fine, but I just didn't get to see enough of him to get a sense of it. And same at church. I could see the interesting directions they were kind of going to take, and I could see it would be something new, but it was still mostly Ruby focused. I mean, he became the Doc for me when he loved the name Lulubelle. But here I'm like, no, this is just full on the Doctor. Like, there's no hesitation. And I don't think I've really hesitated with Doctors before. It helps that they've all existed by the time I get to them. I mean, unless you want to count David Tennant again. Shooty was the first time it hasn't. And they've all been pretty quick into their episodes. I'm like, yeah, this is the Doctor, but I'm still impressed because this is 9, 10, 11, 12. Like any of the previous Doctors, modern ones, I could just see in this scene. And it's like, yeah, this is such just a Doctor one, and it works. Man, I can't wait till we get through the 13th Doctor where you can laugh at jokes like that, where I cough over. I'm happy with the Cribnal Dab to 4.5 hour runtime ratio. I don't have 10 out of 10 pun. Where's Maestro? Composing.
Where do they
Brilliant.
say that?
Right here. In fact, probably literally here. Hang on.
Oh, yeah, it is, yeah.
I don't know. See, I thought Ruby goes, "Where's Maestro?" I think it's right after leave, and the Doctor goes, "She's composing."
Mm-hmm.
As in writing her song, but also getting ready for the battle. Brilliant.
Yeah.
And then I personally don't have any notes until the line. You know.
The line?
I thought it was non-diegetic.
Oh, yeah, not diegetic.
We've probably beaten this horse a lot. I can give my out if we want. Well, okay, it works better when I didn't clock the first time. The music, mostly because of my sound system, the music is coming from inside Ruby's booth, so the Doctor can't really hear it on the stage unless Ruby's talking to him with the button. Why Ruby wouldn't clock it is a bit weird, but this is the actions have consequences. We can go into this if you really want, but The out is I could also see the Doctor. This happened without the music, and it occurred to him to say that, like, this was a silly thing to say, so he said it. Especially because you can make diegetic a pun. Look, we're fighting the show here, but dang it, I want my headcanon to work. Like
all the questions that get
music.
posed, I don't see the answers in this episode.
Oh, the answer is that we just break the fourth wall now. Like, this is that's the intent, but we don't want to acknowledge it, right? So we're going to fight that for as long as we can. One day they'll make it real hard for us, and on that day... I mean, it is interesting. We're pretty in line, as we've been talking about all these episodes.
Yeah.
Well, I think the only place we kind of butted heads is you think the Doctor... It feels like often he's very emotionally stable, but then not, and I don't see that.
It's less that he's not, and more that it's... It feels like the two emotions are disconnected.
Can you be a bit more specific? Because I think you mentioned a lot of your moments were in this second episode, and we decided to put a pin in it. You know, like the 2 end games ago.
It's that, like... I don't know how it's less about that it's expressed and more about how it's expressed. If we would have done like watches, I would have tried to pick out all the moments, or if I remembered to write them down. But I don't recall. I just that it felt in some of the more vulnerable moments that vulnerability, it was good, but it felt disconnected from the vulnerability that was expressed when the Doctor was talking about the past and how he was happy, or at least had come to some sort of terms with it. I don't know. It's more episodes will let me feel out this Doctor's emotional beats.
At the end of like our 3-year watch along, maybe we just continue with 15 again.
Yeah.
But I feel a part of that is that you have just seen 9, like at the crusp. He's just learned how to be the Doctor again. Mm-hmm. And now you've seen him heal from that and more completely. Like that's we literally last week finished the 9th Doctor. Mm-hmm. I mean, I could be wrong when you catch up, but I think a part of that is just you're skipping weirdly. And it's worth noting, because that's what a new audience is going to go from, like, probably David Tennant, maybe Matt Smith. Granted, 10 years ago. Well, actually, a lot of people are going from the specials to this. It's just, since you're going to watch modern Doctor Who, I wouldn't recommend that. Unless you want the fates to every companion. I've already spoiled the major plot points of 13, so, you know, I guess that's out of the way now. But, yeah. I sure you don't want me to tell you what happens to Amy, Rory, Bill, and Clara.
I feel like I used to know. I don't know. I'll see them.
By the way, for the record, 2 end games is just over 6 hours, so we're not that bad yet. What? I got everything in my notes. Here's the bit. I think I pointed this out to you off camera, and I want to get the frame. So yeah. That's maybe not the best one. I'll let it play.
Was it always red?
No. So that's the reflection of the wood. It's blue.
Oh.
But okay. I had the same question. It just looks really weird. Okay.
Runs in with it.
We have been live for 4.5 hours. This might have actually been in the episode. By the way, this is absolutely the longest live stream on the channel. But the Russell T. Davies. I don't think this is the real explanation. Oh, we had to have talked about this.
Yeah.
But on the stream?
Yeah. Oh, yes?
David, were you here? David, help. Russell T. Davies, he saw the Sonic Screwdriver, and they think he retroactively came up with the idea because he liked this. He doesn't want the Sonic to be like a gun. That's why it looks so different. He thought the old one, for some godforsaken reason, looked a bit like a gun, and he was afraid that, like, you know, little boys, in his word, would go out and, like, play with their Sonic guns, and he wasn't a fan of that. He's wrong because, you know, oh, yeah, because it's such a long, I want to talk about this before me. If you had like a spoon Glock, this was
You
definitely
did say
on
that,
stream.
yeah. Yeah,
I
you
wouldn't
said
have done
that.
this before. But anyway, it was 4.5 hours ago, so. Here's the doctor bursting through the doors, pointing his Sonic like a gun. Well done, Russell. Like, you missed, there's the point, and you missed it. It was, because I definitely had you talk about your reaction to the thing, yeah. Didn't ever look like a gun. No, it didn't. And you know what you could have done if you didn't want it to look like a gun? Do it in the classics where it was up and down, right? Like, it used to be held vertically.
Like a Men in Black memory eraser.
Yeah, exactly like that. Well, you saw that, like, golf ball retrieval at the yard sale, and I showed you a Sonic
Yeah.
screwdriver. I have this big golf ball retriever that looks like the world's biggest Sonic. But he's being weird. We want him to stop giving interviews. But if you really read the interview, it sounds like he saw the design, liked it for some reason, and then kind of retroactively justified it, which seems to be the source of a lot of his weird comments. Yeah, he's just being a bit of a weird dude right now. I think, well, we got the music number at the end. Do you have anything you want to say about, like, the oldest one? The guy who I think I know who it is? Like, this series. Well, we established that Ruby's got music in him. The one who waits, sorry. I wrote a note that the maestro referred to them as the oldest one. So that presumably, like, oldest, most powerful god.
Referred to Ruby?
No, we don't know. Like, someone who was evidently, she's like, he couldn't have been there when she was born. Like, someone who evidently was there when Ruby got left at the church. The big bad. Whose name I'm sure we know. Go on.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the lore
Well,
or characters.
there's still mystery. Like, we don't know. As much as I think I know who the big bad is, I got no idea why he'd be involved in, like, Ruby. Is she a demigod, so to say? Was she created by the gods? Did the gods just influence history? Maybe they're totally irrelevant. They were doing something at the Chuck E. Cheese next door. Very British, I know. But were there Chuck E. Cheeses in England in 2004?
I have to such a strong degree, no idea what they're doing with Ruby, which makes it so interesting to me because there clearly is something. Yeah, I very much want to know.
I think vaguely, right? It's a very vague theory, so if I'm right, it's not going to sound as cool. And this was kind of my impression early on when I knew we were bringing gods in and, like, had seen church and we knew Ruby had a mystery. Is heavily inspired by the arc Clara went through, so hopefully it's a bit different, but that's probably why. Is that Ruby was either directly created by the gods or, like, had her life influenced by the gods, specifically to meet the Doctor, for some reason. I guess now that I say it, that's basically the theory. Like, for some confrontation that, like, the Doctor's gonna have at the end, they've planted Ruby for. There was actually a really similar thing with the companion Ace, who was planted to meet the Doctor by a god named Fenric, who might also be the big bad. He's one of the top contenders, because he's popular. A lot of the episodes with the old gods are popular. And I like it when Doctor Who brings in gods. 4.5 hours ago, not that bad yet, I said no one was the best villain. Also very godlike. Stop calling me Kennewick. I'm gonna Google. This is the most calls I've gotten in a day. Yeah. Maybe, they don't mean God, David, in the sense of, like, they created life in the universe in sort of most, like, monotheistic gods, or even polytheistic, as I understand a lot of the religions. Like, they didn't create, as I said with Caden just a little bit ago, some of these gods are, like, beings from the old universe that survived, presumably, their destruction in our Big Bang. A lot of them just come from outside the universe. Like the Toy Maker, we've said, and Maestro here. the big bad, I'm sure he's got an origin story. I think he's just like an alien dude, actually. But it's been a long while, so that might be wrong. But just, they've got godlike powers. Like the Q from Star Trek. The Q aren't gods, but, you know, they're basically gods, you know. They're gods in every way except they didn't literally create the universe. It would be very weird. I made a joke actually here with Alex that the song Deep in Her Heart was like the Christmas... What one is it? Tell all the world Jesus is king. Yeah, I'm like, well, clearly Ruby is the second coming of Jesus Christ. That's just the arc they're going with. It's right there. The song in her soul. Ring Christmas bells merrily ring. Tell all the world Jesus is king. Like, Ruby. You know what?
Me.
I don't actually know if I'd be that upset if that's the route they win. It's just so you have to respect the audacity. Like it won't go down well, and you know that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they did the devil set with 10th Doctor and 7th and someone else, I'm sure. The 12th Doctor mentions in an underrated line that he was there for the original Christmas. He got the last room.
That's
so
funny.
You know, second coming of Jesus Christ, Ruby Sunday. Who would have thought? That would make everyone mad. Like fans would be mad that like we're just like canonizing Christianity weirdly. A lot of Christians would be mad because Jesus Christ is like this woman. Like Telltale Games, nobody liked that, but I would respect it. You know,
I would love that.
I'd respect it. Wouldn't it's like what I said about Star Trek and Star Wars crossover? It wouldn't be good. But you know, we know it would happen, and like you'd have to respect that. You know, you'd have to respect sticking to your idea so much that you killed a British institution. So let's see. I don't really have any notes that I haven't said. Huh?
It was snowing in that scene that I don't think they made note of it, and I don't think I picked up on it during that scene.
There you go.
I don't know how I didn't.
Focused on the lore.
Don't think I. Yeah, I think I was more looking at everything else that was happening.
You know, still frames. I think the music kind of works, but
in motion, yeah, it's tough.
It's the texture. I think I don't know. Oh, and when it's rap, there's a bit where like the Doctor's legs are struggling. That doesn't work. You know, like trying to get the motion around an actor. Other than things we've already talked about, I don't think I have a list until the twist at the end. So if you just want me to go anywhere, just as I said before, I like the music. It was kind of on the nose, the battle with the devil, but I mean, you know, it's sort of Doctor Who. Like it does, like Charles Dickens with ghosts at Christmas, kind of on the nose, you know, like
good, fun,
well acted. I mean, I was engaged.
In there is where we can see Shooty play part of the piano.
Oh,
but it's just a little moment on the high end of the keyboard.
But is it actually him, or is it like someone's hand?
I think it is. I think it is him because it's not too tricky, if I remember.
Well, who knows? We'll see. We could probably Google, can so-and-so play the piano?
Yeah.
My wife complained when Ruby was in the violin, and she was like, I can't breathe. And Alex was like, this got big holes. I'm like, Alex, that's the point. This is the god of music, and that's the point. Like, God, music magic is why they can't breathe. That was your line. You know, different people got different lines. It's always kind of funny though to see. Can we get the wink in the camera specifically? Here's something I'm curious about actually. Say this like fourth wall breaking is a thing of this era, right? When Ncuti Gatwa is an old decrepit man and Big Finish get their hands on him, and he does audio dramas, right? Or even comics, and no extended media. Do you think they'd continue that? Like, this Doctor just breaks the fourth wall, and that's quote-unquote their thing? I mean, I don't like it, so I'd be kind of disappointed, but... One of the masters is like that on Big Finish. Missy's audios always do kind of weird things. It's not necessarily fourth wall breaking, but it's really experimental and sometimes does really cross that line of, I think one in particular is like Missy directly addressing the audience, but in such a way that it happens in the plot. It's an odd one. I don't remember the details. It's quite good. I wonder if that'd be 15.
This frame we're looking at here reminds me.
It's the sleep paralysis demon. Just let me change the context. This crowd has actually gone away. No, it could still be there, but you're like on the bench. You've seen this man. You're frozen. You can't move. And you see that, like, shuffling, dancing their way towards you.
When I was watching it, I very quickly picked up on the fact that the instrumental that's happening in the background is very clearly brass and horn focused. Yet we're very directly, visually, apparently in a room with an orchestra. That is just not playing the music. You need trumpets and trombones.
Here, let me find a better frame for you.
They don't pop up at all.
How about this one?
That one as well? I made a note of that in my head.
You made a note? I didn't really clock it until the second one watch through. You know what? Okay, here's my thing about the twist, right? It's weird that it's like this is why this episode is 51 minutes. If you say the episode ends, literally this frame on the preview right there, fine, you've done some weird thing at the end. That's another sort of way you could fourth wall, is be like, the episode actually ended 3 minutes ago. This is just us having fun at the, like, post-credits. Like, Ferris Bueller didn't literally see the theater in his house and tell them to go home. That's fun at the end. I really like that you seemed to get that reference as well, which I was not expecting. But, so that's all right. I mean, I still don't think it was really necessary. I wonder, though, was the twist, it could have been Susan Twist, that Harbinger was, like, there, in a doorway somewhere, you know, the kid?
Yeah, right at the end.
There he is. And that's not the frame.
Then does this
Disney work with me.
Well, then if that is story relevant, does this scene become story relevant?
That's an interesting question. I'm going to redirect it by pointing out discount Matt Smith.
Yeah, he does kind of look like him.
Especially blurred with, like, a weird face. You know, let's pretend you didn't ask that question. So, like, if you really want to fight this one, say that it's the lingering, it's like the feedback from when Jinx Monsoon, like, the music's returning. It's 40 years of music. That's how Alex likes to do away with the Abbey Road bit. I'm really afraid I'm going to hover over that preview and we're going to see, like, because that's kind of like a piano. That's the maestro music lingering.
Sure.
Well, no, the episode ended 5 minutes ago, Caden. That's the...
unless that kid becomes important.
Well, no, they're back. That was just like telling the audience that they're back later. I mean... Look,
I don't know.
You explain it how you want. I'll make it work like how I want. Star Trek has a similar. One of the shorts has a Tribble cereal commercial, where they turn the Tribbles into, like, cereal, and it's like just parody. And, like, it's amazing, provided it's not actually canon, which it certainly isn't. But, like, the episode leads into that at the end. But I also didn't like that, like, objectively, I think there's rarely a twist at the end, you know? If you consider all the Doctor's adventures, how many of them really have twists at the end? The regeneration one, sure, you know, but did Space Babies? Well, where was the end? Like, well, if they have a twist at the end, it is before the point where he said the phrase, Ruby, there's always a twist at the end, you know? There was a twist. We saw Ruby's, like, music soul. You know, we learned that Ruby is the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah, unexpected on that one.
Yeah. You know what? I will give Alex that her river song theory is more sound than my Ruby is the second coming of Jesus Christ.
It's a close race.
That might be, like, the end of Russell T. Davis's career. If he wrote... Could you imagine Disney was like, right, I know we don't have creative control, but come on, like,
Is Disney on board with bringing in Jesus?
well, that doesn't matter. They can give all the notes they want, but Russell T Davies doesn't have to listen. They just won't get a season 3 on Disney. That's the deal. Disney can give notes, but we don't have to follow them. You know what? The BBC would not allow female second coming of Jesus Christ. They wouldn't.
I guess.
But God,
We gotta rank this puppy.
oh shoot. Let's see if there's anything else. Yeah, well, I think like the rainstorm indoors is a sign that this isn't diegetic. You know, this is a fun time at the end because it's almost a parody of musicals. There is something I want to say actually before we rank it. The idea of a Doctor Who musical has kind of been floating around, especially after the Goblin song. There isn't one in the first 2 seasons, or I think even 3 or 4, because they're planned out. But Russell T Davies wants to do one, right? What are your thoughts on that? A Doctor Who musical?
I would, yeah, I'd get behind that. Yeah.
I was, after this episode specifically, I'm not as sure. Because the thing is, Star Trek recently did a musical, right? It is fantastic. It is a standout episode of the season, of the franchise, even. I'd go as far. The way Star Trek does it is they're scanning some subspace anomaly, you know, the magic that makes the technology work.
Right.
They do something, I don't remember, it's not important, that basically means the subspace anomaly alters the universe so that the extraordinarily unlikely now becomes commonplace. And the effect is that the world now basically works like a musical where people will burst out into song and dance randomly. Because that is absolutely possible. Just extraordinarily unlikely, we say it's impossible. I think Buffy the Vampire Slayer did something similar. But they made it kind of work in the universe, which very much does not support a musical. But Star Trek is very much like real things happen, right? And beyond that, aside from like the song that establishes we are a musical, Why Are We Singing is what it's called, and the finale, which even then the plot point was basically we need a finale to end the musical, so it's kind of plot relevant. And they're great songs. You got K-pop, that's Klingon pop. I should show you that after the stream. Every song, like, either deeply examines where a character is at the season because they've had stuff going on, or it moves forward one of the many plot lines. Like, you need your musical to matter. And I'm a little worried after this scene that if Doctor Who did a proper musical and committed, it'd be a fun, pointless romp that doesn't, like, it wouldn't really move the story forward because Doctor Who doesn't really have a story. It's very episodic. But I'm worried there wouldn't really even be a story within the concept of the episode that gets moved forward or characters that get examined. It'd just be an empty, fun romp, which is fine, but so was Space Babies, you know?
Yeah, I'd see it more of a... I wouldn't see it pushing any overarching narrative, just at most like a fun episode.
It doesn't have to be an overarching narrative, but you need your music to have points. Even in like a Disney show, a Disney movie. Your songs are like Let It Go is a massive like moment for the character of Elsa. And it moves the plot, it moves her character forward. On top of just being a good song. And that's how musicals should work. And I'm a little worried they just have fun. And like, I like the Goblin songs. I like the I Have a Dog song. I don't think I want 50 minutes of I Have a Dog, he's called Fred, you know?
I think if it were gonna happen...
It's now.
Maestro would have been a kind of character you wanted to happen with.
Well, they could always bring him back. Like, Maestro could be a recurring villain.
Yeah. And then, work that through. I could see that. I could get behind it. I don't know. I'm not
I
opposed
mean,
to it.
no, I'm not inherently opposed. I'm a little worried they take it in directions that aren't the best,
Yeah.
I'd much rather, especially when we already have such fourth wall breaking, they wouldn't really do the legwork. It'd just be a musical for literally no reason is given, and it's not even the best musical. It's just got some good songs.
That would be unfortunate.
I mean, if the songs are really good, I might walk away positive that, like, I got a dog, he's called Fred. He is alive, he's not dead. It's...
I'd hope they work it in. But would they? I don't know.
We'll see. So, yeah, ranking it. Alex was an 8, I think. 8.5 they settled on.
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
I'd give it... seven or an 8.
Well, you wanna pick one or meet in the middle? I can't put 7 or 8 in my calculator. I mean,
I'll see how long I can refrain from going to decimals.
So bear in mind, Space Babies was a 5, and 10 is like one of the best episodes of Doctor Who ever made.
Yeah,
and I don't think
this a 7. I'd give this a 7.
Okay, 7. See, it's not a 10.
Yeah.
No, it's not a 9 either. It was good. Knowing the fourth wall stuff is there again. It really goes up. I might encourage you later on, when there's got some time, if you're in the mood to maybe give this one another go. Or maybe even Space Babies, because honestly, that one improved the most over time. Don't get me wrong, it didn't become great. But I now that I knew, like, I've established the era we're in, I had my footing, I knew what to expect, they got better. 7 is an average episode of Doctor Who, and this wasn't average. This is at least an 8. I know I was debating 9 earlier. But that's real darn high.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem is I think we've talked a lot about kind of complainy things since we started. Because if you remove the fourth wall stuff, other than like that great, brilliant intro scene, I mean, what really do I have to complain about when you think about it, right? I guess there's always a twist at the end. Nope, not 78. I think I'm going to give it an 8, but mostly because I expect this might be the best of the season. I wouldn't be the most surprised, or if we never top it, at least we might match but not top. But I think I'm going to go with 8.
I'd throw a 7 at it. Not because there's like anything that brings it down, but because there isn't anything that brings it super up.
I think there's stuff that brings it. I mean, I got a dog, but no,
like,
beyond that,
I do think there's stuff that brings it up to something like a 7.
I think the performances were great. I think you remove the fourth wall, you remove the twist at the end. This is a great. What's a 9? What's a 9 somewhere else? I need to answer that question. This is at least an 8. What's a 9? Season 1 at Doctor Who, like the one we just watched. What's a 9?
Let me pull up the episode
Rose.
list.
No, yeah, I got it. This is the Dalek's probably a 10, honestly. Is Dalek a 10? Or is Dalek a 9? If Dalek's a 9, this is an 8. Like, Father's Day is a 10.
Yeah.
Because Dalek doesn't really have a lot of, like, emotion behind it, and I feel like you really need that for a 10. What about the gas mask child? Is that an 8?
Which one?
But I mean, as a whole, it's a 2-parter.
As a whole?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd put that in an 8.
Well, I don't think this is worse than the gas mask child. I might honestly be tempted by an 8.5, but I'm gonna go 8 again. Maybe we can go back at the end and rank this, see if our opinions change. But I kind of want to leave the opportunity for an episode that's really a 9, and be like, this wasn't half a point better than Devil's Chord. This was like this was a point or 2. which brings us up to 23.5 out of 10. But let me do the division. 7.8 out of 10. But you were really more like a 7.5, honestly, right?
Yeah, but I'm sticking to my
mean,
whole number guns.
Okay, but if you give 7.5, then the average for this episode is an 8. And exactly. And I kind of like that. You don't have to, but
It's too late. It's too late.
all right,
we're on my
7.83.
7 gun.
I can't wait till next week because I don't even remember what we gave the last one. What did it come out to? Was it just 5? No, because Alex ranked it high. We were 5 and 5.
Yeah.
And Alex was 7.
It was something a little above a 5. Maybe low 6.
5.6. And this was 7.8. I'm gonna hang on before we even cut, because I'm not gonna
write
go
it
through
down
this.
somewhere.
Yeah. So, Space Babies was 5.8. And I'm actually gonna write
the Christmas special.
7 plus 5 plus. Oh yeah, you want to think about that? Will I just write this out? Go Alex. Kate.
I don't remember it solid enough to give it a wholehearted rating.
Not that long ago, but honestly, I'm probably the same. You want just talk about a bit, because I'm still writing Devil's Chord.
If I were to rate, what was even the name of the special?
Church on Ruby Road. It's a mouthful.
Oh yeah. Better than Space Babies.
Yeah, I mean
Worse than
Space
this episode.
Babies wasn't
Would put it at a
horrible,
6 for me.
Right, 8. What did you give this?
There we
one?
go.
You gave
That
this a
doesn't
7. I gave this an
Yeah.
8, which equals 7 point.
If Church on Ruby Road is better than Space Babies and worse than Devil's Chord, then it has to be a 6.
Could be. Well, for you, it has to be a 6. See,
Yeah,
you
for
didn't
me.
give yourself. Oh wow! When I was typing out, I was messing with my OBS hotkeys because they're on numbers. See, you didn't give yourself a lot of room. Do you really only want 1 point between Space Babies and this? I don't know. It's your
There's 2 points between
system.
Space Babies and this.
You gave this a 7 and Space Babies a 5. So you could be a 6.
Oh, yeah.
The only thing an episode better than Space Babies and worse than this is a 6. This is the problem with knocking out basically everything under a 5. But if you're less than a 5, you failed, and I don't think Space Babies failed. It just came as close as you could possibly come. Alex didn't give a church. I might get that from them later.
Well, then how much would I give Church on Ruby Road a 5?
No, but I'm asking, do you want to bring Devil's Chord up? Where do you want your room? You could always go decimals, but you know what? These aren't set in stone. I guess you could go back and change them. But... See, this is the content that people want.
Okay. Yeah, Devil's Chord's a 7.5. We'll go to what my heart wanted.
5. So now the
But we're gonna
average
take-
is an 8, and I think that's good for Devil's Chord.
Yeah. Decimals, they're in the game now.
That was Alex's fault. No, wait, didn't Alex gave 8.5? God, I'm doing this off. Plus 8. You ever watch a 5-hour YouTube stream, and when they're wrapping up, but there's still 20 minutes on the bar? I don't want to get off of the sofa. I've come this far. Am I really gonna... Wait, could you have watched JX's Doctor Who video?
That's funny.
We're not that long. No, the fall of Doctor Who is 5 hours, 14 minutes. Okay, Caden, we got 17 minutes. We gotta get this ball a-rolling.
Oh.
Oof.
That's funny.
That's a great video. I will show you, after 13.
You said...
What'd you give Church?
6.
6.
Yeah.
All the numbers seem low. Church might be a 7. Is Church 1 at 1 point worse than this? Honestly, yes. No, I'm happy. Church is 1 point. Church is worse than this. Yeah, no. Church was kind of safe. So right now it's at a 6.5, but Alex hasn't voted yet. Mm-hmm. This has been a super long show today. This is double... Oh, 5 hours. There we go. Actually, exactly on YouTube, 5 hours. Although OBS thinks it's been 5 hours, 10 minutes. Oh, because I didn't go live. That shows you how long I sit here. Yeah, we have 13 minutes until we've talked about these 2 episodes of Doctor Who, more than JXE has talked about seasons 11 and 12 combined, with heavy detours into earlier stuff.
Oh gosh.
We've talked about that's go watch JXE's video for your 10-hour day. We've been recording for 4:58. I almost want to just ramble so I can cross 5 hours. But yeah, I think Picard. What I want to know, what was Picard? What was the longest stream? Because it's definitely Picard. I was gonna do stuff today. I did warn you.
Yeah.
But they won't all be like this. Like, they will be half of this and probably a bit shorter because we also had era stuff to talk about. 2 hours 36.
236.
Hang on, let me get every Picard episode. Oh no, because those were been. Yeah. My previous record, I'm pretty sure, was 2 hours 36 minutes for season 3, episode 4 of Picard, No Win Scenario.
It's a good episode.
A lot of Picard pushes 2 hours though. I don't remember. I don't know why. I think I think there was a lot to talk about, but there was also a really active chat. Because I know one of them, I ended the episode review, and then I spent an hour talking with someone about the morality of a situation that was in play. 5 hours recording. There we go. That's how long. 13 minutes. I kind of want to beat JXE, but that's just, I won't take that from. Really great video, JXE's Fall of Doctor Who, that, I learn a lot about just writing in general from that video and, JXE's. But, Caden, a lot of Doctor Who spoilers for you.
Yeah, I'll have to hold it in my back pocket.
So I think I will wrap it up today after... Do I even have, a 5-hour work day? Yes, but I've almost worked done this stream for as long as I work in a day. We made $25. We made $5 an hour. Well done.
Yeah.
So actually, I guess that means, David, so you value this live stream per hour significantly less than Star Trek. No, we won't do it like that. But thank you all. Thank you for your donation, David C. He does the biggest donation he's done yet. He's usually $20, and I'm like, I guess he didn't value it that much. Thank you all very much for watching. David C., wonderful to have you. For all the live stream, except when you went and watched the episode we were talking about. Have fun slicing through this to find the parts you weren't here for. I'm going to say, I already did, thank you all very much for watching. And I'll see you next time!